Hey guys, we're here at Make a Tea Online in Coral Springs, Florida, where they do everything from DTG to DTF to heat transfer vinyl. A female-owned and operated print shop that goes beyond just customizing t-shirts.
Welcome to South Florida. Welcome to Make a Tea Online. I think you need a pair of sunglasses for the Florida sun.
It's only August and, 90 degrees, 100% humidity out here, so...
It's hot. I can give you an umbrella, too. Come on, let me show you around.
Let's check out the shop.
Okay.
Meryl.
Yes.
Make a Tea Online. Sounds like we do everything online, but you have a really cool showroom here. Something about letting your customers physically feel something, look at it for themselves, things that a website just can't do. So what's the vision here when it comes to your showroom space?
So I really wanted the showroom to be, when people first walk in, they see a lot of colors, they see a lot of items, they just have a lot of visual to look at so that they can see everything that we can do, because we do a lot of stuff and people don't realize it until they can actually see it, feel it, touch it, and see all of the different items that can be decorated with their company logo or their vision or their brand or whatever. So I wanted this first influx of visual to be something that would be really like mind-blowing to them.
Yeah, my college professor, English professor, always said, show, don't tell. You know, when you walk in and you're immediately showing your customers what all you do. And it goes, like you said, beyond apparel. So I see a lot of promo products. I see a lot of paper printed products in here as well. So, it's a misconception, I think, for a lot of new shop owners. Hey, if I don't do it in-house, I shouldn't market it. No, your customers don't care that you don't have a pad printer back there or, an engraving machine to make it happen. There's still a lot that goes into it, a lot of the graphic design work and so forth. So lots of promo here. Again, I see some business cards. What do we got back over?
Yeah, so basically you're coming in here and you're seeing everything from wristbands to patches to koozies to lanyards to bottle openers, obviously t-shirts, same design on a t-shirt, same color scheme, so that everything looks kind of uniform. This is one of our affiliate stores, which make our school safe, which is really kind of a very cool affiliate store. We have the same koozie with different imprints on it, so people can see, oh, this can look like this, or this can look like this. I mean, two completely different themes, but it's the same product, and people don't know that until they see it. If a customer sees a koozie with my logo on it, they don't really understand that they can put their logo on it unless they see another koozie with something else on it. So they associate the brand to the product. We want to show them the product can have their brand on it. That's actually a good line.
And it seems like Florida is like I don't know, it's an epicenter for promo products, because some of the bigger ones are down here.
Oh, yeah.
Like HIT, PCNA.
Yeah.
Lots of promo done down here. And what I always like to say when it comes to promo product, I avoid the trinkets and trash. I try to sell something to my customer that they can give away or sell to their customers that they're going to keep or they're going to hoard. Yeah. I love hoarders because, like you have the bottle opener.
No one's going to throw that away.
I'm not a beer drinker. I don't have to open up a lot of bottles. But if somebody gave this to me as a promo product, I'm going to hoard it. I'm going to throw it in my kitchen drawer. I'm going to open it up every single day, and I'm going to look at that.
Yeah.
And that's what you want out of a promo product, is you want the customer's eyes to constantly see it. That's the impression.
Right. Right.
And yeah, their promo is only getting more and more popular. I think it's become an absolute necessity. If you want to be a one-stop decoration shop, you need to be offering promo. Typically, you're outsourcing all of it, but that doesn't mean it's just that easy, Meryl. It takes time to learn
it sure does.
And know how to get it from the right suppliers and so forth.
And truthfully, so the larger quantities we outsource to all of our suppliers, because we're members of ASI, But the smaller items we do in-house. So I try to find products that I can do for small runs in-house, because with Make It Tea Online, print on demand, where you get a lot of customers that now have that mindset, oh, they can do a dozen. And we have suppliers that we buy from, and we can do sublimation, we can do the coffee mugs, we can do the tumblers that are super, super popular and they're not losing popularity, and name badges and coasters and mouse pads
It's
and
endless.
all kinds of things. So if somebody wants 10, I'm going to sell them 10. Of course, it's a higher price point, but
And you know, what a lot of customers have to remember is anything could be made into a promo product. I mean, I see here you've got these mini lockers.
Yep.
Was this actually offered on a promo product site, or did you see that in a store and like, see that blank? I see a spot where I can put a design or a logo right there and market it.
Yeah, no, I actually saw that in my head, and I came up with this. It was actually a decoration on a table for a party I'd gone to, and I took one home with me, and then I had a customer that had asked me to kind of come up with something, and I was like, oh, I'm going to take this, and I'm going to wrap it. And when I wrapped it with graphics, it was probably one of the smartest things I ever did in my life in business, because it took my business to a different level, which was really, really kind of a neat thing. So, like, but even stuff like this, like these, you know, these journal books. So yeah, we buy a lot of journal books for our customers with gold foil for their events, pens, and all that stuff. But I just had a customer 2 weeks ago ask me to do 24 of them, and she bought the blank on Amazon, gave it to me, and we DTF'd it, and it came out great. Came out great. It's on our Instagram if anybody wants to go to our Instagram
you can heat
page
press
and look.
the heat applied DTF on a lot of different materials, cardboards and so forth, and then also UV DTF is starting to really catch on over here.
Yes, yeah.
So I see tons of apparel back here.
Tons of apparel, and we've got more in the back. So we try to just put out in the front showroom stuff that people are going to look at, the typical stuff. Being in South Florida, we get a lot of black T-shirts, fitted black T-shirts. Everyone's cool.
Why?
Cool. Everyone's fit, and they go to the beach, they go to the gym, so they all want these like nice fitted shirts.
I think it'd be bright colors.
Well, that's another thing. That's a comeback, because everything old is new. The 90s are back. So depends on what, you know, who the customer is. But we have basically these are our printed samples. So I'm showing people printed samples. This is actually a screen print transferred. This is direct to film from the city. We do a lot of city work here, which is great. This is direct to garment printing.
So you're letting the customer get a feel and look at all of the different processes.
Yes, this was direct to film. This is our logo. Well, I'm not wearing my logo right now. This is direct to garment. So we actually did a whole series of this logo. We designed this logo. We did direct to garment. We did direct to film. We did screen print transfers. We took the same logo with different print methods, which we like to do because we want to see the difference and we want to show people the difference sometimes. And we printed this on, I think they were all on comfort colors, and it was really kind of very, very interesting to be able to have different samples that we can show customers of the different methods of printing, so that they can really see. And sometimes when they understand, I always feel it's better. Sometimes you don't want to explain too much, not necessary, but sometimes you have to. What they say, an informed consumer is your best customer. This is direct to garment, and of course, you know, the different blends and everything. So we wanted to just show people different methods. This is. This was direct to garment, which we were talking about, on polyester.
Yeah.
Yeah. It came out nice. Colors came out nice. It was great. And sometimes vinyl. You can get away with vinyl instead of doing embroidery.
Absolutely.
On something that is like a polo shirt, more of like an office wear. Also, being in South Florida, we do a lot of boating and boat companies, and yeah, outdoorsy kind of stuff. So anyway, and we also do embroidery.
And you don't do embroidery in-house, but
No.
guess what? That's very, very common.
Yeah.
Embroidery, I outsourced it for years before I brought it in-house. Sometimes I wonder if I made the right decision, because there's a lot of shops who will do it at such a good price, and that equipment is not cheap. It has
Yeah.
its own learning curve.
Right.
Often a better choice to outsource.
Right. Right. There's plenty of embroiderers that they do trade work. And actually, my background was in the trade. When I first started in the printing business, I worked for a trade shop. And that's how I even knew about the trade business. And we worked with different businesses that did all these different things. And that's how I knew that this person did embroidery and they would send us their printing, and this person did screen printing and they would send us their printing, and this person did one color printing, like with the A.B. Dix, and then they would send us their stuff, because I worked for a thermographer, so we did raised lettering. And we did raised lettering for all of the print shops, anybody that did anything in decoration around Broward County.
Yep, and you're seeing more and more of those contract decorators just trying to make it easier and easier for a lot of users to just do what you like or don't do anything.
Right.
And we're seeing that more and more.
Right, right.
You also do, beyond apparel and promo, I see a lot of signage here.
Yeah,
So everything from a
Menus.
menu,
Yeah.
and you're helping them design it and everything?
We do. We have quite a few restaurants that are our accounts. Not only do we do the menus, but we do the beautiful menu covers, the leather-bound covers that they insert their menus in. Some of them, they don't all use like a plastic laminate. A lot of them use these really beautiful embossed covers. So we do the graphic design. I will give them my information about, hey, we should put. Actually, we're doing social media for this company now. So we're doing their posts. I do their email blasts for them. So we get to do we get really involved with our customers' businesses. So we do their daily specials. We post them on Facebook, and Guillermo is our graphic designer, so he does a lot of that designing work. We do a lot of I call them menus, like nail salons. They need menus of services. So a lot of these type of businesses have services that they offer, from healthcare to nail salons to beauty parlors to anybody that has a menu of, even gyms, that have their schedules, and the schedules change, different classes and whatnot. And so we do all that. We do all that graphic design, printing, their window graphics, their carpets. When you first walk in, they have these carpets. We do all of that. That's a promotional product. Like anything that has anything that's imprinted. is a promotional
anything
product.
that has the logo on it
Yeah.
is a promo product. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, postcards, mailers, all kinds of stuff. We create QR codes for people that have no clue how easy it is to create a QR code.
well, you're helping your clients market, grow their
Right.
business, and it doesn't just stop here, right?
No,
no.
And these are more. We do the tote bags and the stress balls and pens, and so this kind of, for me, this showcasing it like this, it shows that this one company, they have a bag, they have the hand sanitizer, they have the pen, they have the brochures, they've got the stress balls, they have all of these products. It's all the same company. And that is what people, when they come in and they look and they say, oh, yeah, I need this. This company has a shirt. They've got a tumbler. This is sublimated. They've got a baseball hat. It looks really good when you have a group of items with the same logo on it to help show how you brand, or how companies need to brand their products.
And you have both short and long run solutions.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
hey, sometimes you just want a dozen to get started, pass them around, and then they'll come back and, hey, now I want to place the big order.
They need 1,000, right?
Yep.
Right. Which of course we're more than happy to do 1,000.
Now, Meryl.
Yes.
What's Spill the Tea Live?
Whoa. Okay.
Because I'll tell you, I don't have a room like this.
Well, wait, can I talk about this first? so this was like my bragging corner, and one thing that we did for Gildan was we had come up with, or they had asked us to do an idea to do an Instagram thing, to be an influencer. I was actually an influencer, and we came up with our old masters design. So this was our version of printing old masters, a little more funky, on these color blast shirts. And this was a lot of fun. This was like a whole little concept that we came up with. We used different print methods. This is DTG and apparel vinyl. This is foil, as you can see. This is flock. This is DTF and with flock on top of it. And I had more here. We did a whole bunch. Every color that the Comfort Colors Color Blast came in, we did, and that was a lot of fun. So we have here's Pablo Picasso. So we kind of took these old masters and we kind of made them new masters. But that was like art history, which I did major in art. So I had to get that in there too.
Yeah, the mixed media is very popular these days.
Yep.
But this is the new stuff, right?
Yeah, this is the new stuff. So when we moved into this facility, I wanted to have a conference room, and I was already doing apparel masterminds. So I was teaching our affiliate store owners how to use the website, how to upload things themselves, how to put graphics in, how to add copy, how to create decorated products, and how to actually run their back end and even kind of build their own affiliate stores. We built them for them, but some people had their own ideas, and we kind of tried to teach them how to do that with apparel masterminds. So when I was doing apparel masterminds, I would bring, and it's on our YouTube channel if anybody wants to go look, we created like a PowerPoint of all kinds of things about marketing, how to use DecoNetwork, the benefits of DecoNetwork, why to have the affiliate stores with us as opposed to being on another platform. And I find that most of our affiliate store owners and people that want to have a t-shirt line, they really do need somebody to talk to, somebody that can hold their hand, somebody that they can bounce ideas off of. And when they're dealing with these larger companies, they really don't get that input. And I felt that with the experience that we had, that we could give that to them, and really be a benefit to them. So we came up with Apparel Mastermind. So when we moved into the new location, I said, I really have to have a nice area where we can have our podcast. And one of our customers had an event and had a Bridgerton theme to it. And so that's where I came up with some items, and I said, spill the tea, because that is like a British phrase to, talk shit about things. So I thought, what a great idea for a podcast about the apparel industry. We could talk about anything. Our conversation was definitely a spill the tea. We definitely spilled the tea. And so I created this podcast, Spill the Tea. So that's what this room is for.
And now you have a whole room dedicated for podcasts.
A whole room dedicated for podcasts. And I also was able to make it into our conference room when customers come in.
Very nice. And then you have an office.
And then I have an office.
You know what? It's kind of like Jan in The Office. This is my workspace. This is my office.
Yeah, this is my office. This is my office. This is the cleanest you'll ever see this desk. I don't always have this idea is garbage. I usually have this idea is fabulous. And this is where I get all the work done. I mean, I sit here, I'm on the computer, I'm on the website, I'm looking at other websites, I'm designing, paying the bills and taking care of business back here. And this is where I meet with people, and this is my office. I can close the door if I don't want anybody to bother me, but usually, the door's open, and
Yeah, and you have a very open flow right into the production area.
Right into the production area, right.
So
here is our area where Well, actually, we have to show our wall of our T-shirt flowers. So this is my T-shirt flower wall. And these are these little Gildan T-shirts that Gildan gave me. And I just thought that this was so cute. So these are not real roses, by the way. These are rolled up T-shirts, which I think are so pretty. Oh, and the Barbie. We have to talk about the Barbie doll, right? We have our screen printer Barbie. Since we are a female-owned business.
We have a screen print Barbie.
There's another one of my sayings, motivated. We have our screen print Barbie, and the kids who come in here, they're like, oh, there's a Barbie, and they really love it. So I feel like our office is very friendly, very welcoming.
It is a screen print Barbie. A good thing we don't have her, going too crazy with
right.
a whole shop.
A whole shop of Barbie.
I'd go broke with my daughters wanting all of the Barbies.
So this shows you we are print on demand. We do specialize in no minimums, but people usually buy more than one, as you can see here. So these are kind of like print on demand stuff. Sometimes customers will supply their own stuff, and we will imprint it for them. So they just have something particular that they like, and once in a while, I try to say, you don't go into a restaurant, bring your own food, but if you have special dietary needs, it's okay. So if you have special taste, I'm not going to stop people from bringing in their own stuff. Right. We're just not going to be responsible for them if it doesn't.
And how long have you been in this space?
We've been in this space for a year and a half.
Year and a half?
Yeah.
And how long did it take you to move in?
It took us 2 months to move in. And it was a big move for us to move all of our stuff from our shop.
2 months to move out and 2 months to move in.
We started packing up our old shop around September. We started going through things, and then we slowly started to move in December, and then we moved everything in December, and we set up in January. So it took us a while to set up everything up with our machinery and,
Moving in Florida in December, January sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a bad idea up north.
Yeah. Well, it was a good idea. We have a big garage door, and it worked out.
It worked out
good.
It feels very good in here for a warehouse space. I mean, again, we're in the middle of August. I've been in some shops where it's 90 degrees. I mean, Colin's behind the camera. He'll attest. We've been in some hot ones.
Yeah.
That doesn't make everybody happy or really work to their full potential.
Right.
Who do we have here?
This is Stephanie. She is our queen of customer service, and my daughter, and my mom, next to Sheila, next to Stephanie. She used to be our bookkeeper, so she's retired from the T-shirt business now, or the printing business now, but she was our mainstay for many, many years and wanted to come in and say hi to everybody and to meet everybody.
3 generations.
Yeah, so Stephanie builds web stores, she does quotes, she does designing, she talks to people, she is great with talking to people, and people love her, and her personality is really what grabs everybody. And she's got these crazy, kooky brainstorm ideas of really wacky stuff that people love.
I wonder where she gets it from.
I don't know. This is our, I know it doesn't look like much, but this is our sublimation machine. So what we love about it is that it goes all the way up to 11 by 17. So we used to have an 8.5 by 11. We would put 8.5 by 14 paper in. We can squeeze out a little bit more, but going up to 11 by 17 allows us to do like a full front. It allows us to do a gamer mouse pad. It allows us to do like sublimation
I see some of your
towels.
bigger plaques and so forth.
Yes, we do. We've done plaques. We've sublimated plaques. They come out beautiful. So sublimation is something that I didn't think that we were really going to do in-house, but it turns out that it has really been a game changer for a lot of the stuff that we're able to do for people.
Yep, you have the desktop, which is going to allow you to do a lot of those hard goods and some apparel, but they're not. It's not that expensive when you compare it to some of your other digital printing equipment.
It wasn't cheap. This one, but it's not expensive compared to the other. Here we have our Roland, And this is our sign machine. But we don't really do signs in-house. I still sub that out to our trade shops because it's kind of kind of heavy to lift those big rolls, and we need a much bigger facility to lay everything out and to grommet everything. So, but this baby runs almost every single day. We do a ton of stickers. We started out doing apparel vinyl, full color apparel vinyl transfers, but once we started doing direct to film, we never did that again.
Yeah.
Because it just didn't come out.
It's
so
more
great.
expensive. It's a lot of waste.
Yeah, it doesn't come out as great, and we are so into color and color being vibrant and color looking good. So, but anyway, but we do run this a lot for static clings and for posters and for stickers galore. So, and
those
it's
things are a
eco-solvent.
lot easier to, when it comes to finishing compared to like a banner that has to be hemmed or
Yeah.
grommeted. You do need a lot more
Yeah.
space there.
Right. And it's a printer cutter.
Yep.
So that's the big deal. If it was just a printer, that'd be one thing, but it's a printer cutter. So
Those are, it's kind of
And-
hard to
and-
find just a printer nowadays.
it is, right. And here is Sarah, and Sarah is our production manager, purchaser, our deco queen here, because she's on the
Everything
website all the time. She is the most picky about color and giving something to a customer that when it comes out of here that it is going to be absolutely perfect, because her quality control standards are beyond what anybody would ever expect. So anything that comes in here, it's not going to go out until Sarah makes sure that it is perfect. It is folded perfect. I mean, that's how detail-oriented she gets. So Sarah is the one who does the printing, she does the ordering, she operates the website more than the business hub part of the website, the back end, the production area. And and this is her desk.
Yeah, I see her nice stack
and
of.
she's got some crazy ideas too. So she just had on a screen something I said you should probably film, and it was artwork that a customer sent in that was not exactly the best artwork. And this is where Sarah has to look at it, open up Photoshop, do her magic on, and we have that capability here because of people like Sarah, and we're able to produce a really, really good product.
Great, and again, you're using Deco the way it was built. I
Right.
see the order sheets, I see Business Hub in the back.
Right.
You have an order here. Well, it's not that hard. Put the invoice right with it.
Right. Right.
Purchase order.
We have the visuals here. Sarah keeps all of the information together, the purchase orders, where we get it from, when we ship it. When we have affiliate stores, the affiliate store logo is on here, so we can kind of see it easier. How many what affiliate store goes with what order, and yep. Actually, so here's an order that we put in as a purchase order. It's for a customer. We're actually comping them on this. And the reason we do this is because this customer orders a lot of promotional products from us, and we want him to have a line of apparel. So we chose what garments we think that would be best for him, and we are giving him these for his big conference that they're having, in hopes that he will order more. And to me, this is part of marketing dollars. And I don't know if I put this in quotes or if I put this in our direct business hub.
I don't know.
Okay, so I think it's in quotes. Okay, so I think it's in quotes. So the reason I put it in quotes was because I wanted to put it in there, send it to the customer for him to be able to take a look at, so when he gets that email from Make It To You Online, he opens it up and he can see the product, what size I ordered, and the image, what it's going to look like, the decoration is going to look like. He can see the next product, what it's going to look like. The price, this I put as 0, but he gets to see what it's going to look like. He can see the front, he can see the back, he can see the sleeve, and any changes, we went over it on the phone. I did it. He re-logged in, saw it immediately. So in about 20 minutes, we were able to put together this complete job for this customer. He knows what he's going to get.
And now it's in his account profile,
Now
so
it's
when
in
he's
his
ready to
account
pay
pro-
for
right.
it, yeah, he
Right,
can
right.
put together his own
Right,
order.
right. I said, hey, I'll make you an account. Put his name, put his information in, send it to him. He's like, oh, thanks. So, and of course it goes into our database, it goes into our email list, it goes into our ability to contact the customer, for Sarah to be able to contact the customer, for Stephanie to be able to contact the customer. So it's great.
And what's this behind us?
This, this is my bro.
It's the DTG.
This is the DTG. This is my bro. This is our brother. It is wonderful. It does a lot of the cleaning stuff itself. So the maintenance is a lot less,
maintenance now.
and the curing on the ink is only 35 seconds. So we're not so worried about when we heat press a shirt that is a thin shirt or a shirt that's a blend that is going to leave a mark because you're only heating it for 35 seconds. You're not heating it for 180 seconds like the old ways of direct-to-garment.
It's a long time.
Yeah, yeah. So I know that it's not that. What's that new thing where we're screen printing and direct-to-garment printing and
The digital
and everything.
squeegee.
The digital squeegee, yeah, yeah. But we still love the feel of direct-to-garment, and we also do. I mean, yes, we're in South Florida. We do a lot of sleek black shirts, but we also do a lot of white shirts too. So we don't even have to pre-treat the white shirts. We were pre-treating them before the white shirts.
The hand, it definitely DTG has DTF beat there.
Yeah.
But you are DTF. You like
we like
direct-to-film.
We love direct-to-film, and we love direct-to-garment.
And I see here this is one of like the first generation of printers. I mean, the thing about DTF is it's still extremely new technology. We're only 5 or so years here in the States, and I like to think that we're on like version 3.
Probably, yeah.
You know, this is the first machines that came out, and they were still working out the kinks, but they were starting to sell them
Yeah, they were
right
starting
as
to
soon
sell.
as they could.
So we started out doing direct-to-film on our free jets. We were doing them on our DTG machines, and that's how we tested it. In fact, I still have the first print we ever did. I did on a pair of sweatpants, and I still have that. And I looked at it like, well, that's kind of interesting. Like, how did that happen? You know, how did we do that like that? We did it on a piece of film, you know, opposite and all that. And then, so we ended up getting this direct-to-film machine, and this is the dryer, this is the fumigator, this is the film. It's a bulk ink system, and we've been printing on it. We've been printing on it. So, but now, yes, technology is still growing and growing and growing, and we see the need for the direct-to-film transfer sheets for the DIYers, even for us, or for a lot of the gyms or the dance studios that want to have their logo, and they go to the events and they want to be able to decorate the bomber jackets and the skirts and the backpacks and everything. So that's why we went to the next machine, which you'll see in a few minutes.
And yeah, when you're printing only 12, 13 inches wide, it's really not going to be fast enough to pump out transfers
Correct.
beyond yourself.
Correct.
So this is how I started with DTF. I went with a smaller setup. Mm-hmm. I have noticed that these smaller setups often have more headaches, just because it's taking something big and it's shrinking it, versus back here in the corner we have the
back
new
here in
toy,
corner,
right?
The new toy. And we have our mug presses and our tumbler presses and our hat presses and our heat presses over here, and our old-fashioned printing stuff, which still works. And this is our new baby. So this is our Mamaki, the TXF 300. This supposedly does like 100 square feet in an hour. It takes 32-inch sheets, although our dryer is only a 24-inch dryer, so we're only going to put 24-inch film in here. And this is brand new to us. So we are just beginning to use it, and it's the colors you can see. There's the same DTF printing right behind you. The same image that is the direct-to-garment, this is direct-to-film. So the colors are super vibrant. The colors are there. I don't have any banding problems. Knock on wood
yeah.
so far. And it's also the maintenance on this is a lot easier than on the original or the, I'm going to say a bad word, Chinese machines.
Well,
but
there's pros and cons with this Mamaki with it being an ink cartridge.
Yes.
Your ink may be a little bit more expensive than a bulk system, but you don't have a bunch of air being thrown into the mix. It's a little bit easier just to pull that out, toss a new one in. So I'll tell you, I think you made a good purchase with this Mamaki 300 because it's definitely, Mamaki's been making roll-to-roll printers for a long time. It shouldn't be that hard because at some point every one of these printers is going to break. I'm worried about it all the time with mine. Like, what am I going to do?
Right,
well, with
right.
Mamaki, there's a lot more reps out there that can
Yeah.
help service and
Right.
so forth. But what I learned with DTF is it can be a little bit of a challenge to get going. You have to have the right environment, the right color profiles for your shop and space. But once this thing starts singing, it just keep that humidity high.
Yeah,
Don't let the humidity drop too much. And yeah, but you're doing, with the sublimation, you have 100% poly. You have a great solution. 100% cotton, DTG, anything else. You have the DTF, so you really are able to cover all those different types of garments and be able to, again, produce that no minimum full color print.
Right,
That,
right.
With all these digital printing processes, customers buy less than they used to. If they bought 500 10 years ago, now they want to buy 300 this year. They went from, hey, I want 1 or 2 colors to, hey, I want 4 colors in design. So it's kind of funny. We've kind of shown the customers what's possible, and based on that, now they're asking for things that are, not to say that they're less likely to be screen printed. Screen printing's not dead by any means, but the demand over the last 10 years has increased for the digital processes because they want less with more colors.
Plus, they want what their designers design for them, that they
keep throwing color
on
on
their website, and they give you graphics that are full color graphics, and sometimes even screenshots that they give you, and they want that. That's what they want on their products. So, having a digital printer to be able to do that gives the customer what they want, and some of them want one color, but right now people are getting all kinds of colorful stuff from their designers who are new designers who only know color. They don't even know what spot color is. Spot color is like a foreign word. They don't even
But
understand
you can
it.
still print
You can
spot color
you can
with
still
all of
print
it.
spot color. This is
Absolutely.
DTF. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
So, Meryl, Make a Tea Online,
Yeah.
Coral Springs, Florida. You're a one-stop shop. If you don't do it yourself, you've got those print partners
Exactly.
to help. What other advice could you give somebody out there who's looking to get into the industry or start or move their shop? I mean, it wasn't easy to select a space and move.
No,
it's
it was
not
not.
fun.
No,
I
no.
contemplate it all the time. But yeah, what would be your big piece of advice to those out there?
There's a lot of advice. I would definitely say go to trade shows, do your homework, talk to somebody else who's in the business. Try to find out what space you want to be in. Start at one space. Wherever you start, you're going to move on to different things anyway. So, like for example, when we bought our cutter, our vinyl cutter, I thought I was going to be doing rhinestones. I didn't know. I had no idea I was not going to be doing rhinestones. I did it once, and then we started cutting vinyl lettering. Like wherever you start in printing, right now in the industry, there's a lot of change. So it used to be like you think like things don't change a lot, but there's a lot of change going on. So right now in the industry, wherever you start, chances are you're not going to be in that same spot in 5 years. You're going to do something else even with the equipment you have. Don't buy equipment right away. Get screen print transfers. Outsource your stuff. That's what advice I would give. Make sure you understand graphic design for your product, and find customers that will be able to understand what you can give them. So getting the customer, having the business is one thing, getting the customer is a whole nother thing. But get the customer that's going to understand what you're supplying them. Because if they want you to print boxes for them and you have no idea how to print boxes, then you're going to lose that customer. So let the customer know, this is what I can do. I can do T-shirts, I can do printing, I can do business cards, I can do postcards, I can do letterheads, I can do signage. And then to move on, slowly learn all of the different things that you can supply your customer with.
Yeah, outsource until you can justify bringing it in-house.
Right.
A building, equipment, that's not what really makes a business. What makes a business is the clientele.
The clientele,
You know,
right.
if somebody was ever going to approach you and want to buy it, yeah, you have used equipment, that's an asset. Maybe you own a building, that's an asset. But what they really want is the client list.
Right.
And I completely agree with you when you say, when you're getting started, focus on sales, building a client list, and then outsource until you justify bringing something in-house.
Right, and learn about what you're selling. That's
Okay.
really, really important.
Check out Spill the Tea.
Check out Spill the Tea. Check out
That's a
Apparel
great place to learn.
Masterminds. Call people. Go to trade shows. One thing, like I know that is like amazing that you guys are here to see our shop, because we've gone to trade shows together, but actually having you in my home, it's a big difference. Now you see where I am. Now I got to go to your place and see your place.
Yeah.
And I'd love to go to the DecoNetwork offices. I have no idea. Probably like a lot of computers there, and people sitting on computers doing computer stuff, doing all the software stuff. Having a strategic partner like DecoNetwork has really, really helped me make my business look more professional. I get paid on time because we send out those invoices. The customer gets it. It's not in production until they make a payment. Big game changer in business. You got to collect money so you can stay in business, and that is a big game changer. So you don't have those customers that have not paid for 30 days, 60 days, a year, and then you go back and you look like, they didn't get their stuff. So having DecoNetwork as part of Make a Tea Online, actually DecoNetwork, wouldn't have Make a Tea Online if it wasn't for DecoNetwork.
You would definitely need an online platform if you're going to make a tea online.
Right, and all of our affiliate stores. And being able to offer affiliate stores to people who allow us the privilege of printing for them, for their missions, for their brands, for their nonprofits, for their artwork, their teams.
A lot of shops, anybody can put ink or thread onto a shirt. It's everything else that goes into it,
right.
Including being able to send them that professional quote, let them have a profile, let them have their own store, and so forth.
Right.
Well, thank you so much, Meryl, for having us today.
You're welcome.
And for everybody who wants to check out Meryl's website, Make a Tea Online.
Make a Tea Online.
All right. Thanks, Meryl.
Thanks, Zach.
So if somebody wanted, a machine, what's the lead time to get it?
Right now it's about a week.
About a week.
Yeah, so the moment that they're committed and going ahead and commit to a machine, within a week, it's in their doorstep.
This looks like a big sales staff. I love the open floor concept.
Yeah.
I see a lot of teamwork in here.
Yeah, even part of the design is like, we didn't want a cubicles. We want the open concept, make sure everybody's collaborative.
I see a fleet of equipment.
Yep,
Is
yep.
this kind of one of the last stages? Is it kind of start from here?
It's one of the last stages, and this is going to be our last stage where the machine is going to be in preparation. So it heads into our prep room, and in our prep room is where we test out all the machines. We have retention tests. We have everything kind of ready to go.
Hey guys, we're here in Miami, Florida at Ricoma's headquarters.
Yes, welcome in. We appreciate you guys.
Kevin, I mean, you just gave us a tour. Now we get to put it on film.
Yeah.
I mean, real impressive, guys.
Yeah.
Ricoma is one of those companies in our industry that's growing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in building one of three.
Yep.
And it's not just, oh, look, it's just one level.
No.
We're talking 3, 4, 5 levels.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's real interesting. We tour a lot of shops.
Yep.
Real excited to show everyone, you know, what a corporate headquarters looks like for a leader in the industry when it comes to manufacturing equipment. One thing I find really interesting about Ricoma, guys, is they're one of the very few, if not the only, who does embroidery and printing equipment.
Good.
I mean, I don't know of really anybody else. So if you're looking for that one-stop shop for equipment and, you know, that support, Ricoma is definitely a company you want to check out. So, Kevin, let's go check out the facility.
Let's go.
All right, Kevin, we're in the showroom.
Exciting. So we got our 4 heads, we got our 2 heads. Some machines are actually missing in action. As you know, we have our Deco Summit, so a lot of the machines are in production and running during our Deco Summit event. So we're excited to have that there. So in our showroom is kind of really for our local community. People are looking into our machines, see how they run, how productive they are, and really how kind of quiet they are too.
They definitely are quiet compared to a lot of embroidery machines.
Yeah.
So we have embroidery in here.
Yep.
DTG.
Yep. DTF, that's kind of missing right now, and our white toner over there as well, So we have a little bit mix of everything and mixed media. We also have an area where people can kind of test them out, feel them differently with each different media space, and kind of press them on too.
And embroidery, you know, you guys are doing the single, the 2, the 4, the 6, the 8, the 10, the 12.
Yeah.
You're doing chenille, you're doing oversized.
Yeah.
So, you know.
A little bit of everything for everybody. That's kind of the cool thing. So if you're into the chenille, very little companies even offer chenille. It's such a niche market, but we also have that. We have sequences. We also have the single heads for people that's either starting or adding into their existing businesses.
So,
Yep, so 2 heads, 4 heads, exactly like you said,
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, and again, also heat presses, vinyl cutters. I mean,
everything, So heat presses, vinyl cutters, our sonic jet for pre-treatment for DTGs, cups, mugs to do sublimation for white toner.
Essentially, every type of apparel printing equipment other than screen printing.
Exactly,
That and kind of sublimation a little bit, but I don't like to think of, I think cut and sew and so forth. So, again, really cool, that one-stop shop, and embroidery's been the bread and butter for decades, right?
Yeah, our really kind of slogan is that we want our customers to not be a one-trick pony, and we kind of go through that same testament. We don't only want to sell one product, and we only don't want to be invested in one type of industry. And so in the custom apparel, you got your printings, your embroideries, and different types of medias. So we also fall true that we don't want our customers to be a one-trick pony, and that's what we also have to offer them as well.
I mean, everywhere I see in the building Ricoma logo, I see Think Beyond. And I mean, it's exactly what you just said there. You know, think beyond, and I'll use it in this case, think beyond embroidery, think beyond printing.
I love
think
that.
of that one-stop shop that everybody wants to become. And it is easier when you're using that same type of equipment. And also, you know, you guys are innovators too. I mean, the nice big touchscreen panels. I love the Wi-Fi connectivity. So you're remotely being able to send the artwork to the machine without having to plug in the USB. Little things like that.
Oh, 100%. And it's so user-friendly, too. I think that's part of the beauty of it. A lot of people are intimidated with entering a new business or adding to their businesses. So having little small creature comforts are go beyond the way.
And I see you over there. You've got a Richardson 112/6 panel.
Ready.
You can do that, guys. You can do any type of hat.
The most challenging, and people love that. So we have that ready to go at any moment.
Really cool. Let's go check out the rest of the facility.
Let's go.
All right, Kevin, where are we at? I mean, looks like a big sales staff. I love the open floor concept. I see a lot of teamwork in here.
Yeah, our bullpen, really. So it's divided into 2 different teams, our really account executives and our account coordinators. Account coordinators bring a lot of value for our existing customers. It's a whole department ready for success and ready to have our customers really succeed with our products. Learn how to use them, coordinate them with the training department, coordinate them with the service department, coordinate them with the shipping department. So kind of liaisons between all departments being the one point contact. A lot of issues is that you don't know who to call or what happens if this happens. So you got a point of contact and really a reference here in Ricoma with our account executive team.
And you have over 100 staff at Ricoma. I mean, very impressive. Again, I talk with a lot of, industry people, and not everybody's growing.
Yeah.
Ricoma here, though, it looks like it's one big team. Everybody's on the same page.
Yep.
And there's a little bit of competition in the room too.
Of
And
course,
that little stuff.
Yep.
We were outside and was like, that's a nice Corvette. And it's like, I bet that's the owner's. And you're like, no, that's the guy who's hustling.
Exactly.
That's what it really is. It
Yeah.
comes down to, hey, you go the extra mile, you make those extra sales.
Exactly.
And everybody wins. The customer wins. Ricoma wins.
So part of this is like, bare minimum, you have a machinery. The least we expect our customers to be committed to it, right? Commit to the machine, commit to the business, commit to your customers, commit to your community, and commit to your success. And so that's why we have all those resources.
Well, it's kind of funny because we were setting up at the Deco Summit, and I was talking to a Sanmar rep. And, we're part of the Shirt Lab community. And it's everything that goes beyond what the business does. So if you're a printing or embroidery shop, putting thread or ink on a shirt is actually the last thing you're really doing.
Exactly.
It's everything outside of it. So, I'm a big Sanmar fan. Why? Because Sanmar drop ships a product just like everybody else. But if I make a mistake or they make a mistake, there's just not even any question. We're taking care of. So with the Ricoma,
there's ownership,
hey, a lot of people make equipment, but what happens after you sell them the equipment? Is the support there? Are you going to be able to talk to a technician easily? So
and with that, like the success is that we are so committed to people's success. We even show businesses how to set up their EIN, how to set up their LLC, how to be successful in marketing and advertising. And you'll see even in our Deco Summit some classes how to do Photoshop. What other kind of company not only gives them the product but gives them the resources to kind of be successful.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, we're in a promo product industry. Every door I see the Ricoma logo, every mat Ricoma. So I just love that you're practicing what we preach, and that is, hey, let's brand as much as possible. So really cool sales staff area, and again, we're going to look at later on a third building, and I think these guys are spoiled in here now. You're building a building,
a gym,
the
right?
Gym, pickleball courts, all that. So. Again, it goes beyond, hey, if you want your sales staff and really the whole team to succeed, they have to feel like they're a part of the team and they look forward to work. And again, it goes beyond just answering the phone or doing things.
It goes beyond of like, do I trust a product enough, right, to even sell it? And I think a lot of our employees really and our customers know the product, understand the product, and committed to the product.
It's actually, all you got to do is go room over there and learn about it. If a customer has a question, hey, I'm looking for this type of equipment. Now they really know firsthand, this is what I would go with in this situation.
Exactly.
All right, Kevin, we got a lot more to see.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin, second floor.
Yep, exciting stuff. So here you can kind of pan out and you'll see the whole team kind of in production, doing responsibilities, making sure that our customers are successful, and really kind of walking through. You see everybody always on the phone, making sure that everybody's responsive.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if I was the leader here, I would just kind of smile and overlook and look at that team. And
exactly.
And again, it's that teamwork atmosphere that I really feel, and just laying it out nicely, not putting everybody in a little box.
Cube. Exactly. That's even part of the design is we didn't want cubicles. We want the open concept. Make sure everybody's collaborative.
Yep. So down here, again, primarily sales, right?
Yep. Exactly. Yeah.
Sales.
Marketing team up here.
Yep. And they're over at the Deco Summit, guys. So we're here for the Deco Summit.
Yep.
While we're walking, Kevin, tell us a little bit about the summit.
Yeah, exactly. So for Deco Summit is a 3-day seminar where people are going to be learning different products, different industry knowledge, different kind of.
Hey, I'm presenting, guys. So learn from me.
Exactly. Yeah.
But is it the second or the third year?
It is actually our 5th year.
5th year.
First and second was a very small. Maybe we shout out to those 20 people that showed up to our first and second year. That's when we first opened up even this building in about 2019, and we had a very small community at that time, and those are our local communities. But now as our 5th year, we kind of getting through the what was our trial and error period, and now it's pretty exciting to see not just seminars, not just educational, but really networking for people to kind of learn.
Yeah, it's a 3-day, I like how you call it a summit. It's not a trade show, but there's a lot of education, a lot to learn.
Yep.
Bring your team. So Over here's marketing.
Yep.
What exactly are we doing
This is
over here?
going to be more of like our media team, making sure, like prepping for videos, our YouTube videos. So this is where the kind of trial and error, our digitizing, our files, our really what's the idea for that video. We have 3 different channels. So Ricoma TV, which is going to be our main channel, Ricoma Crafts, which is going to be sector for the crafting space, and then Ricoma Print, which is going to be for our DTGs, CTFs, and our white toners. So from here, this is where they're going to start really more sectoring for Ricoma Crafts the department.
And hey, YouTube channel definitely gets a lot of views. You guys make a lot of content.
Yep.
So this is where you're still kind of doing it?
Yeah, and I think something we talked about off the video was all these machines are usually normally running, and you can kind of see how impressive it is if we're on the phones, having the machines kind of running all the time. It's so quiet that we can run a whole production without even noticing.
Wow. And what do we have over here with this?
Yeah, so this is going to be our service team, and here's where we're going to have the 7 days a week support. So Monday through Sunday, available 12 hours really a day. So during operation hours and after hours.
Wow. And again, it helps to have the equipment that they're trying to help somebody learn or fix. You've got it right behind them, and they can simulate it, make a video right there doing it at the same time.
And the good thing is, because they can do video calls, I think you can kind of pan out to the video people. While they're doing video calls, if they figure out that there's a part needed, go downstairs and we ship it out next day.
Wow. Again, it's all vertical, really.
Yeah,
with you
exactly.
guys.
Yeah.
And then this last area over here, what exactly is that?
Our training department, really getting everybody ready to make sure that they're ready to use the machines and be successful with our product. So our training department is going to go show them how to use it, how to operate it, and really the tricks and trade of the industry. So you're going to have, this is really the only section where it's cubicles, but this is where it's going to be the machinery actually in action. So you have machines here ready to go. You see like the little platform for their iPads and their video ready to kind of do live streams.
Very cool. Because again, before somebody buys the equipment, you're sending them videos, trying to educate them. They receive the equipment. Now you're doing live demos and running through it with them to teach them.
Exactly.
Well, really cool. Well, Kevin, let's go check out the warehouse.
Yeah, let's go.
Because that's another very impressive operation. I mean, everything is essentially here in Miami or in California.
Yep, exactly. So we're excited. Let's go.
Let's go. Bye, Colin. All right, Kevin, we're in a big warehouse and we're really in phase 1 of the warehouse. It just keeps going.
Exactly. So you're going to see right all behind us, machines kind of ready to go, ready to ship, and also some that are ready to be prepared for really quality control. So we're going to head to the prep room. We're going to see machines in action, ready to have it in the hands of people.
So everything's shipped here to Miami.
Yep, correct.
It's already been essentially assembled, but then you guys are going to uncrate it, do some testing.
Yeah, we have our own kind of quality control, making sure we could be in transit, things can move, things can hit, things can kind of be calibrated, so we make sure everything is ready to go for people's hands. So we kind of test it about a week or so in prep, making sure that it's ready to go for people.
So if somebody wanted, a machine, what's the lead time to get it?
Right now it's about a week.
About a week.
Yeah. So the moment that they're committed and going ahead and commit to a machine, within a week, it's in their doorstep.
Okay. So I'm seeing all types of things. I'm seeing heat presses, final cutters, single heads, multi-heads.
Yeah. So you're going to see all machines and all different type of inventory ready to go, even down to Madeira threads, stabilizers, accessories, and really machines ready to be unpacked, like you mentioned, and to be into our prep room.
I mean, there's a lot of equipment being stored in here.
Yep.
And then this room, again, we're kind of going into building 2 of 3.
Yeah, so here's our separation of the second building. So this was really demolished because it's 2 different buildings. We had a warehouse issue, getting all this inventory ready in one place. So this became our second building. And this is also where we in-house all of our repairs, maybe some machineries that we're testing out, some training materials. So from here in this side, we're going to see a bunch of other machines ready to go in the prep room.
Now, do you see many customers start with the machine and then they realize, whoa, I'm growing too fast. I need
Yeah.
a bigger machine.
course.
What's that transition like?
Yeah, so actually about 35 to 40% of people get into a secondary machinery, whether that's a replacement or a add-on to their business. And so we have great trade-in programs where people can kind of upgrade their machinery to a bigger machine. Let's say they want a 4-head now because their production is high and they only have a single head. We can upgrade that, but we actually more encourage keeping that single head to make sure that you can do those small one-off runs and then add on to their business.
Redundancy is also never a bad
It really is now, yeah. That's true.
decision. So,
Yeah.
wow, I mean, I see a fleet of equipment.
Yep,
Is
yep.
this kind of one of the last stages? Does it kind of
It
start
is.
from
no,
here?
it's one of the last stages, and this is going to be our last stage where the machine is going to be in preparation. So it heads into our prep room, and in our prep room is where we test out all the machines. We have retention tests. We have everything kind of ready to go. We can kind of see even just some files already finished in production and going to the crate, ready to go.
Wow. And again, all of those quality control checks,
Yeah.
so that when the customer gets it, we're good to go.
Yep.
And then again, it starts the training process
Correct.
from there, before and after.
Yep, and the training is unlimited too. So we've had some people even schedule training 3 years later, no problem. Maybe we have some businesses that are in the operational side, getting new operators, and they can train their staff, and we can train their staff continuously. So training is always in continuously.
24/7 tech support.
Yeah, 7 days a week, so lifetime tech support. So
For
close
12,
to 20,
12.
yeah, close to 24, but 12
7
hours.
days. That's
Yeah.
it's more important than the 7 days.
Yeah. So 12 hours out of the day, I mean, it's half the day really of support and training, and really for people's any questions or their success there. So they call in. We're available 7 days a week. Yeah.
Well, Kevin, we're in building 2 of 3.
Yep.
I know it's not built yet. It's in the middle.
Yeah.
Let's go check it out.
Let's check it out.
All right, Kevin, building 3.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, good problem to have. You're outgrowing
Yeah.
building 1,
Yeah.
building 2,
Yeah.
building 3, 5 stores.
Yep,
I
yep.
mean, like, this is crazy.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting. I mean, we're going to have our own cover spacing here in the Miami Heat, very much needed. We're going to have our own gyms, in-house facility for our executives. Every single floor is going to have its own kitchen, restrooms and stuff. So we're really, really excited. Kind of ETA, we're looking around like the fourth quarter, but it's really exciting to see kind of the growth and what we've been kind of able to do.
Yeah, there's been some big disruptions with COVID and DTF, and some companies are not exactly thriving. They're struggling a little bit if they didn't adapt as quick to the market.
Yep.
Ricoma's on their 3rd building, 5 stories.
What?
Give us a peace of mind as a customer to know, hey, they're
Yeah.
growing and thriving.
Well, I think that's the part of stability with custom apparel. As long as people are wearing clothes, we're in the business.
Yeah.
Right? And so as long as you're able to supply that, we're able to do that. And so that's the peace of mind for a lot of people that's either growing their business or even entering this type of space. As long as people are able to have uniforms, their work clothes, even their work organizations, their churches, their sports organizations, everything always needs some branding. And that's what we're kind of playing.
Yeah, but again, not every company in this industry is thriving as much. It's really exciting, again, if you're a customer, give you a lot of peace of mind that, hey, Ricoma's doing a lot of things right because they're growing.
Yeah, exactly.
And that means good things for everybody.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think that gives security for people, knowing not only that where there's growth, but there's also stability with our company.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin, building 1, building 2, future building 3.
Yes.
I mean, real exciting stuff.
Exciting.
It's a very fun atmosphere here at Ricoma.
Yep.
Again, very much so feel like a team. Everybody's on the same page.
Yep.
Very vertical with everything that's going on. Real exciting. Highly recommend, our viewers check out Ricoma's line of equipment. Where can they learn more about Ricoma?
Yeah, so they can go into Ricoma.com or call us in at 305-418-4421 and ask to speak to any representative. We're glad to help and answer any questions.
Very cool, guys. Well, again, thank you so much, Kevin. Check out Ricoma.com, guys.
Take care.
Hey guys, we're out here in Las Vegas, Nevada to visit Total Promotion Company with the one and only Brandon Mills, who's going to talk to us about DTF, UV DTF, engraving, embroidery, pretty much everything but screen printing. Let's go check out the shop. Hey Brandon.
How's it going, Zach?
Good.
Good to see you, brother.
Total Promotion Company.
Yes, sir.
What do we do here?
We do all sorts of physical branding.
You
apparel,
promote companies?
promotional products, apparel, merchandise for all sorts of different kinds of businesses, bands, nonprofits, churches, teams, everything.
All right, let's go check it out.
Yeah, awesome. Come on.
Brandon, we're not in your typical shop location,
Yeah.
but there's no typical shop location. Most of us start in a basement, a garage.
Sure.
And we often move into an industrial space. You're on a strip. It has a lot of pros and cons to it.
Yeah, for us, we feel there's a whole lot more pros than there are cons. Obviously, initially we had some issues with the build out. For instance, we don't have a roll-up door. We had to remove this window, remove a wall, put in double doors in order to bring equipment in. And anytime we want to bring more equipment in or move equipment out, we've got to pay a window guy to remove this window, which is kind of a pain in the butt. However, we are perfectly located. We're central to Vegas, and I feel like the presentation of the shop is much nicer than what we had prior, which was, an industrial area, with in a warehouse space that was next to chop shops and all sorts of different kind of, types of businesses such as that. So we feel like the professionalism part of it is elevated because of our location and the shop that we're in.
And you get a lot of walk-in customers, pickups. I mean, I know you do a lot of DTF.
Yeah.
See over there where you have the pickup spot.
Sure.
You have other shops just come in like, hey, I'm ready to grab my transfers, and then they're on their way.
That's one of the advantages, especially to being centrally located, is we serve a large population here in Vegas. We also serve regionally and nationally, and internationally, actually. But our core business is going to be local Las Vegas area.
And how big is the space?
We're in a 2,500 square foot.
Okay.
So when we moved from our last location, it was about the same size, but we feel that we have much more usable space here. The way that the layout is and what we've been able to do with it.
And I mean, that's a fun UPS drop-off right there.
It's constantly
A little different again when you're in a shop like.
Sure.
Again, it's still a shop.
Yeah.
But having that foot traffic, we've been in again a lot of these different facilities, and I've seen all of a sudden just people walking in. Hey, my kid's on the basketball team, and hey, I'm the parent who's doing the fundraising. Can you do it for me?
Where we're located, it's usually if people are coming here, they're coming here for us, just because we're kind of tucked back in this little strip area, and it's not directly in a highly trafficked area, but that's fine actually, because a lot of foot traffic, that can disrupt business a lot of times as well.
When you're primarily B2B.
Sure. We're B2B, and then also our wholesale side has really taken off because we do a lot of printing for other shops, screen print shops that are looking to purchase direct-to-film transfers.
Do you consider yourself a contract DTF printer when you're selling those transfers? And would you put yourself in that world?
I'd like to call it more wholesale.
Okay, I love that you said that because, in my opinion, we have retail, which is
Right.
everybody's not special. If
Sure.
you're not special, you're paying retail.
Sure.
Then you have your wholesale, and then you have your contract.
Yes.
I'm not big into the contract just because it's just. I mean, you've got to do a lot of impressions and you have
Right.
much lower margins.
And-
I've seen a lot of shops do it really well. I like to live in the wholesale range.
And
with
when
retail.
when I hear contract, I feel like there's a written agreement for a certain amount of time at a certain price, and we don't have that. If you want to come buy prints from us, at wholesale, first of all, if you want to have that wholesale, you have to have a certain volume. You have to be able to, show that you're going to be able to order from us on a regular basis. We also have our retail side, which I recently bought VegasDTF.com. And just launched that site last week. Actually,
That's a fun domain name.
Yeah.
You're going to get some interesting traffic, bud.
Yeah, that's great. And that's a fun acronym to play with. With what we're doing here. So I've got. I don't have it with me.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, bud.
Yeah, that's right.
But okay, so I see a lot of things here.
Yeah.
You don't do them all in-house, though, right?
No. We have a lot of trusted vendors. We've got local vendors that we use, for rush jobs, and then depending on what the customer's needs are and how soon their deadline is, we've got regional distributors as well that we use. So like if we're going to be getting a giant step and repeat banner, we don't print that here. But we have several vendors in our book that we go to constantly. We're familiar with their quality, their turnaround time is great, and the pricing for us is great as well. And we're able to give the customer a fantastic product at a great price, and still have enough margin left over for us to be able to continue to do business.
Your customer doesn't care that you do it or not.
No, they
care
just
that
want a
it's
good
quality.
product. Exactly.
And promo. Outsource
Yeah.
all that as well?
Oh yeah. Well, there's some promo stuff we'll do in house. We've got the UV DTF printer.
Yeah, and that's starting to lower that barrier of entry when it comes to those lower runs. And
Right. So you had different MOQs for different types of products, but now we're able to lower that and do much lower quantities for people that are looking to get something smaller. They're wanting to get samples. We can use UV DTF or laser for their smaller runs, and then if they're wanting to get something bulk, those are going to be the best option for them. The price per unit is going to be a lot lower if they're ordering thousands than if they were ordering 10.
Yeah.
So it's and at that point we're not going to produce 10,000 promo products in house here. We're gonna order from the people that specialize in that particular product.
So would you call this your showroom essentially?
Yeah, it's in a way, it's just kind of our little display booth. Whenever I go to an event or something, we'll tear it down and take it with us and put it up. I've got a tent. We've got a couple tents that we keep in the back that we can take to different events as well. We've got some things coming up next
Let's talk
month.
about events, because we just started doing more and more at our company, and I see it as killing two birds with one stone.
Sure.
We can make some money at the event. Really, what my goal is, can we break even at the event
Right.
and get our name out there? Because
Yeah.
all it takes is a couple of those leads, and it was totally worth doing it.
We tried our hand at doing the live printing, bringing presses and stuff, and it's such a pain in the butt. We don't really enjoy doing that, but we fulfill for a lot of people that do that, and that's fine. They can do it. We'll focus on
When
what
you're
we're
in your
doing.
20s, hey,
Yeah,
I'll toss the
yeah.
press in the back of the car. And
Right,
go over there.
and we'll still do it on a case by case basis. If it's for something, if it's for a cause that we align ourselves with, and usually it's to help that organization. We do a lot of stuff with nonprofits. I'm heavy into the veteran space as a military veteran myself, so I do a lot of things in that niche. And it's great to be able to give back to the community that has helped us so much as well.
Awesome. Well, let's go check out your toys.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Let's go.
Brandon, everyone's kind of favorite room in the shop now.
Yeah,
DTF room.
yeah,
I mean, this is where, the classic screen printer, someone like, well, all the art's gone. There's still a lot of art going in this room. It's just a different type. And I know
Right.
you guys have gone a lot farther than the average shop to get your quality of print to the highest level.
sure.
So, first thing I see, you're using primarily Copaflex ink, which, in other words, means what?
It's the artisan DuPont inks. It's just rebranded. They put their label on it, which is fine. But it is, in my opinion, the best inks on the market. Coming from one of the one of the companies that has stood the test of time when it comes to making ink.
DuPont is the oldest chemical manufacturer in the country. I mean, and it's an American-made ink.
Yes.
I mean, the cost of DTF between the ink, the powder, the film, all of those keep going down.
Right.
But when you start comparing it to DTG and others, it's
Sure.
like, this is cheap. I would rather spend top dollar for the best consumables so that you get the best possible product, because all the time people ask, what machine would you buy? What would you do this? And it's like,
Right.
stop.
It doesn't
First,
matter the machine.
the consumables, and then also the color profiling and whatnot. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen really good equipment be sold by 2 different distributors
Right.
and get totally different quality of prints. It's like, man, if I was the equipment manufacturer, I'd get these parties on the same page. But it's not always that easy, because how you dial in a printer in Vegas is different than how I would dial it
Yeah.
in Ohio. And it's mind-blowing. Why would a digital printer have different configuration for 2 different
And
parts
then
of the
how
country?
you dial in one printer versus how you dial in another printer. We got 2 here, and they're both very
Yeah.
different.
Well, I've heard you could have the same printer in the same room,
Yes.
and they could have different configurations.
I mean, the variables that go into these, and having to control for those variables is the key. It being, first of all, the climate, we have to operate within a certain range, the humidity, temperature, and then we want to make sure that, the environment's clean, and that we're going to have, the best possible climate for the printer to print at the most optimum capacity.
I mean, it feels perfect in here, from a temperature, from a humidity,
Oh,
from
yeah.
a exhaust.
And Jose, 30-year screen printer, worked in lots of shops where he sweat his ass off, and he's living the dream right now. So,
And the only reason he's wearing the mask right now, which I think is a smart move, is when you drop powder in there.
yeah, so when he's dealing with the powders, so there's a lot of unknowns right now when it comes to the powders. There's been some rumors that it could, have some potential health hazards. It's not confirmed yet, but we like to err on the side of caution. How tragic would it be, if one of my people got, sick because of something that we're doing here?
From
All we're
printing
doing is
t-shirts.
all we're
Yeah.
doing is making shirts. It shouldn't be a life or death situation, in any capacity.
So I see some order sheets here.
Yes.
So what's the workflow? You bring in the order sheets.
Sure.
they get
Order
dropped
sheet
here?
comes in here. So the way we have several checks, because we want to make sure that we're not missing anything, nothing's falling through the cracks. When the orders come in, the sheets come in here. It gets checked off that it's been done, and then from here we take the roll and we take it into our other room where we separate based on which customer it's going to. Oh yeah, and so that sheet is going to follow the order sheet is going to follow that product all the way up to the front, and then there's going to be another sheet that the customer initials that they've picked it up and that everything's good. So we had problems initially. We had to figure out, all right, how are things getting missed? How are sheets going to the wrong customers? You got to fix that quick.
Yep.
when that's happening. So we have a 3-check system, and sometimes it saves our ass. It really does.
Well, I see Business Hub pulled up too.
Yeah.
So obviously you're using DecoNetwork. So
Yes.
right before you print the job, you come in here, you're using the worksheet to look up the job,
Right.
download the artwork, send it to one of the 2 printers. So we have a 4-head, we have a 2-head. So if you're selling transfers, you really want redundancy.
You got to have the consistency.
I mean, anything could happen to one of the printers one day. I mean, I'm in your shop right now, and you're playing with fire.
Right.
That's all
Thank
it
you.
takes is me to do something I shouldn't.
Yeah.
But it's very important. But when you have 2 different printers, you really want those colors to
Yeah.
match identically, and that's a challenge.
It's a huge challenge, and the colors, especially in this industry, are such a key piece to our production, especially for the types of clients where color is so important. If Coca-Cola was to come in here and say, hey, we want, we need a certain amount of prints, but it's got to be Coca-Cola red. Well, we got to make sure that we're going to hit that color.
Yep.
some customers it's not as important, and that's fine. They're going to get the best color that comes across. Another thing too is all monitors are not calibrated the same.
They are.
And so
Yeah.
we've, with the color spectrophotometer that we have, we've calibrated every single monitor in our shop. So when we get something, we know that what we see on the screen is what we're going to see on there. So if customers, because they'll send us stuff and they'll say, hey, your color's off. Like, no, it's probably your monitor.
Your monitor.
Yeah, come and see what you sent us. And then they understand. A big part of this business is educating the customer, because what they have in their mind and what comes out the other end, it can be two different things if they're not aware of what some of the variables are.
And yeah, look at it. We have CMYK. You have 4 colors, and you're trying to create every color under the sun.
This isn't a spot color process.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's a CMYK process. And I am seeing more and more printers. I mean, hey, the Printing United shows the next 3 days.
Yeah.
You're going to see several printers with more than CMYK inks. But if they don't dial in the color profile, that means nothing.
We had thought about doing the extended CMYK. Was it CMYK red?
I've seen red, green, blue, orange.
This printer is capable of that. However, we decided to stick with CMYK for speed. The need for anything outside of the CMYK color range is so rare that we didn't want to take up a print head, and then if you're not printing with those colors, you run the risk of those print heads becoming clogged. Because they've dried up in the print head itself. Because if they're not constantly having ink fired through it, like as you see, we got a wetting bar going down the side of the sheet here.
Yep.
That is so that, because it looks like right now all we're printing is yellow and white.
Yep.
But each time the print head goes past, it sprays just a little bit of color on each time to prevent that clogging from happening. And another thing too is to prevent from clogging, you have to introduce humidity into the atmosphere. And being in Vegas, it's a very dry climate. It's probably about 10% humidity right now. And it's, you've got to make sure that you can add that to the environment.
Absolutely. So this little tool here.
Yes.
This right here, what, about $3,500?
Yeah, so this is our spectrophotometer. It is the key to getting your colors right.
Because, everybody thinks, they just look at it and like, oh, that looks correct. Or maybe you're like me. I have a Pantone book because, Jose, you screen printed for decades. You had a Pantone book. The problem is...
We still have our Pantone book.
Yeah, but my eye is only so good. But here's the bigger problem I always had, too.
Don't drop it.
The color that is on the film and the color that gets transferred to the shirt could be totally different.
Yes.
So when you're dialing in a color, I don't care what it looks like on the film. That means nothing. What's it look like when it's pressed?
So that's when you're doing your color profiles, you want to set it up for the finished product. And there's some shops that'll do white and dark profiles because color going onto a dark shirt versus color going onto a light shirt. We found that there's such a minute difference that we just set up for dark.
You'd have to be asking your customer, what are you going on? And they may not be going all the prints in the same
And a
color.
lot of the stuff what we're doing too is the way we set it up in DecoNetwork is so that they can order online. They submit the production sheet ready to print, and it comes automatically into our production queue. So for us to be able to say, hey, this is going to go on a dark shirt, this is going to go on a light shirt, it works setting it up. We did our profiles on black shirts.
Yep.
And that's because we want to make sure that you have enough white behind to be able to have that opacity so that you have the most vibrant possible colors.
Yep. And you also have you're using all instant hot peel film, right?
Yes.
That's what the market, in my opinion, once
Right.
you hot peel, you're talking about twice as fast.
We had a client that wanted cold peel, and
You just tell them, hey, you can cold peel it.
yeah, well, it actually works better to hot peel it with this film.
With your film?
Whereas if you let it cool down, it wants to hang back onto the film, and so you're going to want to repress it.
Repress it, then you
Yeah.
can grab it.
So the best practice is to peel as soon as it comes off of the heat press.
So, you bought the business what year?
So December 2019 is when I acquired it.
Okay, so guys, first of all, Brandon got into this industry December 2019.
Yeah.
You know, 3 months later,
Lockdowns.
world went
Yeah.
crazy. When did you buy your first DTF machine?
It was 2 years ago. We got this one actually. And it took us a little while to get it set up. It was around Thanksgiving 2022 that we got our first positive nozzle check, and from there we discovered the pitfalls of dealing with a printer. I mean, if you've ever had an inkjet printer at home, one of those personal ones, and you just want to like take a baseball bat to it, I get it. This is bigger printers with bigger problems. The nice thing is though, everything can be fixed. Every single part on this printer can be replaced.
Okay, he says that, guys. How many print heads did you go through, and how much did a print head cost you?
So our first year, we went through 13 print heads.
13 heads, you can replace them, right?
And they're at $1,500 a piece. They've gone down in price a little bit. Now they're only $1,000 a piece.
Only.
Yeah, which is a significant difference. But it was in the trial and error and figuring out, what is the right combination of variables to make sure that these printers are going to last. Now we rarely go through a print head. It still happens, but before we were looking at print heads as a consumable.
And how long did it take you to dial in the color profile once you got the...
Once you have that, it takes a couple days because you're going to go in and make adjustments. And the thing that takes a little bit longer than it would for any other kind of printing shop that's doing CMYK wide format printing is we've got to go through the entire process of producing a shirt in order to do it.
Not just print on white media,
right.
yeah.
So and then we want to do both as well. So and then you check it, and then if it's not exact, you go back and you redo it, and you continue that process until you narrow it down into a
and over 1,200 colors. You essentially scanned and Pantone matched 1,200 colors. So when you're using our CMYK,
Right.
you're getting as humanly close as possible
Right.
to that PMS.
On our wholesale site, you can purchase this sheet, which is our Pantone CMYK color sheet, and you're going to want to press that to shirts. In fact, I don't know where they went. We've got a stack of shirts that have all the Pantones on them, and this helps us out a great deal as well because especially when people want to complain about colors, like, hey, your color's off, and you say, no, it's not.
What you've been getting has been off.
Right. Because we had to dial in both printers, and that took some time. But we feel that we have such a strong result now that we can print the same job on both printers at the same time. If we have a big order come through, and we're going to have the same result.
That's okay. That's some confidence. Something I've been meaning to do because I did know that you had that on there.
Yeah.
That's great if you're just pressing, but if you're printing and you want to compare your colors to Total Promotion Company, I've been meaning to have you print me one.
Sure.
Because I've printed my own.
Yeah.
Brandon sent me the file.
We'll print one for you before you go.
Yeah.
Before you leave.
And then you can do a side by side. Here's me printing that sheet on mine.
Yeah.
Here's Brandon printing it, and Brandon took the time to spend $3,500 on a machine, and then the time to scan 1,200 colors to get them accurate.
Right.
That's doing it. I mean, again, everybody's getting into DTF. How do you separate yourself?
Well, that's how you do it.
Color
It's-
accuracy.
yeah,
That's his competitive advantage.
having
You can do it better.
the best possible consumables, having very fast turnaround times,
Which
easy
is
ordering.
How long's turnaround?
People that ordered this morning will get it this afternoon.
Then you're
However,
pumping them.
yeah, it's not always the case. Especially if we have giant orders. I mean, we have a $3,000 order coming in that they're going to want tomorrow or the next day. And so, and that takes a little while to print, you know, especially when you consider that, you know, we're printing a little under a square foot a minute right now on one machine. So if you divide that between two, we're a little under 30 seconds per square foot.
4 head, 2 head. How many square feet roughly an hour?
It's going to be a 10 square foot sheet will take us about 8 minutes. Is that what you say, Jose? About 8 minutes.
8 minutes for the 6 feet.
I can't do that math. I just say I'm around 100 square feet an hour in a 4 head.
Right.
So again, I really like what you got going on. One, I'm a big fan of using the best possible consumables. I'm not ready to switch inks. I have no problem with my current ink, but I've had a lot of conversations with DuPont, and I know how old DuPont
Right.
is, and if I can buy American, I'm going to. But if you want to change that ink, realize you got to flush the printer. You've got a lot that goes into it. It's not an easy transition at all. You don't want to just start taking that and just start dumping it in there.
And you got to do your color profiles all over again.
Yeah.
It's anytime you make a change like that, you have to redo your color profiles. And for several reasons, is because not only is the color going to be off, but your cure time and the way and how much ink is being laid, and you're gonna, it's really gonna mess. In fact, we made a mistake jumping the gun on. We switched out our white before we switched out the rest, and we didn't update the color profile, and we had this big job, and we're like, okay, it's just white. Oops, excuse me. It's just white. It'll be fine. No, it was not, and we ruined how many shirts? Yeah, a couple hundred shirts, which was unfortunate.
Did you not see it after you pressed?
No, you didn't see until after it went through the wash.
Really?
Yes, and it had to do with the curing. It was because the amount of white that was laying down.
Cure.
Yep. So, but once we did the profiles, it was fine. It was fine, and we were back to having a great product again.
All right, last question for you. There's a lot of different types of RIP software. Sounds like you guys have played. I mean, you're one that just dives. You just can't plug and play. You've got to experiment. So in my shop, my printer came with Flexi.
Yeah.
Then I got CADLink. Played around with a little bit. I'm still primarily Flexi. I don't have a problem with CADLink. But you went past kind of those two. What are you on now?
We started with CADLink. That was what came with the printer that we got, and we really like CADLink actually. There's some advantages to CADLink that I feel some of the other softwares don't have. One is being the semi-transparent pixels and the variable white behind those, which it's not ideal. I mean, you always want to have no semi-transparent pixels, but I feel that not every customer has that, and some artwork that comes through, we have better results with CADLink. However, we have much better results with Neostampa. And part of that is because we've been able to do color profiles much better, and then we can match between the two printers. We have not been able to get CADLink to work on this particular printer. Flexi we played with for a little bit. I wasn't a fan of Flexi. Flexi's great for a wide format, RIP, if you're making signs. Not so much if you're doing CMYK plus white on a transfer.
So when it comes to these variables, you have the consumables. You then have the environment. If your humidity was lower or higher, you're going to get a different print.
Sure.
Also with the consumables, you still have film and powder. Those are going to throw. You have the color profile and the RIP software. So again, one of the misconceptions I think everybody made was, it's a digital process. The computer is going to do the bulk of the work, and it's just not that way.
Right.
There's just a variable on top of a variable, and it's like, very scientific is the way to look at it. You lose a little hair initially when you were doing it. I see you don't.
We banged our heads against the wall for a while. I mean, there was a lot of late nights of figuring it out, because especially when you have a job coming through and your printer's not working quite right, and you have to deliver for your client. You have to. You can't. They've ordered. They have an event coming up. They're relying on you to get this product. Well, here we are at 2-3 o'clock in the morning trying to figure out why is the printer banding? What's going on here? What can we do to fix this? And we've tried everything under the sun. And then it ends up being something stupid. You know,
But, you know, when you're doing it right, I hear 2 printers just continuously
Yeah.
printing money.
Yes.
Hey, that's what it seems like now, right now, right? So, hey, you got it dialed in. It's just not as easy as you may think, guys.
Right.
I went a little, I don't know if you did it all yourself. I hired an expert. I was like, I can't figure, I couldn't fix anything if my life depended on it.
No, we dive into it ourselves. We had to become our own techs. And the reason is because there's things that happen to these all the time.
They're going to happen. They're going to happen. I mean, it was the same thing with DTG for me. I had to work on my screen press this weekend.
I can't imagine if we flew in a tech every single time something went wrong.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have any money.
No. And last thing too, you have a fume extractor.
Yeah.
Highly suggest guys getting these. And we're talking about some potentially very dangerous exhaust and so forth. Smells perfect in here. I don't smell any fumes. You know, you have that peace of mind.
Right.
You aren't taking any risk. And hey, it could easily run you a couple grand, guys, worth every penny to know that you're safe.
It's an investment, and these things aren't cheap. But if you're going to do it, you don't want to half-ass it. You've got to jump in the deep end and go all the way. For us, it's worked out really well. It's completely transformed our business. And being the first commercial DTF printer in Nevada, that's not enough for us. We have to be the best, and we have to maintain that. We're also probably the most expensive in town, but people prefer to come to us because of the quality and the consistency.
Hey, I mean, you can compete with speed, price, quality, service.
Right.
Seems like the last thing that most of the best customers are worried about is the price.
And we're still half the price of of the bigger companies anyway. So I mean, we're giving a
you
better
just need a
product.
mascot that does this, and you
I know,
can charge
right?
3 times as much.
We are getting into the digital marketing side. You'll see that coming from us soon. It's something that I don't have a whole lot of knowledge in, but I'm learning, and we're going to be doing a whole lot more marketing. And you'll probably see a price increase after that because you got to be able to pay for those things.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Brandon, you guys do more DTF. Let's go check
Yeah.
out the rest of the shop.
yeah, let's do it.
So, Brandon, I don't want to call it the hodgepodge room, but you've got a couple
little
different
bit.
things. I mean, we've
little
got
bit.
UV DTF.
Yeah, and then I got the plotter over there too for vinyl.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
it is kind of
GS24.
Yep.
You've got the Fusion IQ, the most popular heat press, really, I think, in the world.
This is our overflow room for pressing, for when there's too many people pressing in that room. This is the overflow, so we can stick somebody in here if we're doing a lot of shirts. This gives them a whole table space, and we can continue, to pump out.
And I like what you got here because what I've seen more and more with screen print shops, they've stopped printing sleeves because they don't feel like tearing down the press, changing out the platens.
Yeah.
It's a hassle. I mean, there's so many screen print shops I talk to. Well, they're going to screen print the front if that's what it is.
Right.
We're going to DTF sleeve, and having a platen like this, I mean, I
Yeah.
get 2 sleeves on here at the same time, and pumping them out. Stalls obviously makes great equipment. Epilogue.
Yeah.
I mean, this is because you bought the business.
This is the only piece of equipment that is the holdover from the business that I bought almost 5 years ago. And we've upgraded everything since then. But the business that I bought had lots of really old
I
equipment.
mean, it's an American-made product. Epilogue, guys, is one of the leaders when it comes to engraving equipment. What do you primarily use the engraver for?
We do a few different things. We'll do awards. I made a pen template. I don't know if it's in there. We do name badges. There's a few things that we do. There's a few templates that I keep on the computer that we can just throw in there, change the information on it, knock it out. We try to steer away from doing a whole lot of custom stuff, just because it is an older laser engraver and it doesn't have those new fancy, laser guided areas to find out where your product's
camera
at.
and all
Yeah,
that.
we're probably going to upgrade our laser engraver at some point, but right now we're focusing on our digital print side, and then once we've got that, to where we want it.
Well, this is the newest toy, right? I mean, this is the newest. So, guys, we instead of your traditional heat DTF, we have UV DTF, which is, Brandon, practically a 3-dimensional sticker that
Yeah,
you've thrown stuff.
We've got some over here.
You've got it in everywhere but the room it's in, Brandon. You've branded everything, Total Promotion Company. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, there's no rollback here.
There is rollback.
There is rollback here.
Yeah, in
Sorry,
fact,
now,
there's two rolls. One is an uptake roll for the layer of film coming off of the tacky side, and then on the bottom there's the adhesive roll that is going to come through. And so, in fact, if you put your finger right here, don't put it up here though. But this since we're already past the print.
I told you. I mean, don't let me do this.
And then what happens is this is going to be the top layer that comes through. On the print head, you've got two UV lamps. There's UV that's curing the ink, and then we have a varnish that lays over the top of all of it, and then that cures with UV as well. And then this roll is heated to give that bind with the adhesive to the bottom of that UV print.
Okay. I didn't know this, and I've made like 3 or 4 videos on UV DTF. One, I should have known there were 2 rolls back there. Kind of, but
well, there's like 4 different. So you've got the uptake for the finished product. You've got the top layer. You've got the tacky layer, which also has its own layer and has to be removed, and that's an uptake on the back as well.
Well, and I didn't realize there were 2 curing points because you have to cure the CMYK white, and then once that's cured, then you drop the varnish on. Or no, opposite. It's varnish, then CMYK.
So it prints opposite of the DTF. So white is going to print first, and that's printing onto the tacky layer.
Okay, you're not mirroring it.
You're not mirroring it. It's going to print, direct as it's going to go on. And then when you remove with the top layer, it pulls off of the tacky layer, and the adhesive stays on the bottom of the print itself.
Had its own set of troubleshooting headaches,
like
right?
All of them, like all of them. Yeah. And in fact, I say there's a good 6 months of working out all the kinks out of any kind of big printer that you get, where you're going to have trouble, you're going to have problems with the product, and it's just part of the process. I'm on a few DTF forums. One on Facebook, and people are like, "Oh, what's the best printer?" And my response is always the one that you've worked all the kinks out of. That's going to be your best printer. Our very best printer is our first printer that we have. We've pretty much worked out all the kinks out of our second printer by this point. But then there's also variables that something new that you never even thought of.
Well, I mean, like it became fall in Ohio.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I have this static issue. It's like, what the heck happened? Like, how do we, and again, where you put a printer in the room, where it's located in there's just so many different, there's not just one turnkey. This is how this printer needs to work, no matter where it is. I
would never want to get into the printer supply business. I would because
of all the support.
Well, each customer is going to have different variables, and you have to help them through that. And my goodness, the headaches that you have with just your own printers, I couldn't imagine having to deal with everybody all across the country.
Well, I feel like when DTF was just starting, we had a lot more dealers, and it's kind of slimmed down a little bit.
Some of the bigger players are starting to enter the market, which is overall a good thing. There's a few problems with that, I feel. Is price is going to go up. The printers are slower. Consumables are a lot more. We thrive in the Generation 2 printers where you have bulk ink. We control the variables, so we don't need some of the other printers that have internal controls that'll help. If you're just getting into it, it's going to help you a lot. You don't have to go through some of the headaches that we've gone through. But because we control for those variables, we are able to have higher margins.
All right, Brandon. Well, you do more than digital printing, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I can hear the embroidery machine over there.
I know, yeah.
So, Barrett, right?
Yeah, so we purchased this Barrett a few years back.
So is this technically the print room? I mean, whenever
this is our finishing room.
Pressing.
Yeah, so like when we're pressing shirts.
Your UV DTF.
Yep.
So you didn't even have one in the room that you had it in. Do you name each piece of equipment?
No, that's a good idea.
No, I'm telling you, it'll. Remember in Forrest Gump, you can't have a boat without a name. It's bad
Right,
luck.
right.
Well, name your printer and see how many problems it gives you.
Yeah.
So-
This is Nubia. She's our embroider. Don't worry about it, Nubia. Just keep working.
Your classic Vegas gold.
Yeah, in fact, that's a product we're working on right now. I think it was starting to bunch in this corner, so we're doing a little bit different. And our attention to detail is huge.
Well, and then you mentioned something like that. It's often just communicating with the digitizer.
Yeah.
Hey, we did this. Can you make that slight adjustment?
Right.
And then get that better result.
And we're fairly happy with our digitizer. You know, it's not going to be perfect. It's always better if you have somebody in house. We do some digitizing in house, but when it comes to more complicated stuff, it makes a whole lot more sense to send it off, and then we can make adjustments from there.
So go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heads. How long have you had this piece of equipment?
Let's see. We've had this one. Let's see. When did we get it? We got it before we moved here, so it's probably been 3 years now, 3 or 4 years. We got it used. It's a 10-year-old piece of equipment, but Barrettons, other than some of the digital side of the newer stuff, they work. They
You
work
no
great.
hesitancy buying used.
No, and this thing works great. So.
Do you ever have it serviced?
Once in a while. There's one of the shops that we sell film to, actually, DTF film to. They've got some embroidery machines, and they've got a guy that works there, and he'll come over and help us if we have.
It's interesting how that's their industry, though.
Yeah.
You are supplying their. We're a community. We don't.
I call
look
them
at each other-
co-competitors.
Co-competitor.
Yeah.
Co-competitors. Okay.
Yeah. It is a really awesome industry where you can work with what would traditionally be your competitors, because everybody's doing things a little bit different. There's processes and products that they do that I don't do. There's things that we do that they don't do. There is some overlap, but there's so much business, and they're also serving different niche markets as well. So there's so much work to go around, and that we've never had an issue with that.
It does get frustrating when you're DTFing someone else's transferring. Like, I want that client.
It's funny because
Let's screw this order up so that we have a chance to get it.
it's funny because we'll see a customer, like a logo coming through our printer, coming from one client, which is a wholesale client, and then we know when that customer changed shops because now we're printing it for a different
shop.
Yeah, so we actually had that happen with one of our bigger clients who then came to us and like, hey, do you guys do DTF? And we're like, yes, we do. And funny enough,
We've been doing it.
yeah, and then we let the other shops that were doing it before, let them know that they came to us, because we don't want to steal anybody's clients. That's not what we're trying to do, and it just happens. Sometimes a client will bounce around, and it's just the way it is. They're shopping on a lot of different metrics, and we ended up with that client. And the other shops were like, "Yeah, go ahead, go ahead,
We
take
don't want them.
Yeah, so it worked out.
So, obviously, digital embroidery, pretty much a one-stop shop. Screen printing, do you just outsource that?
So
Or is the demand just not really there so much for screen printing as much for you?
no, we'll outsource screen printing if it makes sense. So if there's a large order coming through and it's a 1 or 2 color job, it makes a whole lot more sense to screen print it, and we can get a better product for our client at a better price screen printing in bulk than trying to do a 1 color job in bulk using DTF, which doesn't make sense. You can do it, but
What's that magic number for you? And again, obviously,
yeah.
so many colors are in the design. Let's say 1 color. At what point are you screen printing that versus?
We've done as low as 40. Typically around 100 is where we're going to be like, okay, does it make more sense to screen print? And that's only if it's going to be a few colors. The great thing is we have a large network of screen printers that we already fulfill for.
Yep.
And so we can call up any one of them, and they're more than happy to help us out. And they're thrilled because we help them out all the time. So I mean, we get jobs that we screen print, and it's a great working relationship. We used to screen print. We got rid of all our screen printing equipment. So we understand the industry. We understand what needs to be done. You know, we give them perfect art every time for screen printing, and they love it because you know that's not always the case when you're
a transparent PNG isn't a vector.
Yeah.
What do you mean? It has no background. It's a vector.
Yeah. It's a PNG that's been embedded into your .ai file.
Screenshot. Look, I quick traced it. It's an AI. No, and so that's the other problem with vector nowadays.
Yeah.
Anybody can go online and find a free vector trace tool.
You gotta.
Oh, here you go.
You need to follow Design Humor on Instagram. They're hilarious.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's
like
so
just
funny.
like.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny.
You know, I'm wondering. What I think we're going to see a lot at this trade show at Printing United, and just keep seeing our carousel heat presses.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
that's what's also changing the minimums and everything. But
Right.
do you have many customers approach you and like, I don't want DTF, and they're like, it has to be screen printing?
It's very rare. We do have a lot of customers thinking they know. They're like, hey, can you screen print this? And we're like, yeah, but it doesn't make sense to. And we're like, do you want to pay, you know, $100 for your shirt? Or do you want to pay, you know, $16 for your shirt? And they're like, oh, whoa.
I want 20
Yeah.
colors on 5 shirts. You aren't
Yeah.
going to screen print it?
Yeah. It was interesting when we first got our DTF printer and we started selling DTF. We had a particular customer that it was going to be perfect for because they had gradients in their design. And it was always a struggle. We'd screen print it in-house. And we're like, okay, this is when we made the word transfer a dirty word in the shop. And because
don't
people
say transfer.
people had a negative connotation with the word transfer, and that's because there were transfers that were really poor quality. You know, they come off after a couple washes. You know, and people are like, okay, I don't want to transfer. Well, they didn't understand that the improvements in technology have happened, and so they're automatically thinking that like, oh, I don't want that old stuff that you know I've done before. So we always call it a digital print. So we don't. Yeah.
Did you just call it digital print? You didn't come up with your own name for DTF?
Call it digital print.
Digital print.
Yeah, digital print. I thought about coming up with my own name, but it makes more sense because it is digital printing.
It's a digital print. I've never, you know, so many times when I help somebody get started with DecoNetwork, it's like, we don't want to call this DTF.
Yeah.
Some of your customers aren't going to, they're going to be scratching their head. I always said, call it full color printing or digital printing.
Right.
Because it's a big blanket. You can get away with a lot when you call it that, and that's what it is.
Yeah, and the quality is superb now. It's and people are blown away by it. I mean, we do DTF printing. It's single color actually because of the names. You know, like if you do it on
we saw it in
jerseys
there.
and things.
Yeah.
So it makes a whole lot more sense than because you don't want to make a screen for one shirt. But we do the police academies. We do a lot of fire departments. A lot of construction. We do construction vests. A lot of industries that are very rigorous on their apparel, and they just last. They last.
Oh, yeah. It feels when you're pressing, you're like, I'm kind of cheating, but you realize how tough it was to get that transfer to be at that point.
Oh, yeah, I mean the
was
trial and error to get to where we are now. I mean, it's very costly. But when you're the first, that's the way it is.
I'll be interested in 5 years because I do think customers are like starting to figure out they're not just they're telling me it doesn't matter how many colors, my price has changed. So I do think the market is starting to really grasp what we're doing.
I think 5 to 10 years from now, you're going to be able to buy a desktop version in Walmart. I don't think
I don't think 5 years. I think they're trying.
Yeah.
I mean, again, at the show, they keep getting smaller and smaller, and that was the way it was with screen printing. You could go to Joey and Fabric and get a screen press. Is it really a screen press?
Same way with Brother and sublimation. You know,
Cricut with the vinyl. Yeah. I mean,
so it will work its way into that market, but there's always going to be a need for that commercial option.
Well, you pull out your hair until you learn to outsource.
Yeah.
So, all right. Last part of the shop, right?
All right, sure, yeah.
All right, Brandon. Everywhere in the shop I see worksheets, and it looks like you guys are using highlighters. I don't know why we're not doing that. We're just like taking a line through things. You know, a highlighter would make a lot more sense. One thing I found interesting, water. So I'm on a well out in the middle of nowhere. I cannot use well water to throw humidity in the air. I
Sure.
mean, I just throw it. So
Oh,
you were
yeah.
on the city. Yeah. What do you got going on here?
We got city water. So
Even with the city water, you've got minerals and things.
this
You do
isn't
not-
pretty. This is my bathroom, but but we're running. This is our water source, and so we're running it through RO, and then we go through a deionizer, and it's in order to remove minerals, calcium specifically, because we were getting so much calcium buildup on every surface, calcium dust on everything, and if you get calcium dust on things, it's going to affect your print heads too. Oh my goodness! We had the
Check out the
encoder,
13.
the encoder strip. We were having issues with where the print head was placing, and it was all over the place. Ended up, we just had to wipe off that strip, and we were like, okay, we have a problem. We have to figure it out. My wife used to work at this marine habitat, and they had an environment that was built out for a sloth. And the guy that built out their climate control stuff helped me with ours. So we're using some aquarium technology, and yeah, it's worked out for us.
So kind of a storage area, you know.
Yeah, this isn't great. This isn't
the
pretty.
dead equipment.
It's
the
boxes,
experiments.
and then this is our pickup area. So we've got.
See, I see screen print there.
Yep. So and this made more sense because it was the quantities that were there, and then I did the half toning on this as well. I actually made this graphic in AI.
You're a Mid-Journey guy, aren't you?
No, I'm Mid-Journey, I'm Ideogram, I'm DALL-E, I've got a bunch of them.
But these are all other pickups like transfers.
Yeah,
You
so
have
people are coming to pick up their transfers. These are ones that are, people got to
sometimes it's a big roll, sometimes real small. Some of your shirts are one piece.
Yeah, so
sometimes
we're doing web store fulfillment. We ship out, but there's some people that are local that don't want to pay the shipping, and they're like, okay, you can come by and pick it up here. So it works out.
and then leads to a potential new client.
Yeah. We got boxes everywhere.
So B2B, B2C, print on demand. You'll take pretty much anybody's order.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
hey, if it's money, it's money.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously on the fulfillment side, our margins for one shirt on a shirt are going to be a whole lot higher than if we were to print 1,000 shirts. So and it makes it worth it for us, And people have to realize too when they're ordering a shirt, if they were to go down to Walmart and pick up a shirt, they're going to pay more, for something that they don't even want. They get their own personalized stuff on it, at a great price. And because it's coming from a shop such as mine, they think that, everything is going to be really low cost. Like, no, not if you're ordering one shirt. It's,
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't print one shirt at a time.
Right.
They printed thousands
Yeah.
probably and
Yep.
shipped them to a bunch of different stores. Well, Brandon, really cool shop.
Thank you.
Guys, check out transfers.total promotion company.
Yeah, so the wholesale site where you can order the prints, like if you're a screen print shop, or if you're trying to source direct to film prints, you can order it from transfers.totalpromotioncompany.com. And I'm going to assume that this type of video is going to go out to mostly shop owners, so that makes more sense. We have the retail side, which is vegasdtf.com. Prices are going to be higher. Same product. It's just for the retail side, because we have to educate and walk customers through how art works. We have to charge more. Whereas people that run shops, they understand how art works, and we give the parameters of what we need, and they give us a production ready file.
No back and forth.
Yeah, the back and forth is costly.
Yeah. All right, Brandon. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah.
Guys, transfers.totalpromotioncompany.com. Check out Brandon and
That's just for DTF. Just our regular is totalpromotioncompany.com, and you can see all of our stuff there. And then you're welcome to contact us anytime. We're happy to help. So.
Brandon tell you how it is too. Brandon's a fun guy. Once you meet ZZ Top one time, you never forget Brandon. Well, thank you so much, Brandon.
Appreciate it, Jack. Yeah.
And we'll catch you next time.
Right on, man.
What's up, guys? My name is Devin.
My name is Adrian.
And together, we're with Decor.
Hey guys, this is in a cool shop that we're in. I see a lot of autos, a lot of embroidery equipment, a lot of automation. How about we check out your shop and show everybody what they want to become?
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Hey guys, we're here in the reclaim area, everybody's favorite part of the screen printing process. Not. I mean, it's a dirty, messy process. It's slow until you automate it. And the more shops I tour, especially when I see multiple M&R autos, they're going to this automatic reclaim system. Can you tell us a little bit about how that's really helped grow the business and essentially taken the worst job out of the process and given it to a machine?
Yeah, depending on where you're at in your business, it's often the bottleneck. So for us, we were needing a lot of screens cleaned daily, and the problem was, that one, the reclamation department is everybody's least favorite, so we were getting a lot of employee turnover in this department. We weren't able to clean enough in any single day, and so by upgrading and automating this, we've been able to drastically increase the output of screens we can clean and prepare for the production department. But also our employees have gotten a lot happier in this department because it feels more of a craft of managing. More of a technician, managing the machine, keeping the machine clean, letting the machine do its thing. And so it's gone from this dirty, nasty job to this technician role. What would you say about that?
I mean, is there less mistakes and problems? Because, if you don't reclaim it properly, you're going to have pinholes and other issues. So, the human error, does it help with that?
Yeah, so it just keeps things consistent, easy. I like to say more on the fun side because you're button pressing, you're loading screens into the machine. It takes out the grunt work. So I say the machine is just it's more of now he's controlling a tool rather than using sweat and a ton of labor to do a process that has to be done day in and day out. The machine just makes everything a little bit more streamlined and more efficient as well.
It probably also, prevents you from having, if you hit the power washer too close to somewhere, you're going to break down that screen and you're going to, lose tension and so forth. So it probably also helps the screen last longer and you turn them over so quickly, you don't need to buy as many screens as if you're doing it manually. Does that all sound about right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So we can clean over 100 screens a day, so we don't need to have as many screens in stock, so that's definitely correct. How would you add to that?
I'd say, yeah, that's could be an advantage to having less screens. At our shop, we definitely need still a lot of screens, but it just enables you to just plow through the day and just knocking out the task of screen reclamation quickly, and that allows one operator to not only focus on screen reclamation, but he can then shift the resource to the next department, like mixing ink.
All right, guys, we reclaim the screen. We got to get it ready for, the job. Got to coat it, got to expose it. So dark room needs to be done in a light sensitive area. I like what you're doing here.
Yeah.
A little bit makeshift. And a lot of people think the dark room isn't as necessary anymore. And I don't necessarily agree. It all comes down to what type of emulsion you're doing and so forth. So yeah, how do you automate this space exactly?
Yeah, so how we laid out our production floor is we put the reclamation area in the back of our warehouse, and we thought by the time that they're done pressure washing the screen in this particular section, we figured that it would have to dry in this particular area. We envisioned that once it dried here, we would just walk it into the dark room. So this is going to be the dark room here, so we'll take a walk inside and show you what we have going on in here.
And being in Southern California, you can just dry your screens outside pretty much all year round, can't you?
All year round, for sure. And for us, this is the most important part of the process. So having a high-end dark room allows everything else to operate a lot more efficiently.
So what we have here, this is our dark room. This is where we coat screens using the Unicoat. This is a M&R piece of equipment that allows you to coat using this machine here. At the same time, we have the iMimage STE. This allows you to print screens and expose them at the same time. When building out the darkroom and having the automatic screen reclamation, our goal was just to invest into the best tools with the focus on keeping labor low, on the lower end, but enabling that labor to do a lot. So we said, if we can have an automatic screen reclamation, an automatic coating of the screens, an automatic printing of the screens, automatic exposure of the screens, and then back here we have the EcoTech, the Eco Rinse. One operator can control the entire darkroom. Back previously, before we had automated equipment, we used to have a lot of labor in this department. And by investing into the tools and focusing on the efficiency, we've been able to reduce the employee count in this darkroom, but also increase the output. And so this is kind of the general layout of our darkroom here.
You're eliminating a lot of human error. I mean, again, I just brought it up. You have a power washer, get too close, you're gonna, wash out the image incorrectly. So again, for those who don't know, computer to screen, you load the screen on here. It's then going to essentially print the positive directly onto the coated screen, and then it goes in, and back here is an exposure unit. And by the time it comes out, all you have to do is grab it, take it to the washout booth, and boom, you've created exactly what you need. I see in the room, all your screens are labeled as far as the mesh count. I also see some things on the wall like diazo, so maybe you're doing, is it all two-step emulsion, or does it depend on the mesh, or at this point, do you guys not even think about it and let the real guys do it correctly?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
We've taken a step back at managing the specifics, and we let our production team coordinate that. As far as the emulsion that we're currently using as of today, I can't say I'm entirely sure at this time. What about you, Dan?
I'm not entirely sure, but what we do lean on is like our suppliers. So we'll have our suppliers come here who make our emulsions, who make our inks, make the recommendations. We allow them to come to our shop and dial it in. And once they dial it in, we just make sure to note that, and we follow that procedure.
That's a great point he brings up. I mean, if you're buying a lot of consumables, they're going to come out and they're going to take care of you, make sure you're as efficient as possible. And they tour a lot of other shops, and they're willing to give you that tip. Hey, because again, over here I see a 230 rack and another 230 rack, but these are for half tones. They probably have some diazo mixed in them. They have a little bit more latitude as far as exposure. But automation, automation, automation. Takes out the human error, takes out all of the terrible work you don't want to have to do, and more efficient. And are you guys using, actually beautiful, right on the screen.
Let's show them.
Can I show you how
Yeah,
workflow?
you're probably using a production
Let
status
me see if we
here.
can get
the screen in.
So I'll kind of show you the workflow here
Yep.
within DecoNetwork. So basically all jobs start with the waiting steps. And so after our graphic designer separates the job, their role here is to change this production status to awaiting screens. So pretty much here being in the darkroom, awaiting screens, how the darkroom operator knows what screens to burn is simply by turning on this production status to awaiting screens. So at any given day, whether they come in the morning or they're leaving, whether they're leaving or coming back from lunch, they can just simply turn on this production status to say awaiting screens, which there's not that many for today. And so this job essentially needs the screens to be burned. After the screens are burned, we then change this production status to job ready. And so we'll show you simply how easy it is with this machine to burn a screen. So,
While keeping everybody on the same page where you're at, because you can be automated here, but if they don't know, hey, that the job's ready, or that it doesn't do much. So automation with equipment and software. And again, everybody loves M&R. I mean, never have heard a negative thing about M&R. Not saying that there isn't other good manufacturers, but they just make life easier, don't they?
totally. So basically what we would normally do in this situation is we would see that this job needs awaiting screens. So we have our order number here. We would come over to our Dropbox, and we would essentially type in the order number. So it'd be 107.
And not everybody knows this because
And
our work
we have
files
our
can't go to
SEPs,
Dropbox.
folder with the underscore SEPs. And this is basically where the darkroom operator will then grab the separations. load it into our RIP software. It's loaded in. We push this green button here, and that's essentially how we make our screens.
So that workflow also enables you to outsource your art department too. So just in case you can't have skilled labor to produce the sets in-house, that's a workflow that my brother just showed, to be able to utilize an outside art work department, and then the tool and how we do it to bring it in-house and just quickly press a button to hit go.
Yeah, and I do see quite a bit of those third-party outsourcers, and you actually set them up as an artwork manager. They can access everything, or in your case, you're using the Dropbox add-on.
We use the Dropbox
Yeah,
add-on,
for
for
$10 a month, for those who don't know, you can have all your production files go to Dropbox to actually be then processed. And it was
sure.
recently updated that you can, prevent it from going there until certain things happen, like it's been approved by the customer. You don't necessarily want to do that.
I didn't actually know
Yeah,
that.
so that's why software is always updating and so forth. And even with DTF, which you guys are doing here, you can really streamline that process, because now we can look up the decoration process name and so forth, and sort and filter. But
Do me a
look
favor,
at the
come
speed
check
of
this
this.
out. So this right here is printing.
Open this.
So that's printing directly onto the screen, avoiding the need for film transparency.
And not only that, when you're printing halftones and that other stuff, it's a lot harder to get that perfect film sometimes. I mean, it gets you a better print.
There'd
Absolutely.
be sometimes where the film transparency might get damaged. Maybe a screen rips on press. Someone might have lost that film transparency. It's like, what do I do? That's happened to us. So just having everything with clicks of a button keeps things repeatable, predictable, and
My favorite part, though, is just being able to use the production statuses, and by using the production statuses, everybody in an entire company is well aware of where the order is at within the production workflow. So our printers aren't going to go and grab the t-shirts for a job when the screens aren't ready. Or
And those who don't know, production statuses are customizable to your business, and you can break them down per production process.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with embroidery, but
sure.
you could create your own for embroidery.
for sure.
Yeah, we had definitely internal team conversation about setting our production statuses and determining what's best for our business.
Now, guys, remember, this is a computer to screen with an exposure unit. I don't see these very often. I see computer screens, but not only did this print it, it actually went back there and exposed it. This is now ready to be washed out.
Yep. And this is a jumbo screen right here. So how long did that take? 3 minutes to make a jumbo screen, print and expose. So Agent, do you want to show us the next step?
And these computer to screen equipment has come down in price over the past 10 years when it first came out.
So with this machine, we could put 2 to 3, up to 4 screens at one time. So go ahead.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the cycle, and what it's going to do is it's going to start the pressure wash. And what I like to say, the best thing about this machine is everyone says, oh my goodness, I can do my own pressure wash. But it's the fact that it's now doing its own thing, and I would be back exposing my next screen. I could be coating my next screen. I don't have to physically stay here and wash it. So that's the advantage of this. It might seem like a simple task, but it's because it's doing the task by itself, and it enables me to walk away.
You have one operator making over 100 screens, pinging 100 screens a day.
Yeah.
One operator can use Unicoat to coat the screens, to burn the screens, and to wash the screens. So during a day, the person who's in the dark room is operating all of the machines at one time.
And
So-
I'm sorry for interrupting, but the nice thing is, people get sick, they go on vacation. It's so much easier to grab somebody like, hey, I need you back here for the day. It's not a big deal to them.
That's
Yeah.
actually like the Unicoat. That was a really cool thing, right? Learning how to code a screen, there's a learning curve. And so when you get a new employee in that position, teaching them how to code the screens perfectly takes time. So with the Unicoat, with the iMage, or with this,
It's all button pressing.
It's all button pressing. So it eliminates the learning curve when you get a new person in there.
Absolutely. And look how quick it is. And again, it's not only efficiency, it's consistency. You're not having a bunch of pinholes in
Yeah.
here because the whole process was automated. you know, you don't have bad tension because, again, you didn't have the human
Yeah.
putting too much pressure on there, damaging the screen in any way.
And what's cool about this machine, it pushes water from both sides. And so because it creates equal pressure, you don't overshoot a screen. So if
And or leave emulsion inside the screen. There'd be times when we were manually pressure washing out screens, you might leave a little bit of emulsion at the top left because you just didn't spot it. With this right here, you just know that it did a perfect job.
Or you
every
might
time.
wash out halftones by getting too close with
Yep.
the pressure washer. So this with halftones, we can go up to like 55 lines per inch. And so it can get very detailed without overshooting any of our screens. It's very consistent.
And that's the process from start to finish.
Now we got to dry it. And again, we're in Southern California. There's this thing on the sky called the sun, and it makes life a lot easier. So when the sun's out, is that typically the strategy to grab this and take it outside?
Exactly.
We just put our screens outside, correct?
I didn't know that it was such a good method until I hired an experienced screen printer, and he's like, just take them outside. I'm like, really? It's so quick.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go technically from on, you know, concept or film needs burn to made in what, 5-10 minutes? We
Oh,
could
for
be
sure.
on press. And that's what you guys were talking about earlier about a 24 to 48 hour turnaround.
Yeah.
You got to have the automation. And
We can get the customer to place the order, go through the all work approval process, make the screens, and get it up on press in just a matter of hours. And so that allows us to offer that rush order deliveries.
all right, guys, we're here in the ink mixing department, and you guys have a lot of containers of ink over here, and I see an ink mixing system. Nowadays, I do hear a lot, hey, I need it to be this exact color, a Pantone match, a PMS. PMS standing for Pantone Mixing System. Rutland, is that the main manufacturer of ink you guys are using?
So we use Rutland for our mixing system, and then there's a couple of different brands that we use. I think it's International Coatings, maybe for our stock colors, but it's a blend between Rutland for the mixing and then International Coating for our stock.
And is it primarily the all same type of plastisol ink, or you do any water-based, or yeah, what's the strategy behind that?
So we're primarily a plastisol-based shop. We rarely dabble in water-based. We've just, for the last 14 years, have always used plastisol. It's what we know, it's what we're comfortable with, so we stay within that.
All right, guys, we're here at an auto, but not your typical auto. It's a digital squeegee machine. Can you tell us a little bit about how digital squeegee screen printing works?
Yeah, so this is our digital squeegee machine. It combines traditional screen printing and digital printing into one print process. It's definitely a unique product out there in the decoration industry and market. And so we like it because it allows us to do full color, digital, photorealistic artwork really easy, really efficiently, and with good quality results. So pretty much right now what we're looking at is the digital squeegee is tucked up into this 1618 M&R gauntlet. And so what the process is like is we start off by printing water-based white directly onto the t-shirt, which you can see here. And then once we print that foundation and that under base, that garment then comes directly underneath. And where the digital is in perfect registration on top of that screen print, and it just produces full color digital results. We like it because it's predictable results. Once you get that first test print, you can bank that last 500th t-shirt in the production run is going to be consistent to the first one.
And why we like the digital squeegee, it's because we used to have 3 DTG machines, but the problem was that if we had an order of 500 shirts or 1,000 t-shirts, with the DTG machines, it would take a lot of time. You will also see the pre-treatment with the DTG machine. Why we like the digital squeegee is because that same 1,000-piece order, we can do it a lot faster for the customer at prices that are more competitive for the customer without the need for pre-treating the shirt and getting the starchiness.
You also have more types of garments you can go on with it. Now, again, digital squeegee, remember guys, you don't have to use the digital portion.
Yeah.
You can just treat this as a normal auto if you need to. When I look at screen printing, I like to look at it kind of 3 different ways. Spot color, which is the majority of what you're doing. That is one ink color for each color in the design. You have process printing, which is typically, you know, old school CMYK, or maybe you have a light cyan, light magenta, or maybe you're just using black with halftones to create a grayscale image. And then now we have digital squeegee, which is really eating into that second process printing. I mean, do you guys do many CMYK process, or is it pretty much, hey, we got the digital squeegee now, let's do it?
Got it? I got it.
I got it. So for the last 14 years, a lot of our customers know us for the simulated process printing, giving that vintage 7-color, 8-color design on a t-shirt. So actually the majority of what we do is still simulated process printing. Although we can print designs using our digital squeegee, which we do a lot of, there are still a lot of customers that say, hey, even though I love the digital squeegee, I do like the look of simulated process printing, and will opt to go 7 colors on their simulated process job instead of the digital squeegee in order to give that look. So depending on the design, depending on the look of the customer, we'll still go a simulated process route or the digital squeegee if it makes more sense.
Well, you could really nail a, you know, if you're doing an ink mixing, you can really nail that Pantone.
Yeah.
Versus CMYK has got a limitation of what colors, and then also, you know, you could drop a metallic or a glitter or a puff
For sure.
with this as well. So, and I like how you said it, you know, you have process and I said spot, but there's also the combination of both.
For
you know,
sure.
they each have, you know, every decoration process is a time and place.
Yeah.
And there's benefits of also mixing them and getting the best results from there. But digital squeegee, I mean, really cool technology. DTF is eating into it a little bit of it, but again, you bring up that 500-piece order. Do you really want to heat press 500 shirts?
Yeah.
You know, cutting and
For
all
sure.
of that versus throwing it on here, hour later, done.
Yeah.
The benefit of this is bulk orders. So we find that DTF is best if you're doing 12, 25, maybe 50 pieces. But once you start doing 100 pieces or more, the digital squeegee becomes the clear competitive, it has the clear competitive advantage for the pricing, for the feeling, for the touch. And so when you're doing DTF with a large print, on the back side, it can often sometimes feel like a sticker on the back side.
And the cost could be too high too.
And the cost can balloon. With the digital squeegee, we can go 15 inches wide by 19 inches in height. It feels like it is a water-based screen print, so it feels soft, it feels like screen printing, but you get the look of a digital print.
And I was going to say, anytime we get artwork though, it's always a consultation and trying to understand what the customer actually wants. So when we get that artwork, we're assessing, is it going to be simulated process? Is it going to be spot color? Should we introduce digital screen printing? Is the quantity too low where we'll have to switch it to DTF? So anytime we get a project, we're reviewing the variables to see which print process is best, and then guiding and making suggestions from there.
And I bet this is a good, you know, it's not a cheap piece of equipment. Not every screen print shop has it, but it's nice to be able to connect with a contract decorator. So when you do need to outsource an order, that really is ideal for digital squeegee. Hit up Garment Decor, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another advantage of the machine is that because there's not a lot of shops across the country that have it, it's a differentiation factor to our shop, and it enables us to work with customers that might have not hit us up before, and it's because we have the piece of equipment that benefits them at that time, and we like it because it's low competition on this service.
And then we were talking about earlier that you don't necessarily need to have the equipment in order to sell the product. A lot of screen print shops around the country, a lot of embroidery shops around the country outsource their digital printing work to us because we have the technology. We can offer it at a price point that allows them to resell it. And so we become this extension of their brand or business by offering a service that not a lot of shops have.
All right, guys, how many autos are in here?
Currently, right now, we have 5 automatics, and we're working on adding our 6th one in the next few months.
How many dryers?
At this time, we have 3 dryers.
So you have strategically placed your presses so that multiple presses can feed the dryer to make you as efficient as possible.
Yeah, so when we moved into this building, it was definitely a rectangle. So when moving into this space, we put this entire floor layout onto Photoshop and strategically placed the machines on what we thought would be best. What we determined was best was 2 automatics per conveyor dryer, and we'll just form a line. So what you'll see kind of going down this way is 2 automatics, conveyor dryer, 2 automatics, conveyor dryer, 2 automatics, conveyor dryer. And it keeps things, it's kind of like a repeatable formula.
So it just,
And some of the dryers have multiple belts, some of them have just one. And
This belt right here has a split belt because we do the digital squeegee. It dries at a different temperature than plastisol. So when we were getting the digital squeegee, we knew that we needed to get a split belt. So on that side, the conveyor belt closest to the digital squeegee will slow it down in order to be able to cure the water-based inks. And then the belt on this side, since we're doing plastisol, runs a little bit faster. And so this machine over here, we have a split belt. And then these machines over there are just a single belt.
wow. And you know, one of these automatic presses, what do you average pieces per hour on a lot of them?
yeah, so we say that on a typical day, without pushing the pedal, we say that you can average 400 to 500 pieces an hour. You can always push it to go faster, but over a year's course, it's about just maintaining that speed. So we say per machine, 400 to 500 pieces per hour is what you can expect. On more difficult jobs, maybe slower. On easier jobs, maybe faster. But that's kind of like the variable that we go off.
We like to say if we were starting a production run at the beginning of the day, by the end of the day, a safe number is about 2,000 to 2,500 pieces on a day shift on each machine.
On each machine, guys. And the setup of the job, computer screens got to make that a lot quicker.
Yeah, so the advantage to the eye image is it was printing and exposing in a tri-lock position. A tri-lock position is where there's 3 touch points. And so by keeping all screens printed and exposed in that tri-lock position, you take it to the machine, get those 3 touch points to be the same, and it allows you to just slide in that screen, lock, and then go.
Basically, we've eliminated the setup time involved with setting up the machines. With these machines now on all of the machines, you can put in the screen, and by using the tri-lock attachment, all of the screens are automatically registered. So you can simply put the screen in, put the next screen in, and
Bank that it's going to be registered.
and bank that it's going to be registered. So the setup time, when we've combined the eye image with the tri-lock attachment, has increased our setup times to be pretty.
Decreased our setup
Oh, yeah.
time and increased the volume.
And again, it's not fun to be able to have the micro register every little thing versus get it in there and be as quickly as possible, because you only make money when garments are coming off the machine.
Yeah.
You know, that's the ultimate goal.
So that's our screen printing department in a nutshell. That's how we have it set up. So we'll go head over to the embroidery department. Oh, here we are in the embroidery department. At our shop, we run buried-in equipment. Currently, we have 30 heads of embroidery, and in this department, we do a lot of polo work, headwear, backpacks, and do a lot of corporate branding and a lot of embroidery on just different styles of headwear.
And very different than screen printing. Like, and your embroiderers, they only do embroidery, right? There's no overlap of going into the different departments. Equipment, you know, how did you decide to go with Buridan over any of the other brands? And same with even screen printing. What made you make those decisions? Go M&R and Buridan.
Yeah. So when doing initial research on the embroidery company, we were comparing Buridan or Tajima. I always laugh because there was a comment on the forums that said the machines are so identical, go with the sales rep that you like better. And so when
The sales rep and the technician
Yeah.
to repair the machines.
Yeah, try to find the technician close to you, whether that's Tajima or Buridan, and the sales rep that you like better. I ended up choosing Buridan because the sales rep that met me at the time was wearing flip-flops, and I was like, I like his style, and so that was the reason to go with Buridan, because I just kind of liked who I was doing business with, and there was local technicians in the area that could service it, and so it was a clear, easy decision.
We did an initial research, like if the machine goes down, who can we contact to fix? And at the time, this was maybe 2014, Buridan had the closest technicians that can come in and service our machines.
Yeah.
And I see you have the Hoop Master here. Highly suggest you look at the Hoop Master, and you have magnetic and non-magnetic hoops. So how many hats obviously it comes down to how many stitches and so forth, but you can pump out hundreds of garments back here an hour with 30 heads.
Yeah.
So based on the stitch count, which determines the amount of time it takes to produce that good, if the stitch count is low, you can definitely crank out higher volume. But if the stitch intensity is high, or maybe it's a 3D puff job, the output might be lower. So you just kind of take all of that in consideration, and you try to pump out as much as you can based on the stitch count.
Do you digitize in-house?
So we've chosen to outsource digitizing. It's really a specialty skill, and we thought it'd be best just to outsource it so we don't have to staff an in-house artist. At the time, it's just easier for us to outsource it to an online company.
That seems like what most shops do. I mean, no matter what your size is, seems like outsourcing the artwork portion is a lot easier.
We have skilled labor in California, but I've never found a digitizer that's even remotely close to.
It seems
Your
like
actual cause, yeah.
it seems like all of the digitizers are overseas, and so we've always had the philosophy of let's do what we do. Let's be best at what we do here in-house, and since the digitizing is not something that we do or ever could find anybody that could do it, we've always just outsourced it.
And then are you using primarily Madeira threads? I mean, I see it's very well organized and labeled back here.
So we say this is our thread wall. Anytime a customer sends us a job, our embroidery manager is trying to assign the closest thread color, and based on that thread color, we'll generally text or email it to the customer for approval, and we try to stock a lot of different options for them to make a.
But what we did is we like how when you upload a design on DecoNetwork, it'll find the closest thread color. So we basically uploaded all of the thread colors that we have in stock. That way, when a sales rep is uploading a design into the business hub, we're letting DecoNetwork find the closest thread color for us. And so that's basically, as long as we're inputting what thread colors we have available, DecoNetwork will find the closest thread we should use when we upload a design.
And that's also helped our workflow as well.
Takes the guesswork out of it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, where are we now?
So we're in our retail finishing department. This department is where we focus on individual folding of goods, poly bagging of goods, likely hang tag insertion, and or packaging it up to ship out to fulfillment centers and or retail stores. This piece of equipment, based on volume of work, is an automatic fold and bag machine. So this helps us focus on keeping labor costs controlled, and also at the same time increasing the output at which that labor can do retail finishing at.
Do you know how many shirts can roughly be folded and bagged here in an hour?
So I say when you're moving and grooving, likely 400 to 500 pieces an hour. It takes getting used to it and like how to lay out the garment, but one of our better operators on this machine can do 400 to 500 pieces an hour. The reason we also got this machine here too was because it could do fleece and sweatshirts, and so we kind of like
The ability to fold both t-shirts and sweatshirts. A lot of the other machines on the marketplace primarily just did t-shirts, and we wanted the ability to, hey, maybe it's 200 shirts here and 50 sweatshirts, get a machine that can do both with the switch of a button.
And I've been in, again, a lot of automatic shops with doing these shop tours. I don't see these very often. See them at the trade shows. Do you think this really helps, you know, kind of solidify some of your customers because you have the ability to finish the garment above and beyond between the bagging, the tagging, the folding? Yeah, how does that help you kind of, you know, get jobs and make money off of it?
Yeah,
you know, it's an upsell.
So one of the key services we offer is rush turnaround times. We focus on speed as a differentiation factor to what we do here. And so this machine, it helps us to deliver a finished good faster and consistently and just reliably. What used to happen is before we had this machine and when we had a large order, we'd have to bring on a large team of operators to fold and package goods. And sometimes that could be a hit or miss if can you on-call staff that quickly on a rush order? And so we wanted to get this machine just to be able to power the staff to be able to do jobs quickly and always have reliability. And
With
so,
our shop, we get orders and they come like waves, like tsunamis. And so we'll get a big order that comes in and we need to be able to package that quickly without the need to always hire additional staff to support that. And so now we can take on these waves of orders without the additional staff, with the support of this machine.
Receiving and shipping department, is that correct?
yeah. So a lot of our customers, they're in the promotional product space. So what they'll do is they'll ship in goods, and it's our job to receive the goods, count the goods, and then mark them as received. Once they've been received, we update the status in DecoNetwork to let the team know that all goods have been accounted for, and then from there we push all of the jobs that are staged to the production floor. So goods start here and they flow that way.
And could you give me an idea of what percentage of your orders are outsourced to you and they're being drop ship blanks to you versus ones that you're ordering yourself?
How would you say that number? I'd say it's about 50-50 on on orders that we're ordering versus customers that are shipping in goods.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. So a large portion of our business is contract decorating for other shops that outsource the work to us. And then for customers or for brands and businesses that need us to supply the merchandise, we'll do the ordering for them.
And so order comes in, I see Business Hub over here on the computer. You'll mark the order as received.
Yep.
That's letting everybody know, hey, we're getting ready. I'm a baseball fan. I like to think of what's on deck, what's in the hole, what's at bat.
Yeah.
And when it comes to shipping, how are you guys shipping your orders?
Another thing, just on the receiving end, once we've marked it as received in the system, it also updates the customer status for the customer to log into their account on DecoNetwork and view what status it's in. So it also helps reduce, hey, what stage of the order is my project in? Because we just tell them, hey, double check if it's been received, your status will be updated.
And that's way more important probably for your contract orders because, your everyday customer,
Yeah.
oh, you got the shirts in, cool.
Yeah.
But if you're outsourcing the order to them, it's pretty important to be able to know where it's at in the process. And you bring up a great point. My favorite part of DecoNetwork websites is the customer portal. Everybody gets to say on the same page. It makes, getting quotes approved, artwork approved, reorders. It's, hey, design tools are great, but we're in an industry where most things are quoted, and that means it's a lot of approval and interaction, and the customer profile and portal itself is probably the most important part of the website.
Yeah, for sure.
So after an order's finished, it basically flows back this way. We use the ShipStation integration with DecoNetwork to create the shipping labels. And so when the order's shipped, the customer gets the automated email that the order's been shipped with tracking. And so it's a pretty seamless flow from receiving the goods, checking it in through DecoNetwork, to shipping their orders and sending the shipping notifications.
I highly recommend anybody out there. ShipStation is really good, easy to use software. And like I said, when you mark that order as shipped, it's automatically, the tracking is sent to the customer, tracking is entered into Business Hub, the order is marked as complete. It really can't work more efficiently, in my opinion. So again, it's interesting. Job starts here, ends here. And what's your average turnaround time?
Our average turnaround time is generally 1.5 to 2 weeks, but we also really promote when you need it service. So we generally will ask the customer when do you need it by, and then we'll guarantee that time frame.
So whether that's 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, if a customer needs a rush order, we have the ability and the capacity to meet any deadline. And that's actively what we promote. And so if you don't have a hard deadline, our average is, like my brother said, about 1.5 weeks.
So again, the average I see in the industry, 7 to 10 business days.
Yeah.
Sounds just like what you guys are doing. Well, thanks guys so much for letting us tour your shop. I mean, Garment Decor, you guys have been on DecoNetwork for a good 10 years. I'm jealous. I'm within around a year or so of your age, started the business around a year or so ago. Very different than what I have in my shop, but again, you guys are a well-oiled machine. I think I just needed a twin brother. That was the key, right?
That's the missing
Hey, we'll give you a
ingredient.
twin sandwich on camera. Hey, thanks DecoNetwork for swinging on by Garment Decor Shop.
So everything we do here basically is artisan-based to a degree. I did this 100%. I worked with a little bit of my designer to get some direction, but applique, embroidery, I digitized all this. If you steer your candidate, your prospect, your customer in the right direction, you support them, they're with you forever.
Hey guys, we're here at garmentprinter.com with Fern Padilla.
There you go. So you guys, I want to say thank you for coming by. We commonly get coined that, hey, this is a place to stop, and I think you guys got wind of it, so let me show you why. Okay, so again, we make sure that we embrace Southern California culture. So everything we do here basically is artisan based to a degree. It's like that one-stop shopping, as you can see, with HTV, DTG, DTF, embroidery, laser, you name it. Anything having to do with apparel decorating, this is your spot for you. But right now down this wall here, there's a lot of unique pieces that were frankly done with our technologies. A very hot brand right now, if you guys heard of Amiri, these are Amiri pieces. You know, this is all done with Brother DTG technology. Yes, they did open these up for us and butterfly them, but we're able to, you know, show them, hey, this is the level of printing that's available with digital. And then I added this on the back of it with the embroidery. And then it's not just embroidery. I like the chain stitch look. I did this actually with a Melco, believe it or not. I did it with Burma thread. So a lot of the average embroiderers might know what this is, but I like to really take it to another level and make sure that, hey, it translates at the end. It translates to a really unique piece. But again, this is just some of the executions that we've done. Jeff Hamilton, an amigo of mine, if you ever look him up, he's on top of his game. But he, again, makes these beautiful jackets, all hand-cut leather. Back in the 90s, he was buying a lot of embroidery machines, so we developed a real good relationship. Now, if you look at that movie, the Netflix series Last Dance, with talks about Kobe Bryant and the Lakers dynasty, if you see that picture where Kobe's hugging the trophy in the bathroom, he's wearing one of these jackets. The hip hop community got wind of that jacket. Next thing you know, everything hip hop, from this artist, that artist, you name them, they're all sporting Jeff Hamilton. So he's a good friend. He's actually buying some extra equipment for me right now. So I enjoy this story, and I have a little rotation with them. That one time I had a Muhammad Ali jacket. When you open it up, you have Muhammad Ali's autograph. So just to see that and to touch it, I go, this is Muhammad Ali's jacket. And Jeff had that Midas touch. He had presidents, every major celebrity, NBA, everything that you see, all these great jackets, Jeff Hamilton. So he's an amigo of mine. But back to, you know, the people that I've managed to reach on my journey. As we all know, again, this is all handmade. Again, when Kobe and Gigi left us, I'm also a softball dad, so I understood the dynamic of a father-daughter. But this artist, her name is Katika, she's out of Russia. I follow her on Instagram. I go, hey, when I first moved in, I go, I want to do a piece with you. And sure enough, this unfortunate incident happened. And she literally dyed the yarns. I'll share some footage with you guys on this. She dyed the yarns and knitted everything that you see here. We talked back and forth. Let's take advantage of Gigi's beautiful hair. Give me these nuances here. There's a basketball in here at the end of the day that just puts it together. The mamba, the numbers, everything all captured. And basically the artistry that we deal with, this is what it can turn into. So a beautiful piece nonetheless. Another Jeff Hamilton piece. This is where, again, you'll notice this all over the place. Unfortunately, I had some other nice end jackets, some Judas Priest stuff. I got robbed. People want the stuff that bad. So these are things that belong in Maxfield's. And Maxfield's, for those who don't know, it's very high-end, coveted, one-off type of store, retail store where celebrities shop. So I had Maxfield pieces in here, and I had to fight the insurance. So what's a distributor of equipment having this type of stuff in their place? They thought I was scamming. It took a year to get paid, but that's 15 grand that they grabbed from me on that jacket. But back to, we want to make sure that people get inspired of all the possibilities by working with us. You know, we get it. You know, DTG, you know, all over the place. Again, this wall here was all done with Memaki. This social skateboard, again, all these were printed on the Brother printer. You know, we developed a platen, and let me do my little piece. Hey, let's turn it into a clock. I got a laser.
Walked by this 4 times. I didn't even know I was looking at a clock.
Is it the right time? That's the only real question here. But you know, we have you know, the supporting information on the wallpaper is also, you know, the inspiration of these social icons in our world. So again, tune into that. You know, people get it. But as you walk down, Fernando, this is one of my pieces. Yeah. I did this 100%. I worked with a little bit my designer to get some direction, but you know, applique, embroidery, I digitized all this. DTF, scrim felt, what the artisans do. HTV. This is the Aurora, which has a chameleon. I actually wore this on the day they retired his number. I went to the game. I was getting high-fived everywhere. Where'd you get that? I go, I made it. Okay, I want one. There's only one, and this is it right here. And I ended up on the Jumbotron. I'll show you the footage on that one. That was really, really cool. But here is the playground. Again, just before a show, you know, obviously a little bit of disarray. I typically have a lot of more equipment in here, but I want people to really understand that, hey, local artisan, you know, Coconella, beautiful stuff. Guess what? She decorates a lot of facilities in the Southern California market. She was selling me, I go, flamingos? Okay, I'm go with it.
Yeah, you're a flamingo guy.
But it's funny, they did find me back, all those stars. I wanted to make them applique. I go, no, Fern, you're gonna, now me as an artist, you're messing with me. I go, okay, I gotta respect that. So sure enough, everything that we touch has to have that inspirational touch to it, and I think we've done a good job with it. When my kids have their parties, they have their big screen going on, video of all of them growing up. They have live bands here, you know, doing their thumb. I have accent lights, neon lights all over the place, so the vibe is really, really cool when they have to get into it. But yeah, this is me every Saturday. I'm here chopping it up, doing something fun. You know, a lot of the things that we've collected, you know, from customers, different ways to decorate, you know, a lot of this is with the things that I sell, you know. This was, why are you doing what is that thing again?
Cooler.
A cooler, yeah. They'd never seen a pinstripe cooler. Why not? You know, so we hired an artisan to do that. UV DTF, this is one of a major celebrity artisans. Jeff Hamilton, he's involved with Chinatown Market. So Kobe, I mean Michael Jordan play. I could go on and on. So people just appreciate that it has a touch of where they're from, and all this represents them.
You know, I don't remember much of what I learned in college because I learned a lot more, and I was a part of an entrepreneurship group, and that's where I really learned. But one thing I took away, my English professor once said, show, don't tell. And I get that walking in here. Instead of you saying, hey, this thing can do X, Y, Z, and so forth, you show them the potential, the market. What I love about our industry is there's so many different routes you can go.
True.
You know, you could be that artist, and you could specialize in that one-off and that $800 jacket, or you could focus on just left chest mass producing. So there's just a little bit of, you know, there's so many different ways you can go about it, make money, but you have to show somebody the potential. And what I also like what you have here is you really are that one-stop shop, and they can make an informed decision.
Yeah.
For example, because I didn't know this as much, I don't come from the wide format world, I come from the apparel decorating world.
Got it.
Before I visited your booth earlier this year, if you asked me, what can a UV printer do versus an eco-solvent? Couldn't really tell you. Visited your booth, learned a lot. And you know, in the different, yes, a lot of it is the same stuff, but then, hey, we can hit different colors with this, or we can do the holographic with that. So I like really that you're a one-stop shop, and anybody can make that informed decision to make sure they're buying the right piece of equipment for what they're wanting to do.
Correct. If you steer your candidate, your prospect, your customer in the right direction, you support them, they're with you forever. I believe in that.
It's not that hard, is it?
It's not that hard.
You just got to be honest
simple,
and don't.
Right. You know, we're not selling snake oil. We're doing all the things that are relevant for you to succeed, and part of that is to make sure that, again, where are you on the spectrum of your spreadsheet? If you're on the creative side, guess what? Which is a lot of my customers, this definitely stokes that. And once you have that energy, you'll figure out what you want to do, continue to do, and just continue to drive because you're driven by passion now. And I want to make sure that is communicated. But yes, the technical nuances, yeah, I'm starting to realize I do have a good amount of experience. It started from embroidery and it manifested into digital, and digital has a lot of lanes, and some of it is art, some of it's not art, some of them it's for production, but I get it all. You know, fortunately, I got the mileage underneath me to really be able to at least inform people with the right sense of direction that they want to go.
Yeah, and again, it's becoming, now obviously embroidery is not digital. Screen printing, actually 10 years ago, became a hybrid, you know.
Yes.
And even that now is being kind of really hurt by digital because of DTF and everything else. So as far as digital goes, what I've seen over the past 20 years is this equipment has gotten better and it's gotten cheaper.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. You know, the barriers of entry for our industry are so small. I mean, you can get set up, with an EcoSolvent printer for less than $25K. You can get
Yes.
a DTF printer for I mean,
Yes.
like, it's not that expensive versus 20 years ago. It would have been twice that with half the capabilities.
I remember when Wilcom software was selling for north of 60 grand. I know the guys that spent 100 grand for software in the early days. These are guys that have Shifley looms. That's another, you know, just a day.
I spent $60K on my DTG printer, my 782, and that was a groundbreaking piece of equipment in 2010.
Wow.
But now what you can get in for with something else, and I'm not saying DTG's dead, by the way, guys.
No, not at all.
Every process will always have a time and place.
It's a decorating method. Everything is a decorating method. Screen printing has a decorating method. DTG is a decorating method. DTF, which is loud and proud right now, is a decorating method. Not all of it fits everywhere. You have to have the education and understand the audience of where it needs to go. So as you put it together earlier, in the screen printers were all not for DTG. X too much troublesome with the pre-treat. I've heard all these horror stories, and they kind of got stuck there. Even though I know that systematically, if you just follow these things, you're good. But now, again, I don't like the hand. I don't like the way it printed. I don't that slight little registration mark. They have the eye, but then the average audience, as you put it, they don't care.
They don't care.
I want to see my puppy on that shirt, and I need it by tomorrow, and that's my goal. And I'll pay that $35 to get it. So, and now technology has allowed that to happen just systematically all day long.
Yeah, it's becoming a digital world.
It is.
As we all thought it would eventually become. I mean, that'd be like using typewriters instead of computers.
Correct.
You're not going to fight technology. So let's look at some of, you kind of have a fleet here of digital machines. The first, like you said, everybody's favorite new technology
is DTF.
DTF.
Yes.
And why does everybody like it? Well, DTG, this is how I knew DTF was going to just kill it, is because screen printers actually like it. Now, yeah, you do run into some that are like, oh, I don't like the hand as much, but it's
they
like,
have an AOL
hey,
email address, I bet you.
Yeah. And it's like, well, do you want to do the 6-color 20 shirt job? And if you do, I mean, okay, yeah, you're not going to like this, but the days of doing 6 colors for 20 pieces, it just not this. I mean, DTF in the first 4 or 5 years now, I don't care what continent you're on, every single shop I talk to either does it in-house or they outsource it.
Yes.
That's also what is very different than DTG. I'd have that physical piece of equipment. So even if you're not ready to pull the trigger on it yourself, you can outsource it, build up your demand until you're now ready. And personally, I love my DTF printer, but if I were to buy one today, that brand right there gives me a lot of confidence. Mamaki, because I know you're a Mamaki guy.
Yeah.
They've been making roll-to-roll equipment for years, and that's what it is.
It's just a little switch of this, a little switch of that, but you're absolutely right. And I went down the rabbit hole of looking at the Chinese brands, and frankly, I was looking at the margins there, which were very generous. And as a business owner, again, back to the spreadsheet side of the business, you got to look at that. But what I realized right away is were the nuances, because I started as a technician and engineer. I've been around Japanese technology my entire adult life. I know how they think. Let me give you a small example. I had a brother garment printer next to another brother garment printer, and for some reason, somebody switched platens in front of a Japanese engineer. And he questioned me, why did you guys do that? I go, we just moved the platen to the other for reasons X. He goes, no, let me show you something. And what he did is he took the platen off and he showed me these 3 little shims that are around the bushing. And this one had 3, this one had 2, and blah, blah, blah. And what they do is they basically, when you're in position A, it has to be this height, period, okay? And if it's not, shim it up, shim it down. And it's systematically, they're very wafer thin, you can't really tell. But to understand that that is their level of play, that is what doesn't exist with other types of, from different origins. Okay, let's just put it that way. And I picked up on that right away. I go, wow, okay. Back to the Mamaki brand, same thing. I go, they got their game down. It's just now a slightly different ink. They have their circulation. They have all the things that the other guys are trying to catch up and get to. It's been there for years. So guess what? Stability, reliability. So now I look at it, instead of me being the margin chaser, I just want to make sure my customer has nothing but a good experience, and sure enough, that's what happens here. You could set it up and just walk away. And this is just the beginning, just the beginning. It's going to get better, and it's going to take a little bit for the other guys to catch up.
Still
to that.
better ROI than what I spent on my DTG equipment that, I only could do so many shirts an hour. What this can do and everything else, it's groundbreaking. But DTG created a nice little, it was our guinea pig for this. If you think about it, we learned as an industry so much about digital
It fills so
printing.
many voids of, I figured it out how to do a polyester. Everybody's trying to do polyester.
Humidity. I'll tell you what, a lot of us learned through DTG, respect humidity. I was 20 when I got it, and I'm like, what, humidity, schmidity. No, once you start having those ink heads dry, and there's $1,200, there's $1,200.
Yeah.
Guess what? When I had mine, I was like, we're 50, 60% all the time. So, no, again, it's becoming a digital world. DTF has been, I confidently can say nothing has hit the apparel industry as far as a piece of equipment.
That quick.
That everybody adopted. And again, what makes it unique is just the transfer aspect. Everybody who buys one of these machines typically sells transfers to somebody else who hasn't bitten the bullet until they're ready to. And I completely agree with you, Fern. I absolutely trust U.S., German, Japanese engineering. Chinese engineering, they cut corners a lot of the times, and it can be a little scary, and I've heard a lot of horror stories. So
They're there. They're getting better. I always try to be fair and neutral to a degree, but the reality is I've made my decisions for solid facts, and right now Japanese or anything is really the way to go because they got it down. And I predicted this. I once sent when DTF was first starting to rear its head, I shot some WhatsApp messages to an individual. I go, these are my predictions. I hit it right on the money. And this is probably a good year and a half forecasting what I saw. Yeah, these guys are going to elevate their game. They're adjusting the trends. And they typically don't dive in as soon as something happens. They study, and then just make these subtle nuances of adjustments and movements into the industry. And sure enough, they did. But Mamaki, it's another decorating method. And I can see the screen printers now. Okay, guess what? All my attributes for my sleeve, my neck labels, anything else small, I gang those. I'm being smart. My big stuff, I could still do it small, depending on the size of my orders. I could screen print it, or I could do it this. The audience right now is just as long as I could get my stuff now, because that's how they're geared. So the fact that this one has a screen print and this is digital, they're actually forgiving of that. Before, in the olden days, that guy didn't want that. No, they have to be all the same. Okay, I'm going to charge you accordingly. Oh, you could do it a little more affordable, quicker, faster, and again, that temperament is going down. I see that all the day long.
What I see with digital stuff, though, too, digital, far less learning curve.
Yes.
Screen printing, embroidery, that takes a long time to master. There's a lot of variables to get right. But then there are the variables inside this machine that could break. And that's why I like, somebody like you are trying to be able to service most of your customers who buy equipment from you. That way, if they're going down, if this thing stops running, they're not making money.
True.
Jobs are backing up and so forth. So it's very important. Digital's awesome, but you got to have the technical support to actually keep the thing always running.
Big believer in training. Training makes your learning curve from here to here. And the fact that technology is just easier. The user interfaces are far less complicated than were even 5-10 years ago. So that approach has made this very viable, as you alluded here. But no, I have to agree. Technology, way easier, way more affordable. Fun. There's a lot of people have a lot of fun with it, and it has its place. I'm noticing with DTF, because I do a lot of sampling, and it's a nuisance if I have to print just a couple of sheets and then how am I going to dry it? I go, this is really geared for the guy that has, the work, the screen printer, as you mentioned. No, I need 500 of those, 1,200 of those, 30 of those. Yeah, the roll-to-roll with the long bed makes a lot of sense. But for the Susie homemaker, it's a little overkill, but guess what? If you have a potential for a growth path and you know that then that's the right way. There are other solutions for you in being able to minimize your waste. That's what I'm trying to get to. So you have your 300, your 150, a two-headed machine, one-headed machine, all the tools, things like this.
Oh my God.
Who loves this?
No, I'll tell you what, this was over $500. It is over $500 when you start up. And it's like, wait, it's just plastic.
No,
what are they doing?
no.
If you know how much money, as far as time and perfect locations and just that this thing was paid for itself in the first month.
Yeah, again, I used to know all those dimensions by heart because I had to lay the shirt down in my training sessions when I was a trainer for embroidery. Yes, for a large, it's 8.5 from here, for so much from the placket, and for an extra large, it's another 1/4 inch this way, 1/4 inch that way. I had that down. This changed that. Back to, because I deal with a lot of customers, that they wear a lot of hats. I go, and whenever they lose that one employee, I go, this solves that. It's a system. I tell it, just go to hoopmaster.com, look at the video, and there's your training for that new individual. So now you can afford to get that person without having to reinvent the wheel with them and just watch these videos. So these systems allow, obviously for the carpal tunnel syndrome issues, all that goes away. Dealing with everybody getting more and more corporate on us with the human resource to make sure nobody gets harmed through repetitive movement. All that is changed. System. So I'm a big believer in that. And back to my training prowess, I tell my sales team, if you're selling a first-time embroidery, they better be buying that. And if they don't, whoever's installing it, they better take it. And sure enough, for those who don't buy it, we take it and they end up buying it because they see how easy it is. We get it that they're on a budget. We get it that they're, hey, I'll get that down the road. They don't realize the horsepower behind it. And because you and I come from the game and we understand what this really is and what it does and how convenient and easy, and you make your learning curve from here to here, your frustration from here to here, go away. And you don't have to find that seasoned embroidery operator. It's worth every penny. So it's funny, guys like us over a piece of plastic.
Yeah, I'm telling you. But perfect alignment, much easier. Magnetic hoops, can't say enough. What do we have here, Fern? I mean, this is pretty cool.
Again, we had, again, back to just me doing what I do, because we have HTV, we have lasers, I'm a digitizer as well. Don't need to be doing that. Boy, that's so unaffordable nowadays. Why do it yourself?
Why do it yourself?
But when you're doing a passion piece, again, we had a theme that we're rocking this past year, the 80 things 80. So Fernando is a pitcher for the Dodgers in the 80s. That's what that sweater that was that masterpiece. So we did everything kind of catered towards that. So we have Fernando as a hero, and we're just showing off, hey, different medias just to show the different possibilities. But it's all with the same technique. I work with the Hoop Master. I worked with my embroidery machine. I worked my laser because I got the toys. And one of the things that we say here, you got to have the toys. So that definitely has been working, because I keep people hearing them say that, hey, I want to get this from you this time and this time from you next time. Now we're, again, because our digital world and UV DTF, the textures. Again, we're doing things that are above average, you know, being a Shohei Ohtani, which you guys are going to, I'm not sure he's pitching. No, he's not pitching tonight.
No,
but you guys are
yeah,
gonna
Tommy John, but he's going to hit a home run for us.
So we're having.
How many baseball players can you say that? He's got a pitch or he's going to hit a home run.
Sure
No,
enough.
he's only the
You
best
don't
at
say
both.
that. You don't say that, but it's fun seeing that. But yeah, when new technologies, it just gives you new opportunities. I go, who would have thought I'd be crazy about decorating a box? You know what I mean?
I mean, even UV DTF though, I see it instantly.
Yeah.
I've talked to some larger sublimation retailers and so forth, and like a year ago, I was like, "What do you think about UV DTF?" And they're like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "You know how everybody has to print on white mugs? Well, guess what? This new technology is going to throw that out the window." And they don't have to be coated. They're so much cheaper. So again, it's just another. Now, am I saying sublimation's dead? Absolutely not.
No.
It's just another tool.
Way to decorate.
And you know, so much of this, if you can do it not only faster, less limitations, but a lot cheaper. You know, HTV, heat transfer vinyl, is not dead. Using it for most applications is going away. But I just saw a hat. You know, some of this stuff that you're doing, I can't do that digitally so much. I mean, it's got to be done with a special. So, and things pivot and so forth. And I'm a firm believer. You really want to try. It depends on your business model, but most shops want to be a one-stop shop.
Yes.
Every time you tell your customer no, you give your competition a chance to essentially say yes, and then grab those other jobs. Does that mean you have to do everything in-house? No. You do not have to do everything in-house. And I love, you know, you said you have open houses and so forth in here. I love that in the industry, we don't look at each other like we're pure enemies and we have to crush each other.
That has changed. You're absolutely right.
We
That has
are
changed.
there to pick each other up. I mean, it's amazing. We visit Fort Worth a couple times a year. We've gone to 4 different shops. They all send orders to each other. And they'll even send orders of the same process that they do, because I've got 1 screen press auto, you have 4. Well, guess what? Sometimes that thing's booked.
We're in the human game. People forget that. You know, we are. We're just people of people, and we are in the same decorating community. Why not?
The industry's huge. There's so much orders to go around.
So much to do. Absolutely.
And you know, like if I were to start today, I wouldn't buy screen printing personally.
Okay.
I still screen print. It's a big learning curve.
It's funny, the old school guys, no, I want to stay old school. Okay, then that's your passion. That's what energizes you. Go for it, my man, go for it. You're not chasing the dollar, you're chasing your passion about it. Now, if you can't feed your family and kids, then that's your call. You make that decision. But yeah, for sure. It's funny because in the artisan world, they want to stick back with that film camera still. I go, well, you know, look at where it's at now. No, I get it, but I still want to be that guy. All right.
Hey,
your call,
passion.
your passion.
Well, and I see, you know, you have embroidery, but then we even, you know, we have a really cool video you guys have to check out of using this laser equipment to do a wide range of things. I mean, if you just want to decorate a shirt, you don't even have to, you know, it doesn't have to be applique or reverse applique or anything. You literally can use it as a decorating, like it's a print.
Just a brander.
I mean,
I'm doing stuff with this that you're not supposed to. I'm doing skateboards. I'm doing engraving, and you know, skateboards is just a fun one.
You could put a tortilla under there.
I did, a tostada. I've heard you could put some companies in Italy that sell high-end hams. They're using this to brand the hams. So again, laser is laser. It just happens to be purposeful for textile. And I know I could do so much more. And sure enough, I kind of stretched that boundary. Why? Because I know how. And again, it doesn't burn that much. No, I can say that in fun. but yeah, it is one of my favorite tools. And in a minute here, I'll show you some of the samples. In fact, I think, yeah, I could show you some of the things that we've done. This is a combination with where I'm burning it, as you alluded to, and then just put a little simple embroidery on top of that. Again, the other thing that I want to bring to the market is where we're actually putting cameras on the equipment, because every time I'm at a trade show or an event or something, if there's something fun going on, guess what happens? Boom, everybody gets their camera. So why not take advantage of that? Put cameras on the systems, so therefore when they're digitally uploading, yeah, I want to see my stuff. I could send you a text when your stuff is about to get produced. Guess what? Grab that content, now you send it to your people to, hey, check out my stuff getting made. So much to do with the digital communications that's available today. But, you know, This one, doing some stuff with mass appeal. This is actually an old sweater. That's why you see that. But I just testing. But again, simple, fast, sweet, effective. I'm using other, just materials that I got laying around. And to have minimal stitches, high perceived value, all of it by just using old t-shirts, BCF transfer, embroidery. Again, I take pride in saying, okay, I digitize it. It's not difficult when it's stuff like this.
At this point, software does most of the work.
Right, exactly. But being able to do that neck label with DTF, because guess what? I used to do a DTG. Too much pre-treat means it's going to bleed to the back. I could go on and on with all the things that can happen, but no, the right tools allows you to give you the right deliverable. This is DTF. I think this is not screen print, but DTG, because we have our packs. But yeah, we have, here's DTF. When you could make it look like gold.
And
the hip hop guys go bananas over this.
And it's
and Flock.
DecoNetwork is a sponsor of the group Shirt Lab Tribe. Okay. Highly suggest anybody looks at it. And we were talking about one of the group members just went and watched the Rolling Stones a week or two ago.
Okay.
He broke down and bought one of those $70 t-shirts.
I did too.
And it's a Gildan Ultra Cotton shirt, and we know how much it cost. But again, it just proves to you like the perceived value of your customer. This mixed media and the things, like, do not just look at your cost and then multiply it by a percentage always. Sometimes that works well. But, your customer, you can create value out of thin air. I mean, talk about that jacket over there that was stolen for $15K. Yeah, it had a lot of time put into it, but it didn't probably have $100 worth of materials in it.
But it did have vintage t-shirts. That's the only reason I buy concert shirts. This might be a value for me some down the road. But I get it. Each has their own rhyme and reason for their madness, but I get it. But yeah, no, the cost of producing stuff is nothing. When you have the right toys. You got to have the right toys. I like to think the right resources when you're trained properly, when you're put in the right direction to whatever your problem-solving adventure is. Fortunately, I have enough of experience to be able to quickly put you in the right direction. Teach you words like, what's your flash point on that? Why does that matter? I go, because things shrink. You got to know what that shrink rate in order for you to do this and do that. So again, I have that experience behind me, and doing singular lane stuff all day long. But again, usually, like I said, I have this well lubricated with equipment A, B, C, D, E, F, G, monitors, and my social challenge, all my samples on the walls, all that right now is packed up going to the show, but you'll be able to see most of that over there. And again, you could decorate. We decorate. Anything we can, decorate. I got my own Ginsu knife that's decorated. So it's total fun.
So what do we have here, Fern? Is this an eco-solvent?
No, this is a DTF printer, STS.
Oh, wow. It's a much bigger printer. I didn't realize that. I'm wait, where's the shaker dryer?
Yeah. Another thing that we kind of bring to the table is like back to that being that one-stop shop. We have a variety of brands. I've put enough energy into creating the proper cadence where people come here. So now it's like, what do people want? I learned this from my sales manager. One time he was shopping for windows, and he got tired of going to windows, different stores. He finally went to one store, and they had every brand of windows. He kept all his time there. So that really stuck with me. Okay. So I go, okay, I got a variety of brands of different disciplines, but when it comes to DTF, which is a hot commodity right now, guess what? I got the Brother roll-to-roll. Hey, it's too narrow. I go, use that to your advantage. Guess what? You got a 16x20 heat press. Why do you need this? Now the extra cutting that you got to do that. Now if you're in big volume, I get it, but over here, no. In the singular world, you're used to these inks, these color profiles, things they're not even thinking about. It's like, I can assume that I can make the right colors with everything. Well, you can kind of get there with a lot of tweaking, but if you stick with one family, you're in good shape. Same inks, same expectations, same performance, set up for t-shirts, because that's what you're doing. Do your neck label, do your sleeve asset, do a barcode, your main principal asset on that sheet. Guess what? If you're in the sheet business, you're that. If you're in the apparel decorating, you're applying this, guess what? It's all there. Then you take it to your graph deck cutter. We have it set up where you can do a tangential cut. It doesn't fall away through, but everything that belongs to that piece of that shirt is on that asset. You peel it right off and apply it. So now the workflow makes it that much easier without any complication of dropping things and not knowing where it belongs. So there's so many nuances. And again, because we go from home-based business to big industrial to big online adventures, I see the mechanisms that are used, and we could definitely coach our people in the right direction when it comes to how far do you want to go with this. But either way you go, here's your spot to be able to start and let your imagination take you where you want to go.
And I know that you guys also sell, again, because I thought this is what I was looking at initially, eco-solvent. So again, it's a roll-to-roll printer, just like a DTF. I mean, it was kind of like our old, and stickers, banners, posters, window cleans, fatheads.
UV,
I
all
mean,
that stuff.
All of this roll-to-roll, we throw it on an eco-solvent printer.
Decorative
But then
media.
you also, because we've made a video with you on this one too, UV. So when you think of roll-to-roll printers before DTF, primarily eco-solvent UV. Different types of inks, different color spectrums to a degree, and how it all works. But it's amazing what you can do.
Let me grab something real
A lot of it comes
quick.
down to also the media that you're trying to print on.
Absolutely. This is our little sticker book, just to talk about UV, but the different deliverables that you could make, we're starting to slowly build this, but look at this one here. This artisan knows how to play with his gradients, and we were playing with, you'll see all the little subtleties, and this is with a copper-like media. This is with a green media, purple media, but all of it kind of the same art.
And you can do a one-off to figure out what you want to do and then run the big job.
Yeah, but
which is what the digital world allowed us to do.
UV creates fun because you're drying instantly, no degassing. It's curing instantly. You can put layers on it. You could give it texture. I could go on and on and on with the powers of UV. Another box of crayons, the way I look at everything that I do here, it's like, okay, how can I apply that? Because now I'm doing UV DTF, for example, on trucker caps. They look amazing, amazing. And then I don't know if you guys had in and out here yet, but I look at their hats and super shiny. How do they do that? It's a silicone base. Now we're able to do that because of what technology brings to the table.
In and outs on the to-do list
Yeah,
this week.
for sure. And a Dodger game, right?
But even, and a Dodger game, thanks to Fern.
Right.
So UV, though. This is not a roll-to-roll printer.
Nope.
This is a flatbed UV.
Correct.
So talk to us, what would this be typically used to decorate?
Well, again, in the signage business, you have a lot of flat glazed goods. We have the roll-to-roll. This is an example of a UV print. Different piece of equipment, but it's still UV. And you're limited here by the bed size. So, because in the apparel side, here's another flat piece that was printed digitally with UV. And then if you play with your software right, you have, again, the embossment because it's drying it instantly. And then take a look at these. These are pieces of leather with texture. There's clear inks, there's white inks, there's dimension here. Another leather piece. All of it with a flat bed. Again, because these things do have vacuum, so you could put things that have a little bit of curl and it'll suck it down. But if you put a kebab on it, you could work with rotary pieces. So it just rotates on the fly. And again, people say, hey, that process is a little slow. I go, no. You guys are you're wearing a lot of hats. You set it and walk away. When you hear it stop, guess what? So I look at that. You're making money in the background without no labor intervention. Just make sure you get another piece set, drop it on there. So predominantly for flat pieces, you could go, I think on this particular model, you have up to 6 inches. So if you want to put a cigar box, inside of there, gang 4 of them, print directly. And the difference between UV DTF, which you're printing roll to roll, and something like this is the labor. So now that's when we're thinking like a spreadsheet. The labor here is non-existent. You drop something and walk away. Over there, I got to cut each piece, I got to peel each piece, fix each piece. So what's your lane? Which one gives you the maximum ROI based on what your business model is all about. So understanding the technology, the pluses and minuses, but the deliverables are always beautiful. They're always reliable. They're always, it's understanding how am I getting involved with this equipment, with my business, with the staff that I have. So lots to consider when you're making these kind of decisions.
All right, sum it up. Your brands that you like to work with. Brother.
Yes.
Mamaki.
Yes.
Hotronics.
Yes.
Who else?
Boy. I would have to say.
And these are all really well-established companies. I mean, I knew Brother way before I got into this industry. I mean, everybody, I've got several little brothers.
Yeah, again, now because I'm a company that sells equipment, I got to look at what my audience wants, and these are typically the pillars that you just hit, etc. If my audience wants something else, I could probably consider that, but right now, you probably mentioned the top 3 right here, right away. Embroidery, I would love to sell, you could probably have to edit this a little bit, but Barrett and Tajima, I know that's not in the cards because of their equipment model, but I am talking to them. They know that I have the horsepower to do it. But I know that Japanese embroidery equipment, regardless of brand, those are solid plays at the end of the day. One of my funnest ones is frankly the laser.
You love the laser.
I love the laser. Yeah, it is a fun one. I can do a lot with it. And then GraphTech again, be able to take the labor when I'm again thinking like a spreadsheet. The GraphTech, when I use my registration marks just so, that's a great piece of tool because all these things that I just mentioned, properly staging things correctly, I can print with my thing, put it over here, it cuts it off for me, and guess what? My labor when I see a girl using this cutter here, it better only be a few. If it's a lot, that's when I start getting bothered. That's by having the right tool. So those will be probably the top tiered names, and I think everybody resonates to them. They understand them, and the reason that the names are brought up, they're reliable, they're good. And from a company that sells the equipment and then has to support it, I look at my service team, I go, no, there's always going to be a problem. Guess what? We have to be there for them, but as long as it's not an epidemic, and that's what we do see with other types of equipment sometimes.
Fern, to kind of close it out, what I find really ironic is your business is garmentprinter.com.
Right.
And what I assumed, and assuming makes an ass out of you and me, is, oh, wait, everything's done online and it's done. No. And again, you have this space where customers can come, they can learn, they can network.
Yes.
Again, if you're going to buy equipment, there's a lot of peace of mind when you can buy it from a company that will support you. Hey, I've dropped this color, and you need it.
And I know the answers. We got the answers. We have the years to give you that quick. I go, just call me, just call us. That's even on the weekends they're calling us, etc. So I get it. No, that mantra has proven itself time and time. I've lived by it. I've seen it, and I'll die by it. Just take care of your customers and every way, shape, or form, everything humanly possible, and they'll stick with you forever, and that's part of the success, I think, for any type of enterprise.
Awesome. Well, you heard it from Fern, the founder, at garmentprinter.com. I don't even have to guess where to take them to, you know what I mean?
Right.
So garmentprinter.com, essentially, if you need equipment for anything outside of screen printing, fair enough.
Fair enough. I've been tapped on the shoulder. I go, no, I got to stay digital. Stay digital,
I say
baby.
digital, especially nowadays. So visit garmentprinter.com to learn more about these wide range of different decoration methods, and maybe pick out your next little toy for your own little shop.
Yeah, you got it. All right, thank you so much.
Thanks,
I appreciate every one of you guys. Thanks so much again for paying attention to my story.
We've got digital, and we've got our wide format department here in Bay 1.
No old school lithography really anymore in the room.
Not anymore. We started there 34 years ago, but we've transitioned to much more of a digital shop. Quick turn, whether we need 1 or 1 million, we can still produce. But no, we've retired all the old lithography presses.
Well, and I bet the evolution of the PDF, had changed a lot of print, but it's still pretty busy. I mean, you're doing a lot of small, big things, business cards. I mean, it still has become a digital.
Yeah, we're still clicking out a lot of volume. The volume hasn't changed. It's just the demand for a quicker turn. And for many years in the lithography world, it was large inventory. Now everybody wants quick turn, and they want the ability to change. The message today could be one, and the message tomorrow could be another. And so with that, we found the digital application for us is a much better process for us and route.
And it feels, anytime I see paper paper in a room and I walk through it, you can feel the humidity real low, so you're not getting all that curling and problems with alignment.
No, we don't have any problems with that. We're awful blessed to be in this facility and have what we have. But no, right now, we love these machines because they show up every day to work on time. We love them.
And you don't need a bunch of people sitting at each one.
No, you don't need a bunch. I mean, back in the day, we'd need 2 to 3 operators on a big press. Now we can have 1 or 2 operators run 8 machines.
And the learning curve for a digital machine has to be significantly less.
Yeah, significantly less. You know, they're for the most part, they're plug and play. All these machines are networked to our front, to our operations, to our design team and layout. So the files come right to the machines. We queue them up, load the media, and away they go.
And your 100,000 square foot facility, and just under, you own this building?
I do.
Because like my shop, I put it on my property. I hate the idea of renting, putting money into it, and then just not having that asset to go with me. You've retrofitted this room to be the best possible digital.
Absolutely. I mean, I wake up every day and I say my prayers, and I'm blessed to have this facility here. We purchased the facility years ago, almost 10 years ago, and it's been a blessing for us. No, we own this, and we take good care of it, and we take a lot of pride in it. As we go around this tour, you'll see how clean it is. And we take care of this like no other, just like we do all of our iron here in the building.
Hi, Paul. We're in Bay 3, but I don't see any paper sitting in the room. What are we doing here?
This is Bay 3. This is our embroidery department. This is where the ladies do wonderful work in here. We're super blessed to have an amazing crew. Anything you want to run thread through, we can do it here. So whether you're going to put it through a polo, what do we got? Hats, hoodies, bags, blankets, you name it, we can run thread through it. And we're just beyond blessed to have the iron we have and the people we have running this department.
I mean, you have 4 8-head Tajima machines, which pretty much everybody in the industry thinks Tajima is the benchmark. I mean, they are a great Japanese manufacturer. How long ago did you get into the apparel embroidery side and printing?
We have been in here, I want to say we're going on our 8th year in-house. And we are just continuing every year to continue to expand and grow. These machines, we bought these machines during COVID, so we upgraded all this to the latest and greatest Tajima machines, 8 heads. Yeah, this continues to be, as you can see, a department it's on full growth mode.
Well, I mean, apparel, it's not going anywhere.
No,
Paper
it's not going to.
has gone a lot of digital, you know, look at a screen.
Shorter runs, quick turn.
But shirts are never going to be that way. So you kind of saw a way to diversify CGP by bringing in the apparel in-house?
Absolutely, and this just adds for our existing partners just another way where they can consolidate all their needs through CGP on a vertical play. So whether it's their printing or whether it's their uniform and their embroidery or their screen printing, it's all in a box with a bow.
And every one of those colors is going to be identical to one to because when you're dealing with businesses, that brand color has to be exactly perfect.
Absolutely. So whether it's coming out of whether maybe it's a business card, a brochure, it's a booklet, it's embroidery, it's screen print, it's something coming off one of our promo etching engraving machines, right, that's important. The logo police within our partners, they want it all to match.
I see a lot of M&R screen printing equipment.
Absolutely.
You only buy the best possible equipment. Probably, I would assume, I mean, labor is your number one expense.
100%.
And when you give your team the right tools, they're going to be more efficient, make less mistakes, and be happy working with it compared to pulling your hair out working with some type of cheap.
Absolutely. I've always felt from day one, 34 years ago, at the end of the day, when I go home that little bit and put my head on my pillow, I need to know that the iron that we have here is fully checking the box of failure is not an option for us. Quality has got to be top of the line, and we've always invested from the very beginning in the best of the best, whether that's in our Bay 1 that you saw, Bay 2, Bay 3, or here in screen printing. Yeah, failure is not an option when it comes to quality. We want to succeed, and with that, we maintain the best partners in the industry in each one of our divisions.
And what I see, like 4 or 5 autos, and all the dryers, and again, you've been able to retrofit your building to work as optimally as possible.
Right.
I mean, you talk
talking about a lot of power also to bring into the facility.
Yeah, we have spent several $100,000 on power. We've spent a lot of time laying out the building to work for us, because at the end of the day, we need to streamline the processes. We need to get the jobs in and out as quickly as possible. We don't need to be traversing all over the building. So no, we've got plenty of iron, and we've got lots of power.
What's a typical turnaround time? I'm sure it depends on a lot of different factors.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the turn time always depends on, there's multiple factors that go into a turn time, but at the end of the day, our job is to get the product to our partners when they desire it. So if that's a quick turn, if that's in a day, it's in a day. If it's in 2 weeks, it's in 2 weeks. But, we're here to do the heavy lift for our partners, make them look good.
And that's a true partnership, is picking each other up and not thinking that you're just some middleman that has to outsource something. I mean, I bet when they saw that you started bringing embroidery and apparel printing in-house, they felt better about the partnership versus when you would have to outsource some of it to someone
Right,
else.
absolutely. I mean, we're here to take the heavy lift. We want our partners to go do what they do best and grow their businesses, and let us do this, and we're just that other spoke in the wheel to make them successful. So if they need a project and it's got to be done and it's an insurmountable project, it's got to get done in 2 weeks, and it's a huge operation, we're going to get it done. We're going to deliver when they need their product.
Again, that's a partnership.
Yep.
All right, Paul, I guess we're in the warehouse section, and I see a lot of aisles here. So what all are you storing?
Everything we have in here is coming out of one of the other divisions. So we could have digital, we could have offset in here, we could have wide format, we could have promo, we could have embroidery, screen print. There's nothing in the building that we don't produce that couldn't be stored in here. So it's just a little bit of everything. It really is partner driven, client driven.
And I mean, you don't like sitting on inventory, but you need to be able to grab, drop in like an Amazon, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So when applicable, we'll store inventory, but for our clients, we obviously want to monitor the inventory. We don't want them loaded up with inventory because we want them to be able to pivot should they desire. We can do, as we talked about earlier, we can do 1 or 1 million of anything as quickly as possible. So this is the amount of inventory we need in here to be quick responsive. Some of these items here move rapidly, so we'll put some inventory at a decent number, but it's not all the items we produce because a lot of them are printed on demand these days.
Wow. And again, I mean, that's a lot of product to be stored here.
Yeah, we've got a lot. We've probably have, total picking bins, it's well in tens of thousands, so there's still quite a bit of them. But as time goes on, the inventory comes down because obviously the model of a quicker turn and more of an on-demand ability to pivot becomes more and more prevalent.
Well, and sometimes that's just the equipment catching up to us as well. I mean, in the apparel world, it's amazing how it's quickly changing. I mean, direct-to-film gets more popular every day. Screen printing's never going anywhere. It's always going to be the go-to.
Right.
But what you can, when that client needs 20 pieces shipped out today, it's the digital. It's amazing what it allows you to do.
Absolutely. Digital continues to grow, and I just go back to 34 years ago, everything was we need 5, 10,000, we need 100,000, we need 1 million, and now it's we need 12. So yes, the digital world of whether it's DTF, DTG, obviously our embroidery and screen print continues to drive and it grows, but there's still a need at times for inventory. We still have clients that have a logo and have a uniform, like your logo there on your polo, that they know they're going to go through 100,000 of these in a 6-month period, and they know the inventory they're going to go through, so there's a need for us to put inventory on the shelf.
And do you think some of those customer partnership expectations, Amazon has kind of reset what the client expects, something to be turned around? I mean, I know you're not dealing with the same type of customer, but when I ship apparel, everybody expects something there next day. Because Amazon has changed a lot of that.
Absolutely, there's no doubt. I mean, everyone wants that easy button to click and boom, it shows up the next day. So that has changed, absolutely. And so we've had to change with that. We have obviously brought in additional iron, whether again, we've got digital, offset, wide format, promo, embroidery, and now in screen printing, the ability to produce one just as easy as 1 million. So yeah, Amazon has had a lot to do with the I need 5 and I need them tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, and Amazon they just keep setting that bar.
Yeah.
And it's pushed us, but you've been able to adapt clearly. And What was it like here during COVID? I mean, did a lot of this change? I mean,
Absolutely. We had, I would say, a high 90% of our partners were for the most part shut down. So we were, it was scary. It was humbling. You know, we waited about 24 hours and then we gathered in what we refer to as our war room and came up with some ideas. We reached out to several of our partners. We came up with a few ideas that really panned out for us. We were very early on producing, whether that was sanitizer, producing masks, producing acrylic for the retailers and the QSRs who were going back early on, and we were blessed. We were blessed. Now it was very different. Unfortunately, we did have to cut back in several of the departments, but we were able to forge through it and be better for it. So it wasn't easy, but we're blessed to be where we're at today and have recovered.
all right, Paul, we went through digital, offset, embroidery, screen printing, your inventory. Once that's all done, you got to get to the customer.
Absolutely.
So we're in the shipping department, and over here we see UPS, FedEx, USPS. So you're using all of them, and I mean, referencing Amazon logistics.
Right.
It's kind of funny. I could place one Amazon order, and I'll have Amazon drop it off, then I'll have the post office drop something else off, and then I have UPS. So there's just a lot of different factors that go into just shipping a product to one of your partners, I would imagine.
Absolutely, and we have great relationships with all the said partners that carriers you just mentioned, and really at the end of the day, our job is to get this packaged up and get this to our partners in the most efficient manner and the most cost-effective manner. We like to say in this department here, we package as if we're sending it to our grandmother.
And real nice. I mean, again, just even the box that something's put in, there's perceived value.
Yeah. I'm beyond blessed to have an amazing team that we work with here, and they take great care in getting things packaged up and getting it to our partners, because it's that first impression. When that box arrives, whether that's tape is put on straight, the label, we want the presentation when it hits their doorstep or they're handed to them by their carrier to look the part.
And hope that carrier was good about the whole process in between.
We don't need them throwing it over the fence or anything like that. No, but this is the last line, and we always like to say here at CGP, there's not one job that's more important than the next, but I would probably argue that this is the most important job in the business right here.
Yeah, I mean, they can do all the hard work there that gets to here, and it's fumbled.
Yeah, and we're super blessed. This team does an amazing job.
Well, Paul, I'm very impressed with CGP. You guys clearly are not the average apparel print shop. You're doing it all. I mean, you're a one-stop shop for apparel decoration. You're doing the printing, on the traditional paper, wide format signage. And again, this is what makes your business unique, and just your business model in general. You deal with partners, primarily B2B. Where do you see the business going in the future?
Really, I mean, it's going to continue growing. We talk about it often. I think we're just hitting our stride now. It's crazy, but it's been 34 years, but we are really resonating. The economy isn't really where we would all like it to be right now, and in times like this, we tend to do really, really well. We hear this often, that we're a Renaissance-like business. I think the B2B is going to continue to grow, and we're going to continue to push forward in that direction. But at some time, I think we're going to dip our toe in the .com world as well. But I think what resonates with our partners in tough times is there's not 20 or 30 people in marketing or purchasing or HR or operations anymore. Maybe there's only 2 or 3, and if they can pick up the phone and they can partner with a company like CGP, and they can get everything in a box with a bow and not have to juggle 10 different vendors and then maybe sending all that product to a 3PL in another state, CGP is a great option to save them a lot of time, money, and stress.
And you're doing it all with DecoNetwork, keeping everything organized.
Amen. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. You're a great partner for us.
Yep, and that's how we like to look at it. We're always, everybody's a member, everybody's a team. We're becoming the decoration network. where there's just a lot of potential. We love the feedback from shop owners like yourself. And again, very grateful that you let us tour today. Look forward to hopefully visiting you in another year or so and see what other new toys you've added to the facility. And
Absolutely.
start using the website side of things for DecoNetwork.
100%. We have some new toys coming in soon. The show is this week, and we purchased one new toy, so we're excited to have that probably here within the next 30 days up and running.
Sweet. Well, thank you so much, Paul, for your time.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Business Development Manager Zach Tuhurst here, and today we're visiting 7 Clay, and with us is Josh Sprague. How's it going, Josh?
That's me. Doing very well.
Yeah, I got your name right?
You did. Good success.
Hey, that's the first hurdle of the video.
It is.
You just gave us a tour of your shop. Now we're going to remake it on camera so we can share all your trade secrets, because you are doing things a little bit different.
Sure.
And what I really like about 7 Clay, what we've learned in the past hour being here is quality, quality, quality.
Yep.
I mean, in our industry, it always goes quality, service, price.
Yeah.
If your customer's primarily worried about price, they're the most difficult to work with, and you're in the business to make some money.
Sure.
So what I really want to do is check out your shop, and talk about, again, how you guys take that quality, to the next level. And, some of us pride ourselves in being the cheapest. Some of us pride ourselves being the best quality. What I've always seen that you don't want to do is kind of get in between the two.
Right.
You either try to be the cheapest, or you try to be the best. And you guys, again, doing a little differently. So let's go check out your shop.
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah, I'd love to have you.
All right, Josh, what room are we in?
All right, so we're in what used to be my office, and now it is the sewing room because, well, I don't have an office here anymore. So we started 7 Clay as a result of our sporting goods business, which we're making backpacks. And we still do. We have that thriving and going well for a business named Orange Mud. But as a result of Orange Mud, we were used to having really good high-end sewing machines. Like you see this King Max over here, it's programmable. And we had all kinds of other different machines. After starting our embroidery business out of frustration with outsourcing to local businesses for some of our other work, we fortunately knew sewing well, and we took that knowledge and rolled it into custom hats, beanies, shirts, and everything. So we have leather patch hat machine over here dedicated just to sewing leather. We've got our Juki in the corner over here dedicated to, well, it's not dedicated to anything, but it runs beanies, basically a lot of woven patches is what we're constantly sewing onto these hats. We use post beds, which are critical for sewing patches onto to hats. We use a lot of woven patches, a lot of embroidered patches, and that's where these two here machines are imperative, because without that, you can't, on a flatbed machine, you can't lay the hat flat in order to be able to sew it well. So, but we found by buying the best equipment in each representative segment in the sewing piece, we're able to produce the highest quality product consistently, time and time again.
Josh, I mean, we all know that there's a lot of heat applied patches that are out there now. This, you can clearly tell, is not a heat applied patch,
right,
and the quality is just nicer. I mean, it's a beautiful, this is what you would call a retail product.
Right.
We often think retail pricing, but we don't think of like retail quality.
Right.
And that is the retail quality that a lot of customers are really wanting.
Sure.
And I've never been in, like you said it perfectly, I've got a couple embroidery machines in my shop. Sewing machines are scary to most of us.
Sure.
I mean, this is a very unique skill set, and the only time we've actually ever seen this many machines at a shop is when we went to a cut and sew shop.
Yeah.
And just like yours is here, I had no idea that you need so many different types of machines for like that one specific thing to do. And they aren't cheap.
Yeah. No, yeah, none of them are cheap. Even this guy, I think, was, I want to say $5,000. 5,000 in relation to embroidery machines, not much. But when you're buying it and you're like, oh God, am I really going to spend that much money just to sew patches on hats? But like this machine, it auto trims. So when you start, you don't have to cut any loose threads. When you finish, you don't have to cut any loose threads. You finish and it's tight. Now you're going to have to, you'll have a teeny little piece you may have to trim afterwards, which will finish and clean up. But it makes all the difference in the world. But yeah, having the right sewing machines, like we used to have a whole bunch more, and we started to just outgrow this space. And as a consequence, we got rid of anything that wasn't just the best and bought the best. And then this way, everything works. Like these things are tanks. It's hard to kill them.
Yep.
But like you said, like this machine is generally running a 60, Tech 70 thread, heavier weight thread than embroidery machines typically do. In this case, we actually have some 40 weight on there, but generally it's running your heavier threads. Where this one specializes in your lighter weight threads, which looks cleaner sewing a woven patch, especially the side of a hat. This one sews up to like a 300 plus thread, but we almost sew with this rope when we're sewing leather patch hats. So yeah, everything is kind of its own little animal, and this one's just good for some of the more delicate, tedious work sometimes. So we run into that, and then we customize a lot of. We do get some of them oddballs, whether it's my other business or even in this one, people are like, hey, can you customize, these whatever apparel or this bag or whatever. And so we're always pulling off the wall from whatever it is to customize various other pieces of apparel and accessories.
So to have that premium quality, first you have to have the right equipment.
Yep.
I mean, if you don't have the right equipment, it's going to be very difficult to
Yeah.
put out there. Then you have to have the right skilled team members
Sure.
to be able to take the pride to deliver that. And then, just again, I would say your leadership and your vision is what's really important, because
Sure.
not everybody is worried about profit is their number one thing, and they don't think about quality.
Yep.
And quality leads to more profit. Really.
Yeah.
When
No,
you
we've-
charge more, you get that repeat business.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there. And again, this is truly private labeling,
Yeah.
the brand. I mean, you took a hat, I've got that backwards, but with no logo or anything on it. Now it has been branded.
Yep.
And, I even see you have a nice silicone PVC patch there.
Exactly.
And so you guys are doing, a little bit of everything. It's almost like you're a fashion business.
We do a lot of work in the space. Yeah, so it's been a lot of fun. And yeah, ultimately, when it comes to quality, we'll throw things away if they're not good, and it does hurt sometimes. But fortunately, everybody here, we all operate in the same mode where it's not like we have to oversee people much. I mean, people know like, hey, if that's crooked, take it off and refix it, and if you can't, throw it away. And it sucks because a lot of these hats we work with are expensive hats. We're not using just. We do work with some of the cheaper hats, but we mostly work with Richardson, Outdoor Cab and Auto and KB, all these brands. But a lot of premium hats. I mean, you don't want to sell a bad one, and because it's that one bad one that makes that good customer of yours all of a sudden hate you. So we don't lose customers for that reason.
Awesome. Well, Josh, let's go actually check out the embroidery equipment.
Let's do it. Sounds good.
All right, Josh, when your main production space, how big is the facility?
Yeah, so we have a 3,300 square foot space, which works great for us. We end up spray foaming the whole thing all the way around, painted it, AC'd the shop. This way, everyone is comfortable all the time. I'm not going to say it doesn't get up to 83 or something out here in the summer, and some people may not be happy with me, but we have big fans all over just in case. We try, but ultimately it's a big metal building. But yeah, so essentially we have the front office, sewing, embroidery, lasers, heat press, cleanup, and but I intentionally laid this U-shaped channel out, so we wanted when people come into the shop to see the impressiveness of the embroidery machines. We love the embroidery machines. It's just it is something that, in my opinion, in this space, it's one of the areas you can truly shine from having a quality machine, quality people, and then, of course, making sure everything is perfectly optimized to where our digitization is perfect. So every time that people come in, this is usually the piece they like to see the most. And the lasers. Lasers are always cool, too.
But like you said, again, just like any process, there's several steps that have got to be in line. First starts with artwork being properly digitized. You get what you pay for when it comes to digitizing. I've never liked going the cheap route with that. Quality machines. I see you have Bairden. Everybody loves Bairden machines.
Sure.
Bairden, Tajima, Happy Japan. There's several that are really high quality, but again, get what you pay for. I see Hotronics heat presses. I see an Anatol screen print machine. So when it comes to embroidery, though, I see that you're doing hats here, flats back there, and then what are you doing actually on these WSF?
Yeah, so patches over here is what is generally running. Yeah, basically, yeah, hats are always on this machine. I don't think we've ever not run hats there. But the back two, or the back one and the side, it's always either patches or some other sort of flat work, unless we're just overloaded, then we'll switch that back machine to hats. But with Barretons, for us, we found the quality on hats is just unparalleled by any other machine. And so we don't ever run anything hat-wise on any machine besides a Barreton. But yeah, you know, we use, and you'll see here on the shop, we use magnetic hoops, which we're big fans of for embroidery. It's just like we started that way. When I see people that hoop with regular hoops, I think it's crazy. So if you have regular hoops, seriously throw them away. Like
Mighty Hoop.
Yeah.
Hoop Master.
They're awesome.
And the placement is so much easier.
It's perfect every time. It's easier on your staff. It's easier for everything.
Everything.
And so it allows us to do things that we couldn't otherwise. I mean, we bought every friggin' hoop out there. I mean, it is an investment. I don't even want to think about how much money I've spent on Mighty Hoops, but it's a lot.
I know a shop who's got a couple Barretons, and their employee refused to use the magnetic hoops, and I was in there and I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I bet I could get rid of these for you, because they are expensive.
Yeah.
They're worth every penny, guys.
They are.
Every penny.
They are. And we bought one China one once, and it didn't look good, and so we just stick with Mighty Hoops. They're great. They are expensive, but from the efficiency side, honestly, it's a game changer.
So one thing that makes your shop different than most shops that we tour is the fact that you guys are making all or most of your patches in-house, right?
Right.
So I know the embroidery machines are kind of loud, guys, but I really want to show you how Josh here is making some patches. So explain to us, Josh, what we got going on here.
Yeah, so with patches, and we've ran them in all sorts of different ways. In this case, we're running one down here on the end, but why this head isn't running. But yeah, with patches, we end up using a vinyl material. We laser cut out our twill, we put down a track line, and then we go in and we put down our twill on top of that with a peel and stick adhesive, and then we finish them out complete. And the reason why we do that is that, you know, when we kind of started doing this business, we'd use a hot gun or scissors, and after running on your normal twill or a felt or whatever, we would cut them out, but you'll end up seeing the black from the twill or black from the felt or the white. And if you're doing, say, a red patch with a red border or a green patch, all of a sudden you see that black or the white popping through, and it just doesn't look very clean. Where this, we pop them out once we're done. Everything is nice and tight. Precision is always dead on. There's no mismatch with borders. There's no worries of cutting a loose thread that you would with a hot knife or scissors. And then once that's done, we just pop them out of there and heat press them to the hats after putting some adhesive on, and then we'll sew them too. Sometimes we sew them, sometimes we don't. Depends on the customer, depends on the type of hat. When it comes to hats, you know, we find with cotton we can heat press, nylons you can heat press, but wools you can't. You got to sew. Hence why we have all those machines up front.
You know what it feels like? It feels like a plastic shower curtain.
Yeah.
It's essentially what you're sewing onto.
I've seen people in various groups saying that they use couch protectors and all kinds of weird stuff. But yeah, we buy a big, you know, again, it's a nice part of being in the textile industry with my other business is that we're already used to buying rolls of fabric. So we just went out, and once we figured this process, we'd buy rolls of fabric and we buy just rolls of vinyl, and yeah, it's a game changer.
You're one of those guys where you're like, I want to figure out how they do that.
Yeah.
And then you figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch them how it's made, go into Facebook groups.
We have.
And then, and if they tell me it's still not possible,
then
I'm
we
still
do it
going to
anyway.
find a way.
Yeah, we have. Because it is tough. You'll finding resources, like we were talking about earlier today. You always got to be careful what you learn in the Facebook groups. You know, we see people saying you got to steam Richardson 112s and all kinds of weird stuff. And
sorry, Josh,
you don't
let me get us away from these embroidery machines. So something else you said there that I really like, the Facebook groups and so forth. Facebook's a great learning.
It's an awesome tool.
It's a great tool. Josh, you're going to attend the Shirt Lab Tribe event with us this weekend. Highly suggest you guys check out Shirt Lab Tribe. DecoNetwork just started being a sponsor. It's amazing what I learned there. And before you know it, there's somebody in that group that's like, I want to get into patches. How do you do it? And somebody like Josh would typically be on that group and is like, hey, you can get this shower curtain stuff, and here's how you do it. And those are the little things. What I love about our industry, Josh, is that nobody looks at each other like they're enemies.
Yeah.
We're all there to help each other when we need.
Sure.
And what I like about what you did, though, everybody kept letting you down.
Yeah.
You know, you were outsourcing most of this work, and that's what got you into the industry, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it's like, why can't they just take some more pride in the in the process? So,
yeah, the local vendors we were using were so terrible that we, out of frustration, bought our first machine. And then now look at what everything has evolved to. We didn't need another business. It's you know, running one company is hard enough. Starting a second was borderline insanity, and we didn't at the time think it would evolve to what it is. But we just thought we'd be mostly doing our other product for Orange Mud, and then, you know, working with the races that we sponsor and all this other stuff, and we do. But then it turned into a whole monster where, you know, we're big in e-com. We work with all sorts of brands and contractors and everything under the sun. So yeah.
And it's pretty common. How you got in the industry? The cliche one I hear.
Yeah.
I have my own music band, and I needed shirts, and the guy dropped the ball.
Yeah.
So I wanted to do it myself. So
Sure.
it's actually kind of pretty common. Sadly, in our industry, you keep getting let down, and you decide, I can do it.
You're out.
Then I'm going to do it. So
No, I agree.
awesome here, Josh. Let's go check out the rest of your shop.
Sounds good.
All right, Josh, where are we at in your shop?
So yeah, we're in the quality control piece, which is one of the most important parts of our business, in my opinion. Everything that comes out of embroidery or screen print or laser or anywhere for that matter here goes through QC to have the final checks to make sure it's all good. As always, we have Deco as kind of a critical piece to our organization. It helps from the quote stage to the order stage through going into production. Then even with each production stage, once the order's in, we mark it as, well, it comes in as initial order, and then Charlie back here, he'll kick it into the order stage once it's ordered, and then it goes into embroidery stage once it's kit ready first, and then embroidery once it's embroidered, and then once it goes over to QC, it gets moved to the QC stage, in which again we have a workstation in each area just to be able to document the movement of each one of these. So yeah, you can see how we broke all that out.
And you've also been using production statuses.
Yeah, and production
so
status.
Each one of these, you know, stations can actually be broken down into the steps.
Exactly.
So it's not, are we working on the job or not?
Yeah.
Where is it at in the process? You know, and at this stage again, we're at the quality control. I love these bags. You know, you just told us off camera, you'd go to Japan for this. You know what I mean? Like, that's what Josh is like, challenge me, and I'm gonna figure out a way. I'm gonna go, if I can't do it in the States, I'll go overseas.
Yep.
And this is really nice, and even, you know, I saw earlier when we were in the shop, every little extra thread in a hat is trimmed. I mean,
everything.
It's amazing.
Trimmed and burns. We almost always burn every thread in addition. Trimming gets us right up tight. And sometimes we're able to only do that, but you'll see we buy a lot of frickin' butane. So
we got some pyros in the room.
We have butane everywhere around here. But yes, I mean, like, you know, as these towels come off the machine, this is a changing towel and seat cover. So, you know, we use a Solvay on the top. So once it comes over here, we'll peel all the Solvay off. We'll steam it to remove the Solvay. And this is what, or the Solvay, what it does is it helps to allow us to get a really nice clean stitch. And this is all water soluble. So you put that steam on there and it just evaporates. And then of course on the back side of the towel, we still have the backing on here. And we get them generally pretty much cleaned up at the embroidery machine, but at the QC stage, she's gonna go through and make it even tighter. But even you can see, I mean, we have, on our machines, we're pretty nerdy. We've got pretty dang tight tension, you know, or optimum tension. I mean, it's basically textbook tension that you see just at a random piece we're grabbing off the floor here. But yeah, as you'll see though, the threads are real tight, but there's probably still a loose thread in there somewhere. This hasn't been cleaned up yet. But once it's cleaned up, then she's repackaging it in this case and putting it back in the bag. And then once it's totally done, we'll case seal it back up. we'll move it back over to shipping. We'll mark it staged to shipping here. And then that way shipping will know when they come in tomorrow, aside from having a big box in front of them and what needs to go out, they'll know that is the shipping piece that needs to go out. But yeah, we always keep this area nice and clean. It's not like we don't have mounds of stuff here, and sometimes the QC side will take over a lot more areas than this. But we try to keep that as much as we can, the one-piece flow going through here. Maybe we'll have 2 jobs going at the same time just to have good line clearance and not get errors and mixing one job with another. It's not something common in this space, but we do try to practice that.
It's not always easy for that mom and pop shop with just a couple people to have that quality control person.
Right.
But it's a stage in the process, but having one person that's the dedicated job, I feel like it's a better eye.
Yeah.
Versus the same person who sews doing the quality control, they're kind of like scrambled a little bit, and they may not be able to do it. So, love your method of the madness.
You won't always see things because, like say on my side and our sales team, we see one thing because we work with the customer, we work with the art, we put it into Deco as a quote, turn it into an order, and then it gets to production, and then Charlie will be like, well, hey, this isn't going to work. Or where's the I in Mississippi? And I'm like, oh shit, we missed that. Or Jen will set it up in embroidery and she's like, we can't stitch that small. I was like, oh man, every once in a while we miss those type of things. But let's say it's a phase that she got it in here and she ran it, and then all of a sudden it gets to QC. But the nice part of having a different set of eyes look at it is they're like, hey, this isn't spelled right. I mean, it could be something simple, but screen printing, same thing. Things will come over here and, hey, you know what? We got some ink on our hands. It happens. And all of a sudden we touched a part of a shirt, we touched a knob on the machine, touched the side of the shirt, pulling off, and they'll find it. When they pull the shirt up in QC, they look for ink. I mean, it's a simple step, but it's something that I don't want to do if I'm back there running the machines. And it's not that I don't try, it's just you're going quick. And so by having a secondary step that is no exceptions, is detail, they slow down and they find it. So like I said, it's pretty rare anybody's ever going to find a defect coming out of our shop.
You guys catch it first.
It's pretty rare. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen, but it's pretty rare. And if we do, we own it and we replace it, refund it, whatever immediately. And it's usually like, it's always something weird. It's running 1,000 hats and maybe a needle broke or something and we missed something on one stitch. It's usually something like that if there's something. So needle and haystacks can happen and they will, but we try to at least minimize all steps that we can. Sometimes honestly in shipping, they'll see things they're like, hey, this is crooked. And we're like, oh man. So I mean, we have a lot of different people that see a job. That's where anytime something actually gets out of here, if it's off, it's like, it's a lot of times we question it because we use alignment tools. Say if we're running polos, we align everything to ensure the math is right before we run it. I mean, there's just so many different pieces that we do and so many checks that it's a surprise if there's something off. And usually when we push back to the customer, like, hey, double check it, like put on that shirt or wear your hat, whatever it may be. Usually they're like, oh no, you're right, it's all good.
And I'm sure Deco also catches some of those because that's the point of putting together a quote with the proof.
Right.
You drop the artwork on there, and if I want it on the other side of the hat.
Yeah.
Well, look.
Right.
This is what you approved.
Yeah, this is where it's at. Yep.
So,
no, and we definitely, it is the nice part. I mean, we often render things in kind of that pre-negotiation phase in Adobe Illustrator, and we'll send that over. And then once we're ready, they're like, okay, cool, I want X, X, and X. Then we go in and we build everything out in Deco. We upload everything to where all the art is going to be perfect. And I like the sizing in there. Now, the sizing may not be 100% perfect, and we tell people that. Like, hey, Deco may show it's at 2 inches, but we may run it at 1.9. There's some things we're going to tweak. But the appearance is what I always impress upon people. The appearance is what you're looking for. I don't care if it says it's going to be 10 inches tall. It's going to look like that, and that's where we always try to impress upon people that, because ultimately, there's so many times. Yesterday I messaged Charlie back here like, hey, can you cross-check? I wasn't working at the shop, and I had a new woven patch we're working on, and I thought it was going to be fine at 2 inches, but it was so wide. Going on to 168, we needed to drop it to 1.8. So he printed it off, did a little gut check, and we find those type of things where, again, it may look right, but it still comes down to we got to make sure we catch those things in the shop. And there's, it happens all the time. So, but yeah, Deco is great, obviously, for ensuring we at least communicate with the customer like, that's what it looked like. That's what we're going to make sure you're cool with that. Cool. We're going to make it look like that.
Awesome. Well, Josh, I'm interested to talk about laser.
Yeah.
All right, Josh, where are we at?
All right, so we are on our CO2 lasers. So we initially bought our first laser, which is this guy here, this 60 watt, to really cut twill to make custom patches. And shortly after buying that, we realized, hey, we can be really good at leather. And not only from there, we had a customer, actually the same customer we ran our first leather patch for. He was like, hey, can you make me 120 coffee mugs? I'm like, yeah, sure. I mean, probably.
That's Josh mentality.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, well, it took me a bit to get, the rotaries in lasers can be extremely problematic. And I definitely spent some many 2 or 3 a.m. nights here. But next thing you know, we got that optimized, and we end up rebuilding all these machines. We bought them kind of canned, and then we put in all of our own boards and upgraded a lot of stuff. So it's been pretty cool. But like on our CO2 over here, it's running some 20-ounce coffee mugs currently. This one over here, we're running some leather patches. We work with a lot of veg tan leather. Unlike many shops that you'll see are using
faux leather?
Yeah, faux leather. And we will run faux only when requested. And it's usually because we have somebody that wants maybe a gray leather and maybe to be silver underneath or gold, and those look cool, and in certain applications it looks great, but we almost exclusively work with veg tan leather. We do stock black and brown, and like we do this thin leather when we're doing fold over tags on beanies, which is really cool because we'll fold them over and we'll rivet them or we'll sew them, but generally it's this leather here, and it looks pretty white, well, because it is. I mean, it's naturally tan, so there's no harsh chemicals in here that can hurt anybody in the shop from the outgassing. You basically have 2 types of leather, chrome tan and veg tan, and we use only veg tan with lasers. Well, after this is done, we have a process, it's a 2-step process where we go and we clean off all the engraving off of it, or all the dust off of it, and then from here we're going to take it and we're going to fire up the air compressor, and we're going to spray it with a sealant that's going to make sure it's going to last a long time and look really clean. And then the really cool part about that is it actually changes from this white color that you see to it's going to.
Oh, wow!
It's going to. I mean, it's a huge change once you put the oil on it. And this is just
you make mouse pads.
Yeah, it is a mouse pad. So, but yeah, the lasers are really cool. Shine your camera in there. I always try to keep people careful from. In theory,
staring at the
laser light, but the camera's safe to look at it. But yeah, so the lasers have been honestly a game changer in our business. We have a third laser that I'm Frankensteining at home right now. I kept meaning to do it here, but I never can get 2 seconds to my own. But we're actually taking a 40 watt, your typical like hobby laser, and we spent about $1,500 on all pro grade stuff to rebuild it. And the whole goal is it's been a little bit of a long-term goal at this point, but the goal is we want to put a rack right here where we can do multiple mugs in these smaller boxes. Because the problem is you're running a 20-ounce coffee mug on a giant laser, but it's kind of part of the process, to do mugs. So it's like right here coming off the machine, it looks kind of like a matte finish, but what we do is we take this up front after it's done and we'll clean it off obviously, but we put this special cleaner on it that brings it to super polish, so it's back to this, but that's just the innate piece that happens after you burn off the powder coated material. But yeah, mugs are huge for us. Again, cutting patches, adhesive. I mean, every single patch that we run through here, whether it's woven patches, embroidered patches, PVC patches, whatever, we're cutting adhesive on rolls in these machines that we're putting onto the back of the patch, and then we're again putting them onto the hat. So, so all this leather here, same thing. This doesn't have, it doesn't have the adhesive on it yet, but it will after we get this all done.
Wow.
So, yeah, the lasers are a tremendous resource to the shop. Here's an example of a run hat that we're doing. So it's a woven patch. It's laser cut, which is pretty cool. We did this purposely to not have a border on the outside. So a lot of times we embroider a border on the outside of it in manufacturing, but we like doing this sometimes for a really, really clean look. So this is going on the Richardson Telekium hat, and it's for a bunch of people doing a 4x48 run. And so from here, we're going to put a specialized adhesive on the back. and then we're going to heat press it to the hat on the Stahl's presses over there, and then we'll take it into sewing, and we'll sew a little perimeter all around the outside. And again, by having the right machines, it's pretty easy to hold a really tight window on that. Now you'll find with lasers, we often, like with these here, and again, these haven't been cleaned yet, so even like the burn marks you see, that won't be there. Once you clean this off and put an oil on there, it's all back to looking awesome. But we do put a little trace line on here, and this is to give guidance when we're sewing in the big rope thread that we use, that 207 thread. And so as we go and sew through there, it just allows it to be exactly dead on. We can get pretty dang accurate without it, but we can do it with laser. It costs us an extra 10 seconds, so who really cares?
Yeah.
So
No, it makes a lot of sense.
yeah.
And not to be redundant, but another workstation, another business hub pulled up, and I like, hey, we're staged here, order worksheets, printed out on the box, ready to go. So when
Exactly.
your guy comes over, he knows what he's doing, and then by the time this gets over to shipping,
Yep, it's all
it doesn't
done.
need to be,
Yeah,
put
Yeah.
this on the minutes of received is
Yeah.
what I recommend.
exactly.
Really cool section of the shop. Josh, still got more to talk about. Let's
All
go
right,
check it out.
Yeah.
Hi, Josh. We're in your screen printing department, and you're doing it differently. Tell us
Yeah.
how you're actually doing screen printing. Because,
Sure.
I mean, I know what this is. Most of our viewers probably don't.
Yeah. So we used to outsource our screen printing. Again, everything started really as a byproduct from our other business, but we hit a point where we were frustrated with quality. We wanted to see maximum detail. We wanted to make sure, if it's multicolors, we're not seeing any bleed over or anything. And it's kind of nice sometimes not knowing what you're doing going into it, because you can start fresh and come into it with a fresh set of eyes rather than having maybe an industry skew. And I'm not saying that's bad, but in my case, I didn't have it, so I had to work with what I got. So we just happened to be at a trade show, and we ran into these guys from Express Screen, and I love the concept because as we were fighting with space in our facility, we weren't going to have to build a clean-out booth, and I was a pretty big fan of that alone.
Oh, yeah.
And just to not have to deal with emulsion and everything, I thought, man, this is pretty cool. So we have this fancy, it's called the Rezo QS2536 from Express Screen in the corner. Basically, we take our vector art and print directly to it, print it to a film, which we come over here, and you see that in this station, we basically take a roll. This is your screen mesh material. So we roll this out onto this steel frame. It's got these tension bars in it. So yeah, you set all 4 bars in, and then once they're in there, you trim off the excess in the back so you're not wasting hardly any material. Tighten them down with a screwdriver. We tape up around the edges just so we don't have any ink leaking out anywhere. It makes it easier to clean up. And then once that's done, we take it over here into the machine, and we load it in this guy.
And this is essentially a computer to screen, if you think about it, for Express Screen.
Yeah,
so
it's just a printer.
So instead of the old traditional way of screen printing, we have different screens with different amounts of mesh counts.
Sure.
And you have to select the right mesh count based on the detail, the color of the ink, the type of the ink. There's a lot of variables to get right. Then you got to coat it with emulsion. You got to put the right amount of emulsion down.
Sure.
You got to have that dry. Now you got to expose it and develop it. Well, you better expose it for the right amount of time based on how much emulsion is on there, the type of emulsion, the age of the emulsion, the mesh. It's one variable after another. And I do it in my shop. I kind of have to with the way we screen print.
Sure.
Express Screen is like, screw the screen room, screw the clean out room. We're going to simplify the process in that we're going to give you, essentially, you're going to stretch the screen right before you need. You're going to take that, bring it over to here. You have a computer to screen. And in a way, you are printing your positive. Right
100%.
on there. I mean, it's essentially what it is. You're making a stencil a very different way. And for those who don't know what this is red in the screen print world means Anatol. Anatol is one of the leaders. I mean, M&R is at the very top, Rock's up there. Anatol is also very well respected, not as expensive. Something that Josh shared earlier with us, he bought this used manual, what do you have, a 6-head, 6 station, $4,500 you said? Okay, one, this thing looks brand new, but two, a lot of the time you can go used with this. I would not go used with any digital print heads.
Sure.
You know, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Even embroidery can be scary.
Yeah, it can be. Screen printing, okay, tell me what
we've learned.
electronic here, other than this little laser alignment system, is there that could bring, no, it's steel.
Yeah, and that's where when we looked at, you know, our whole approach to screen printing is that I do feel that the industry is at a tipping point of potential change, and especially in the lower volume stuff with DTF. I think DTF we do a ton of here, but again we buy from outside and then we just heat press it here, which is an art form in itself. But that being said, we knew we wanted this for a lot of our 1-color, 2-color, 3-color arts. We can do obviously up to 6, but a lot of our customers are ordering 1 to 3 colors. You know, 24 to 72 shirts is a pretty big common denominator for us. And we just wanted to be able to start inexpensively rather than spending $80,000 on an automatic and buying an even bigger dryer and just having such a financial commitment when I looked at our customer base, I'm like, well, why would I do that when I can do this? And some of the people with automatics out there are going to argue, oh, you're just so much more efficient. And I get it. But I've got a low investment cost. Let's learn. And I like to learn. Yeah. And so I thought I'd rather spend the money on this, which is expensive. But to me, like when I looked at, I think it was $28,000, I don't know, it's close, somewhere in the $28,000 range or something. But the reality is this basically bypasses some of our learning steps. Or I knew it would at least shortcut our process to focus on the art of screen printing rather than art of making a screen.
That is the real art, really.
And it really
Most
is.
of the time in traditional.
Yeah, and I see all kinds of people struggle with it, and I was like, well, I'm not going to have that struggle. So, I mean, it really is pretty dang simple. Upload the art in Illustrator, print it. I mean, it's been pretty dang easy. You know, line and art and everything. Those are all little pieces of screen printing that can be a pain in the butt. But you know, this has been for us a phenomenal tool, and so much that you know we've only had this for. I mean, it's like what 7 or 8 months now, and I mean we have turned, I don't know, 10, 20,000 shirts through here. And again, we do mostly 24 to 72 piece orders.
Manual.
So. Yeah, it's all manual.
But that's actually a great point, though.
Yeah.
You don't want to really throw a 24-piece order on an auto. I mean, that's not what that auto was really designed
and especially
to do.
in 1-color art, man, you can fly.
Yeah, and I don't like to print more in 1 color. And here's the other thing: digital print heads can't print, for example. I mean, some things it can do, but metallic, glow in the dark. So some of the specialty inks is where screen print is becoming, at least in the manual world, 1 color.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm just going to DTF.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just too easy.
Yeah.
It
really is, and it looks great.
I mean, it is. Now, something else though I want everybody to know. So the computer to screen setup for Express Screen, this will work on an Anatol auto. And I've seen them at the trade show.
Sure.
So that's what's also
I think any
nice.
auto. I mean, they make different frame sizes.
Not every auto.
No.
Not every, because it's I've spoken with them a little bit, and I better make sure because things change. Always.
Oh yeah, no, I know they make them for other machines besides Anatol.
But Anatols work really well with it. I do know. I've seen them at the shop. So, but it's really How long does it take to make a screen here?
About 2 minutes.
So 2 minutes, and you could have already had a pre-stretch.
Yeah.
So you could be on press within 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy
for a job.
So yeah, I mean, you can see, like we printed this out right before we shot the video, and man, it's just super easy. And then the nice part is, once this is done, all we're going to do is we're just going to rip the tape off, and I'm going to take a razor blade, and I'm just going to cut the film out, throw it in the trash, so we don't have to use any harsh chemicals too, which was a nice plus here in the shop. Is we just throw that screen in the trash and replace it with the new film. You just go in the back and you pop out these little steel bars, pull the extra little film that won't have any ink on it, so it's nice and clean, and then you just load up your next screen and get them going.
And Josh, you can hold a lot of detail, right? And there's no having to guess what mesh count to use and so forth. Yeah,
and I think they have 3 different meshes. We have tested all 3 of them, but there's the main screen our main mesh that we use. We've used it on 99.9% of jobs, and it just works. And again, the resolution is off the charts. We've done just cool like spider web type of designs that is just awesome, and not what we've seen from shops we used to outsource to. So this has been a really, really cool tool, and we'll come in here on we had, I don't know, I think it was Mother's Day weekend, or no, it was before Christmas is what it was, and I made a bunch of random stuff for my family, but it was something that I had some screens already made up, I came and printed them off real quick. While one was printing, I'd come and screen print a couple shirts, and then I'd print another, screen print a couple shirts. And it's easy because, again, like the film cost about $6. That's the cost you're in. So the other money you're really into is your own labor, which is setting it up and lining it up, and
Ink's practically free.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
it's so cheap.
Yeah, it's inexpensive. So it's really been something that on our side, it's been neat to be able to just prototype things. We'll go and like the other day we made a bunch of 7 clay shirts for the shop, and we did all kind. We had 4 or 5 7 clay screens, and we just ran all kinds of inks. And Mariana, one of our sewers, she came in and she put layers of different colors of ink, and we had a rainbow shirt from just one press, which was pretty cool. So props to her for the creativity. But yeah, like I said, we just love it because it's simple, clean, and again, at the end of the day, cut that film out, throw it in the trash, no harsh chemicals, and move on.
Well, and here we're on Friday, and over there we can see the staff's doing all the cleaning.
Yep.
Clean shop, very important.
Sure.
Your shop is extremely clean,
Yep.
which typically kind of happens when we come visit. You kind of know, hey.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no, but
especially
it's
in
always
this
like
area,
this.
because
Yeah.
before you know it, you get the ink, and then
Yeah.
it gets on there, and then it gets there, and it's just transferring.
Yep.
The other thing I really like what you got going on here, this lighting.
Yeah.
Not only can I see, but I also don't feel depressed.
Right.
Because those are two, you need
Yeah.
both of those
Right.
things. I mean,
You do.
it's really good. And I can't state that enough, how
Yeah.
important lighting is for
Yep.
employees.
Yeah.
You don't
Well,
want
and there's
to
a
feel
lot
like
of
a
time.
dungeon.
There's obviously making people happy is number one, and then number two is it's just wasted time. Even back here for me, like I need to drop another light back here, and I've got my redneck light over here in the corner, but it's been working so far. But I need to put another LED right here. Initially, when I laid out this area, which is why we have one over at least this workstation, which crosses in here decent. But I thought I was going to have this laid out different. But any time that we find that if you're squinting trying to do work, A, you're not going to have the same quality because you probably can't
Yep.
see a mistake. You might not catch it soon enough. And then B, you're squinting, you're going to get a headache, you're going to have a bad day, and then you're not going to work efficiently. So yeah, we have constantly either put in lights or moved lights, and we're not shy. If we need a new one, we just buck up, call an electrician, get it done, please, and then move on. So, but yeah, they're all LEDs, and man, to have the old school yellow lights it'd be painful.
Another thing I like that you did, though, because Josh is kind of similar in a way. The more I'm around Josh, I'm like, man, I want to be Josh. So, Josh, I'm running my shop out of my home property. I have
Sure.
a 2,000 square foot outbuilding, totally finished. I love it, but I'm outgrowing it, and I'm going to be moving, and I don't want to keep it on my property.
Sure.
You thought about relocating your shop
Yep.
on your own property and so forth. There's an advantage. I hate leasing. I hate renting.
I
I hate that. But there's a lot of pros.
Yep.
One, it's easier to get employees comfortable and find them, because
Sure.
when you work from your home, it's a business, but it kind of feels like more of a hobby in
Yeah.
a way. And secondly, it brings you new business,
Yep.
because you don't really want just another company always showing up to your property and so forth. And it just, again, feels like a hobby to your customers. So
Sure.
having a physical place has a lot of advantages. Even, you think about post-COVID and all of that. Yes, I mean, it does. And you can't have enough space a
Yeah.
lot of the time, can you?
No, sadly not.
We were in a shop, and they have a 100,000 square foot building. It's like, my biggest regret is not buying the one connected to it.
Yeah.
Because it was like, you got to think years ahead.
Yeah, you do.
And what is your average lease, for a building like this? What is
Like
your lease?
$4,000 a month.
$4,000
And
a
honestly,
month?
we have a ripping deal. Actually, down here, it should be more in the 5 or 6. We have kind of a fluke property. We're actually not in the city of Round Rock. It's county. Even though it's city all around us, it's just a weird zoning thing. And so when we found this building, that was one of the big perks, is that since it's county, we somehow have cheaper rates.
I'm in a township, and
Yeah.
there was the advantages to that. And also, what's a normal term for a lease like this? How many years?
Usually 3 to 5 is
3
a
to 5
typical.
is what you're typically.
Yeah, most everybody's going to want, more the merrier. Of course, you get a 5-year, you might get a little bit better rates, a long term. But like for us, for example, when we signed our original lease, it was a 5-year lease, and part of that deal is, I spent, I think it was $58,000 in the inside of the shop upgrading it. Even though it's not my building,
Yeah.
I spray foamed this whole thing. We painted the whole thing. We put in heavy AC out here in the shop, as well as build out in the front and paint and everything. And I at least got them to split the office air conditioner, or the shop air conditioner 50-50 with me. So, you know, it cost me $58, but I got some of that kickback and some lease. But that was one of the perks that you can do by doing that.
Awesome. All right, Josh, we got to check out the last part of the shop.
Sweet. Sounds good.
All right, Josh, we're kind of at the beginning and ending stages
Yep.
of the order. So
Sure.
what? We receive through the big door,
Yep.
and we ship out the big door.
Exactly.
And, you know, I feel like you because this is actually the exact same scale I have.
Yeah, Uline. Or maybe Amazon.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, again, pretty important stage. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's you got to check in. You know, it's amazing how many of DecoNetwork's competitors, they don't even let you check in the actual goods.
Yeah.
It's very important to kind of kick off the whole production process. You can't decorate what you don't physically have, and you got to
Sure.
know when it actually arrives in the shop.
Yep.
So comes in here, you receive the stock, goes through the entire production process, comes back, you create your shipping label through here. What are you using? ShipStation?
Yep.
Highly recommend ShipStation. Anybody out there?
It's great.
It's great. One,
Yeah.
it's efficient, but two, shipping rates are really good.
They
through it.
suck. Oh, well, I mean, they suck in general. They're at least better through ShipStation.
Yeah, they are better than through ShipStation.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been using ShipStation for 12 years in our for our other business, and then obviously almost 5 years now with 7 Clay. But yeah, I mean, really, this piece is pretty critical. When everything comes in, we have 1 to 3 different people that will inspect it to make sure the counts come in correctly. And then what's really cool is that we'll go in and say if we have a 40-line item job, we'll go in and receive per line, marking what's in. And that way we'll know, like, hey, embroidery, you can start on this, but you're not gonna be able to finish it, you know, just in case that job's coming up. And so, and we'll have that sometimes where, you know, all of a sudden, Richardson or whoever will have a hat that's out of stock for 3 months, and we're like, ah, man, it sucks. Well, we at least have it marked in there that it's out of stock, and we'll put an internal note like, hey, here's the new replan date. But we know the other, you know, 300 hats are good to go. And so that is what's really cool about Deco is we can organize that, and especially when they split shipments, you know, because when we order from S&S or whoever, they may ship from 3 or 4 different warehouses depending on what we're ordering or more. And so this way we can go in and receive that partial and the next partial and the next partial and the next partial. So yeah, the shipping side's critical, obviously, to have a good organized shop, or the receiving side, but then same thing with shipping. If one thing that we do have is redundancy with counts. You know, screen printing, embroidery, laser, sublimation, heat press, whatever. So in every place is counting how many is on that job. So for us to ship out an incorrect quantity, I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen, but it's pretty rare because we have so many layers, and then shipping is doing the same thing.
Wow.
We're gonna count it.
So comes in, you count it.
Yeah.
Goes to embroidery or screen printing.
Yep.
You count it.
Yep.
Goes to quality control.
Yep.
You count it. Comes to
Exactly.
shipping. You count it. Mm-hmm. Wow. And it's funny because I talk to a lot of shops that are like the receiving stage. In DecoNetwork, you can use barcodes.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody wants to just receive the whole order using a barcode. And I'm like, it's literally not possible.
Yeah.
And why? Because it shouldn't be.
Right.
You don't assume that what S&S put in the box
Yeah.
is completely perfect.
Right.
They're going to make mistakes, especially around the holidays. I don't know
Sure.
about you, but when they start bringing in all the seasonal workers and everything, that's
Yeah.
when I see more picking problems.
Yep.
But wow, you are checking it at every stage.
Every stage.
And again, if you guys haven't learned from this video, Josh is all about quality. Quality and can I do something that somebody else said is impossible? That's what he wants to do.
Every day.
Because I'll tell you what, when I hit Josh up, I was like, oh, they do patches. I saw on the website. I'm assuming they're hitting up stalls all the time.
Yeah.
No, you guys do it all.
Yeah.
And again, that's what I love about the industry. And you know, Josh, you kind of stumbled into it like a lot of us.
Yeah.
It's
a fun problem. Good stumble.
And it's a great industry to be in. It's not going anywhere. New processes are always coming out. There's plenty of orders to go around. There's a lot of different business models.
Sure.
You don't have to be the guy that just puts out the cheapest product.
Sure.
You put out the premium. That's your, competitive advantage.
Yep.
That's your core competency that you're striving for. Josh, thank you so much for having us. Again, love your shop. Love your setup. Everybody here is smiling. I don't know if it's just because they're here, but
No, we have a
I
good
think
crew.
I can tell that your leadership style is also the other. Again, equipment, team, but leadership. You got to be an involved owner and lead the team.
Sure.
You can't just always hire and just walk away.
Yeah.
So
It'd be nice if we could, but
yeah, it would be nice.
Fortunately, in all fairness, I think one of the things that we've done pretty well too, though, is that each department essentially here has kind of their own one that's in control. So the place does run pretty well without me, admittedly, which is nice. I don't have to be the ball buster of like, hey, this quality sucks. If anything, sometimes they got to call me and like, hey, Josh, what do you think of this one? I'm like, that's fine, ship it. but
it's the systems in place.
The systems in place, and then we've got everybody here is pretty. Each one, fortunately, is mission critical to the success. I mean, you break one off, and it's a major problem. So it's a nice part of layers, and we're not huge, but we're bigger than we were when we started, and to have the layers and people that we do, we have people to kind of bounce ideas off of and cross-check things, and it's made life a lot easier here in the shop.
All right, guys, check out 7clay.com.
Yep.
And again, so much, I hope this video is helpful. And again, if you're just getting started, strive for how Josh is doing it. I love this shop. We tour a lot. It's awesome, Josh. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thanks again.
Dora, with how good she is, she can do probably up to about 450 shirts, 500 an hour. Wow. And they outsource it to us, to where all they have to do is go on the website, place the order, everything's set up through Deco. Yeah, most people run a hat at around 550, 600, where we can pretty much with the Barrett and run it right at 750 and have no issues. When it comes to the system and the employees, I mean, you can't have a business without great employees, and that take pride in what they do.
Hey everyone, Zach Dewhurst, the Business Development Manager at DecoNetwork, and today we're in Duncanville, Texas at Absolute Logo Factory with Sean Middleton. How's it going, Sean?
Good, Zach, how are you?
Good. Sean, you've been a DecoNetwork user for several years now.
Yes, been there with Deco for 4 years.
And how long has the business been around?
Business has been around since 1999.
Oh gosh, I bet you wish you had the software the whole time.
Oh my goodness, no doubt about it, man. It's changed the company and the way we do things for sure.
A lot more organized, all on the same page, less mistakes.
Yeah, less micromanaging.
Less micromanaging.
Yeah.
And what all are we going to be showing our viewers during this video?
Basically, we got anywhere from the art department to the spider to the embroidery operations to the screen print to shipping and receiving.
So you're really a one-stop shop?
Yes. Yeah.
And if you don't do it, you farm it out to somebody else, and what they often don't do, they bring to you as well.
Correct. Yeah, we work hand in hand with a lot of different companies in the area.
So Sean, what do you say we go check out your shop?
Let's do it.
So we're in the office space environment. What do we have over here in our first office?
Yeah, so the first office here is the art area where Mariah does all of her artwork for screen print and pretty much anything to do with
so everything from separating colors, selecting your color for embroidery or print. She's doing it all here. And Maya, you said you were self-taught?
Yes, I'm self-taught graphic artist. It hasn't been easy, but yes.
And I see you're using Business Hub right now to prep some artwork.
Yes, I am right now fixing the Pantone colors, just making sure that everything is correct.
And I bet since you guys started using the software, the ambiguity and he said, she said, you're actually putting together that quote,
No doubt.
sending the proof. Mm-hmm. And what percentage of your orders start out as a quote?
I'd probably say 50%. Usually, I mean, our customers, we've had such a long time, they pretty know what our price range is. So there's really not too much quotes involved, and also they're also ordering it on their own.
Okay.
On the Deco website that we might build for them, or we might do it through Business Hub.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. But you let them approve it before you do anything else.
Everything's approved, right, Mariah?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. So all artwork is approved. That it doesn't matter if it's a repeat job, it's still approved. As soon as they download, even if they do their own order, the artwork is still going to be approved. Always try to protect our backs in the business realm of things. So, and with Deco, everything's very simple with that, to where they can just have one click, and then it's artwork approved. It notifies us, and we're good to go.
And
Right.
I was kind of, letting you guys know what's right around the corner. You're about to be able to upload DST files,
That's
change
great.
colors when they're in there. It's going to make life even easier.
Oh, that's great.
It's something exclusive Deco has. We have the best embroidery features, and it's all going up that next level. So
That's the best news all day.
wait till a lot of digitizing comes.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
really are good.
Yes.
So, the biggest hurdle in our industry will always be getting good artwork from our customers.
Right.
And you guys primarily work B2B. Does B2B guarantee you a vector logo?
No,
No.
no.
No, it doesn't.
Even after 5 years, some still look at you like, "What are you talking about?" Even though you told them 10 times, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So and that's a service that you'll offer though to them,
Exactly,
obviously.
right.
And digitizing, do you guys do that in-house?
We do not. I did digitizing for years and find out it's much easier just to outsource that online and get it back usually within 24 hours.
And it makes sense why you would want to do the print side more yourself, because you have to trap colors and strokes and chokes. You need it to be perfect, and you really need to be near the printer and
Yes.
communicate with them. And it's
Correct.
a lot better than if you just outsource it.
That's right.
It's not going to get you,
100%.
versus digitizing, I'm going to take it, I'm going to kind of just stick it in the machine.
Right, yeah.
And we're good.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
All right, Sean, I guess I would call this, the office print room.
Correct.
Essentially, right here, you're printing some menus.
Yeah, it's just a little added feature that we do here, just to be able to help a customer out.
And it's not necessarily a focus, but having a machine like this, it helps you guys when you need it, and sometime your customer probably hits you up, "Hey, do you do business cards
Exactly.
or any of this?"
Yep.
And you may have to say, no, but I can bail you out, in this situation.
That's exactly right.
And then we have something totally different, and these are a lot of patches that it looks like they're coming from Hotronics
Yep.
or Stalls, because they have the 360 IQ. So everything from 3D embroidery to leather to a woven patch to the flex style, a lot of different types of pretty cool effects that
Yep.
you couldn't heat press onto a product 10 years ago.
That's a good point. So I was about to say that 10 years ago, a lot of these options weren't even an option. It was just straight, usually embroidery.
Yeah, you'd have to
You'd
put
have
it
to
directly
have
on
directly
there.
on it. But now with Stalls, they've done such a good job of giving a vendor a variety of different options to put on a hat. And so whenever a customer does come in and want to look at a hat or a different technique used for a hat, then we have those available to them.
And you're always trying to keep up with the cutting edge, fashion trends, decoration
For sure,
processes.
yes, yeah.
And like you've kind of told us during one of our interviews today, it's been changing quite a bit in the past 5 years.
Yeah.
When you look at DTF, and we saw one at Long Beach where you could go from embroidery to printing it.
Yeah.
We saw the color reel come out a few years ago.
How crazy is that, huh?
I mean, it's pretty crazy technology. A lot of it is expensive when it first comes out, but something like this you can start offering with minimal investment. You can outsource DTF transfers.
Exactly.
So something I really like that you mentioned earlier, Sean, is you work with a lot of other decorators.
Correct.
We all have our strengths. We're not really in an industry where we look at each other like competitive enemies.
Correct.
We can pick each other up, help each other. There's a lot of business to go around.
No doubt.
And we toured another shop, Jay-Z Embroidery, here in Duncanville, and they actually have a different market than you. You're
Yeah.
primarily B2B. They have the storefront.
Correct.
They like the B2C. And then they'll get that business come in there that's been there for years.
Correct.
Hit you up, hey, I need 1,000 shirts printed. And,
Right.
do what you're good at and don't overreach.
Yeah.
I remember Ali was telling us last year, I'm thinking about getting into screen printing. and he's into DTF, and I'm like, I keep doing what you're doing.
No doubt.
Let somebody else pull out their hair, because it takes years to master
for sure.
a lot of these processes.
You got to have an expert person running the machine for sure.
And yeah, you have looks like a very strong staff. You know, and your role here is vice president, and we just met Maya, who is the president. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, Mariah.
Mariah, sorry. Yeah. And having that, you know, that partnership, it's got to help. I mean, there are days where I just really wish I had somebody else to kind of share the load. I mean, you can have great employees, but when you have a partner, it's different.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, and it's, like you said, it's very beneficial to have one. I mean, if you do want to take off as another partner, you should feel comfortable be able to leave your operation and things still run smoothly. So that's, yeah, it's a key to it.
All right, Sean, I know you're the embroidery guy, but screen printing, the most difficult part of the process is making a perfect stencil. And this is what we call a CTS, a computer to screen.
Yeah.
And what it allows us to do is eliminate the printing onto a film to then tape to a screen and then expose it. Yep. Instead, we're able to put a screen on here, and then it essentially prints the design directly onto the screen. You're then able to take that to the exposure unit, expose it, and then finish developing by washing it out. Makes you more efficient.
No doubt. It's been a huge game changer for us. We got this at the beginning of 2023. And like you said, we're a little old school with the old films, and getting things lined up perfectly was a challenge sometimes. And with this here, it's changed the game with that.
Well, there's three things it does. And a lot of people think about, oh, I save money on the film. Yeah, you save money, but what you really are doing, one, registration gets a lot easier to quickly get on press and get everything registered. I mean, an automatic press, it doesn't want to sit. And when you're registering, it takes time. You want to get that taken care of as quickly as possible. This is going to help. And third, detail in the design.
Correct.
I mean, it's very hard to get those perfect dots sometimes on that film, and then, you know, it's not sitting on the screen versus this, and you're able to get a really nice, fine, detailed print. Computer to screen, it's becoming extremely popular. It's almost a given if you have automatic printing equipment nowadays.
Yeah, correct.
And you said you've loved the Spider and everything.
Yeah, so I mean, once you get the bugs out at the very beginning, then it's pretty much just keep the maintenance up with it and download your logos and off you go.
Wow. Work hard and smart.
Smart,
then hard.
Then hard.
I don't like to say don't work hard. You still got to work hard.
You still got to work hard.
But you got to work smart,
like the
then
smart
hard.
part. Yeah.
All right, Sean, where are we?
A lovely washout booth, a job everybody wants.
Everybody wants.
Yes.
Best job in the shop. But you know what? It's probably one of the most important jobs.
No doubt.
You know, we just talked about your computer to screen, and that's great. But if you don't properly reclaim your screen, you are not going to be able to really expose it and use it again.
Exactly.
So what's the strategy back here? You know, try to make it as efficient as possible using the best chemicals. Like what's the general?
Yeah, so the chemicals are a key part to it, but also the operator that actually runs like you said, this is a very crucial part in the whole screen print department. Not having pinholes. Things like that, it's very crucial. So if you have somebody that knows what they're doing, and it definitely helps out on that.
And do you have any idea how many screens you guys might go through a day?
Day, I can tell you a week. We usually go through about 60 to 80 screens a week.
60.
Yeah.
And you know, your screen print staff, they have a lot of experience.
For sure, yeah. Dora, our main operator, she's been doing this for over 22 years. And Lucy's been with us for 5 years. But yeah, a lot of experience.
A lot of peace of mind for you, not worrying about things when you hire experience.
When I hired Dora, I no longer have to worry about actually how to run the machine, because you would not want a job done with me running the machine.
Yeah, okay, so not fun, but vital, and you know, we're not printing money in here, we're gonna print money out here, right? So, Sean,
what do we have? I see a couple M&Rs. Are these Diamondback presses?
Yes. Yeah, we have the Diamondback R series here where we do a lot of one color jobs, especially in our peak season. We'll have both machines running, but we always keep this set up with the sleeve to where we don't have to break down the other main machine the whole time, to where it just makes it simple for them to rotate the dryer, put that on, and we're rock and rolling.
Any idea how old?
Oh my goodness. I bought this 8 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, and it was probably 15 years before that.
Okay, you didn't buy it brand new?
No, I didn't buy it brand new. Yeah, it was a used equipment when I bought it.
Any regrets buying used?
No, yeah, I think it's good to have a good technician to give you peace of mind.
Well, M&R is one of the best.
Oh, that's the thing, yeah. M&R's
and you're
top of the
in
line.
Fort Worth, and like one of their largest dealers is GSG.
Correct.
That's got to give you a lot of also peace of mind.
No
that
doubt.
Anybody from GSG could probably take this thing completely apart, put it back together in the same day.
Yeah, and we've called plenty of people at GSG to help us out.
So this you're primarily using for sleeves, which you do a lot of contract work.
Correct.
And that's, I'm sure, there's a lot of shops, hey, I might be able to, I can print the front, I don't want to print the sleeve.
Yeah.
Can you do that for me? And then they're bringing it to
you
you, and you're going to be able to knock it out.
Knock it out for them. Yep.
So this Diamondback is set up obviously for your sleeves, and right now we're going on the front of the shirt, it looks like.
Yeah.
So a standard left chest. Any idea how many shirts you might get out an hour with 2 operators?
2 operators. Dora, with how good she is, she can do probably up to about 450 shirts, 500 an hour.
Wow.
And knock it out pretty quick. So, especially if it's a one color print, she's pretty efficient. She can turn that baby down to 0 1 and rock and roll.
All right, Sean. So your team finished printing all of your front left chest. So they whipped these out very quickly. Your press is printing 400 to 500 shirts an hour with 3 team members running it. And now we're setting up the next color of the job. So what I think is really cool that you guys did is you burned both the left chest and the back print on your exact same screens. So after they printed all of the left chest, Dora, press operator, went to every station and swapped the screens to be the opposite direction, and she's been at it for about, I don't know, 6-7 minutes, and she's almost registered. She's on the last screen.
Yeah.
That's how quick. You'd love it to always be. I think that goes back to your computer to screen setup as well. I mean, just having that, that investment is going to save you money here.
Yes.
And, it's all about the setup. Screen printing, the ink cost is very minimal. The setup of the job takes time.
Yeah, you're paying for time. That's what you're really paying for in screen prints. So, yeah, I totally agree. The cost isn't really in the ink.
No.
It's the efficiency of how things operate. And with the Spider machine, it definitely speeds the process up of being able to set up like Dora's doing.
And one thing I saw that, you guys are also playing around getting away from taping the screen and using this newer technology of just taking, I don't know if it's just glue or what, but going around. We have tape on the other side just because it's an older screen, but check that out. No tape, but no ink is going to be able to get through.
Correct, yeah. So we're in the current test phase with that. So we've purchased 10 screens to just see how the process works, and so far so good.
Wow, and you've done it on different mesh counts and
correct, yeah.
No problems?
That's right, no problems.
Wow. Also, again, what I love about your shop, you actually use DecoNetwork properly.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh, we have our order and we have a invoice just to help us, but then you have the order worksheet that allows Dora and the team to know, hey, we're printing 70 shirts. We are printing them with 186 red, light orange, 165C, and white, and we have both a front and a back print.
Correct.
It's amazing what happens when you use something properly, and I assume after this job, we have this job. So the next one will be what, 30 shirts, orange and white, and then we have navy shirts.
That's a big job there.
That is a big job, and you're also using customer supplied shirts.
Correct.
And they bought this through one of your Deco sites. They weren't emailed to you. You had to put together a quote, send it back to them. They're actually using a site you set up to submit a contract order.
Correct.
And
yeah. So I have a contract site set up for all my customers, just like who we are. And they outsource it to us, to where all they have to do is go on the website, place their order, everything's set up through Deco, and then we get the confirmation order, and then we go through the artwork approval process. And once it's approved, it's ready to run.
This is pretty cool. They're doing t-shirts, they're supplying you sweatshirts, and they're also supplying you shorts.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish it was that easy for me to get a screen print order out sometimes. It is that easy.
It is that easy.
I just got to be using, software the way it was intended to be built. So again, teamwork is one. Having software to make you as efficient as possible is just half of the battle.
Correct.
What would you do without these ladies running this press?
Well, we wouldn't have a screen print department. If you don't want me to run, I'll be here all day trying to just set up the machine itself. But yeah, so when it comes to the system and the employees, I mean, you can't have a business without great employees and that take pride in what they do.
Well, also your actual organization of the shop. One of my favorite classes in college was an operations management shop.
Yep.
And just, hey, put this equipment here next to this one, move your bottleneck so that it's not slowing down the process. How did you organize this space to be as efficient as possible?
Yeah, great question. So when we had this open warehouse space, when we first got into the screen print, we had GSG come out and actually do a layout diagram of what it would look like. So they're the ones that actually came out and said, hey, I think this machine here would be great, dryer here, all the pieces of the equipment where it needs to go with the square footage that you have to run the shop.
And electricity and
everything,
a lot
correct.
of HVAC.
Yep.
I mean, and like what you're doing, let's put the dryer in between two presses.
Yep.
Choose which direction we want to make
Exactly
the dryer
right.
go, and again, efficiency.
Correct.
Now you don't have two different dryers, you have to bring in more electricity and so on.
No doubt.
You guys have a lot of different types of inks. Do you do any Pantone matching?
We do, yeah. So especially with contract work, we have a lot of Pantone matching that we have to do, and she's the expert on that. So it's an interesting process, and it's fun to watch her do it, and I still haven't learned how to do it.
Yeah, your classic, uncoded and coded Pantone books. All right, well, let's check it out. You guys want to see how 400 or 500 shirts are printed in an hour? This is why you buy an automatic. I mean, and the quality, the consistency. If you're physically doing it, not only can you not do it all day, you're not going to be consistent. It's harder to register colors.
That's the only good thing with the manual is you get good forearms.
Yeah, you do. You become Popeye, and it'll help your golf swing in the end.
Yeah,
you might
for
get a
sure.
couple more yards, but
I'd rather not try it that way though.
no, carpal tunnel.
I'd say let's work smarter, right?
Yeah. So and again, working smart, using the same screen that has a very small print on the front, big print on the back. That's working smart. That's how you, time is money, and reclaiming a screen takes time. Burning a screen takes time. So this is definitely working smart and hard, but efficiency is the key.
No doubt. Totally agree.
Looks like fun.
Yeah, it's fun to watch somebody that does what they do really good, and that's what we do here. So
Well, when it's
take great pride in it.
When it's working properly, it's like printing money, isn't it?
That's right.
Every time that shirt comes off and goes there, it is like printing your own $100 bill.
That's right.
Because it's if I look at this job, your unit price is $750 a shirt, and that is with the cost of the shirt. This is a Gildan or a Portland company.
That's without the cost of the shirt.
That's the cost.
This is a contract job, yeah.
So you're charging $750 for the front and the back.
Correct.
The whole job will be completed in under an hour.
Yes.
Because again, obviously, and you are charging $525.
Yeah.
So $525 is what you build the customer. This job will be completed within an hour.
Correct.
Those are some pretty good margins.
That's pretty good margins.
And that's what screen printing
Can do for you.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's why
That's what it's all about.
So, Sean, have an open door. This is just screaming, hey, bring me the orders, the blank shirts in here. People come and go all day, grabbing, dropping off.
Correct.
Where are we exactly?
So we are in the shipping and receiving area. So yeah, make yourself at home. We have an open door, open door for you to drop off boxes, and you're out the door.
Because you do a lot of contract work, and you like to have that, nice relationship with them.
For sure.
Like you even told us earlier, they can come and just pick up, or again, drop off. They don't really have to come grab Sean.
No, I'm out of it. I'm in my office. They're grabbing and going, and we also have Vanessa back here every now and then to just make sure they're getting the right boxes. Every box is labeled with the invoice number from Deco, with the company name and the business, the business that we're doing for that company.
So how do you have it organized? Because I see some smaller orders over here. Again, just like you're saying, order worksheet, and then over here some bigger orders. So do you kind of keep like contracts separate?
Correct.
Others?
So all my contract pickup over here. And that's just basically for a contract customer that wants to pick up. And then we also have the shipping on the opposite side, and that's for retail or contract. So my staff is aware of how the operation works, and this is actually where Deco comes in handy. So they know that CS.Absolute Logo Factory is a contract supplier. CS stands for contract supplier. So that's the first thing that they look at. All right, it's contract supplier. It's either going to go here or here, right?
Yep.
So then they can go over here and look at the shipping. It's customer supplied label. So that tells the employee, hey, this is going to be shipped out with the customer supplied label in hand.
And how do you do that? Do you contact the supplier or the customer and say, hey, we've weighed your shirts, this is how much it weighs, this is how big the box is?
So Deco, basically whenever I do the production, they show production complete. As soon as they get the production complete email, they know it's ready to ship, and they'll send us the label.
Wow, you don't even, it's all automated, you don't even have to contact them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Never contact them.
And again, obviously we see here, so purchase orders, when you have blanks come in, they'll come in, receive the stock, whether it's a customer supplied or something you order from Sanmar, SNS, Alpha Broder. And then when it comes time to ship, you're down in here buying and printing the label.
Yep.
And also, Sean, we're going to get you on ShipStation. Now, Sean doesn't ship a lot of things, but if you do ship orders, I cannot stress enough how great ShipStation is. It will make your life a lot easier. You buy and print the label, customers automatically email the tracking. This doesn't work great for customer supplied when they're trying to give you the label, which is, and you're a lot of local, so it's not what you primarily do, but
exactly.
It is worth every penny for those orders that you are shipping, because what you'll also find is, if you think you're getting a good rate for post office or FedEx or UPS, you will find that your rates will be significantly better through ShipStation, just because of the volume they're doing.
I'll take your word on it.
Everything else you're doing is great. We just got to get you on ShipStation. All right, Sean, we're in the embroidery room. This is kind of your realm, isn't it?
Yeah, this is where it all started for me. Is my little forte, you could say, is embroidery.
And it looks like you're a Bairden guy.
I am, yeah. Bairden's, I think, is one of the top machines. I know there's some other machines out there, but when it treats me right, I'll stick with you.
I've never heard anything negative about Bairden. I mean, Tajima, Bairden, they're leaders.
No doubt.
I mean, you can't really go wrong with Japanese engineering, can you?
No, it's one of the best ones that I can think of, and I've had them for several years now. And if I had to buy a new machine, it'd be another Bairden.
The mistake I made when I first started bringing embroidery in-house was thinking, it's just got to get it well digitized, have that good tension, and it's like the right color, right?
Yeah,
There's a little bit more to that, isn't it?
That easy.
There's a few variables. Can you go over some of those variables of how to put out a good product and really keep the machine running instead of fighting it?
Yeah, so the quality or the actual material itself can also determine what type of needle you need, what size of needle you need, ballpoint, sharp, different things like that make a big difference in the quality of product that you put out.
Yep, and we actually did a pretty cool, webinar with Madeira on selecting the right backing, and then we did one with Eric Campbell when it came to selecting needle size. So there's just a lot of variables, just like any process. You got to get them all right if you really want, to put out the best possible product. And also, it helps your staff. It's discouraging if you're constantly breaking thread or having some other type of problem. And when you give your employees, the tools to be successful, everybody's happier.
Exactly, no doubt.
So I'm looking at this order. One, I see a 12 head there, and then how many heads are on that back wall?
I've got 8 heads on the back wall, and then the 4 head individual machines that are Maya's.
Wow. And if we look here, you're doing the Richardson 112. This is the best-selling hat, I think, in the industry, pretty sure.
I would agree with that.
So, we're doing a bunch of different colors. We have our invoice, our DecoNetwork order here, and then our order worksheet. Looks like you're doing 180 heather gray and black, and then a few others also. How many stitches per minute do you think you average on one of these machines?
So on the Barrett machine, actually, we usually have it set at 750.
750.
Yep, 750, and it usually runs pretty smooth. And a lot of people say that's really fast for a hat, right?
It is fast for a hat.
Yeah, most people run a hat at around 550, 600, where we can pretty much with the Barrett and run it right at 750 and have no issues.
Wow.
Yep.
And I see magnetic hoops. You a proponent?
That's been the biggest thing for us in the embroidery is magnetic hoops.
It's
my employees, when you start talking about having elbow issues and things like that, it's time to make a change, and that's been a great investment. It's been a game changer, not only for the quality but also for the staff members itself.
It's funny, I'll go into a couple shops and they'll actually have magnetic hoops, but then that embroiderer isn't a big fan of them, and they're just sitting in the corner. I'm like, what are you doing? This is the best stuff.
Have them give me a call.
Yeah, they're not cheap, but wow, do they make you more efficient?
No doubt.
The alignment, even doing a beanie like that with the freestyle, it's a game changer.
Yeah.
Highly suggest anybody out there who's looking at getting embroidery or has embroidery and doesn't have magnetic hoops, the Mighty Hoop Master setup is incredible.
For the quality on that, Zach, where I noticed the biggest difference was on polyester shirts. Because when you do a regular hoop, sometimes you twist it and turn it, and then next you know you pop it out of the hoop, and next you know you have all this crumbling and just pulling, right? So with the magnetic hoop, it's no twisting and turning. It's a straight applied and we're moving. And when you pull it out of the hoop, there's not as much. You're still going to have a little bit every now and then, just depending on the polyester, but for the most part, the cleanliness of it is so much better.
Now, I see your wall of thread. I am seeing both Isacord and Madeira. Is there a reason why you're using both brands of thread?
The short answer is no.
I see this pretty often, and I'm always wondering why.
So Isacord is my preferred thread that I like to use, but there are some colors that you can't get with Isacord, so I get with Madeira. But whenever we first got into the embroidery industry, a long time ago, we used Madeira. That's all we used. So some of it's also leftover thread as well, but Isacord is my go-to. If I can't get it there, then I'll go to Madeira.
Yeah, and those are the two most popular by far. Keep it nice, dry, clean. You don't let it, get too, you don't want this sitting forever.
No.
You'll have dry rot and so forth. But it's very comfortable in here. What's your staff like in a given week?
So really, I have a limited staff on the embroidery. I've got 2 people, usually mostly Sophia and Alma, that run the machines. So I run my big jobs on the 12 head, the somewhat big jobs, the smaller jobs on the 8 heads, and individual jobs on the Amayas. But when I'm really busy, I like to have 3 or 4. But at this point right now, we just need 2 to be able to produce it in 3 to 5 days.
Wow, and you're doing this both for contract orders,
correct,
and everybody else,
yes,
retail.
Yep.
Wow. Wow. Well, Sean, love your shop.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us. so glad to have you as a DecoNetwork licensee. Sean and I worked together, what, 4 or 5 years ago when you signed up? DecoNetwork, very powerful software, can be a game changer, has a little bit of a learning curve. Sometimes working with somebody like myself who's used it for a long time can help reduce that.
No doubt.
But once you're up and running, I mean, it's amazing what all you can do, and you can grow, your business with it. It won't make or break your business, but it can make you lean and mean and allow you to focus on what's really important.
And also the amount of mistakes that happen have gone down tremendously with having the DecoNetwork system, so that's a huge benefit.
I mean, if you think about it, if you're paying $300 a month, 12 times a year, you might be, okay, I've got $3,600 in it. I bet it saves you $3,600 in mistakes almost every year.
Oh, you wouldn't believe.
And the amount of man hours also saves. So,
exactly.
No, it's a great point. It's technology will make you more efficient and it will reduce those mistakes, which keeps not only you happy, but your customers happy.
Yes.
So, thank you again so much, Sean, for your time. Thanks for having us, and hopefully we can do this again.
Yeah, we'll do. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey DecoNetwork members, Business Development Manager Zach Dewars here at Same Day Tees, and with me is the owner, Pete Bolsani. How's it going, Pete?
Good, Zach.
Pete, what's your bread and butter decoration process?
Screen print. We've always been a screen printer. I've been screen printing for over 40 years. So.
Over 40 years, and where are we in right now? I mean, I assume it's the ink room.
We're in our ink room, yeah.
And what brands of ink are you using?
We use a lot of Rutland and Wilflex for the most part, Rutland.
And I see ink mixing. I mean, are you doing Pantone matching?
Do some Pantone matching. We have the scale here for matching. If it's a larger job, we'll go to the factory. One of our partners that we buy ink from, they'll mix gallons or 5 gallons for us. But if it's a quarter a pint we need, we mix that in-house.
Wow. And, I mean, there's a lot of ink in here. This is your classic screen print shop as far as kind of what it looks like, but as we're going to walk through the building, you're going to see Same Day Tees is not your average screen print shop. I mean, it's a very big operation, and you've got a lot of cool toys that we're excited to go kind of see, and it took a professional to set up this operation, didn't it?
Yeah, we work with Lon Winters when we moved out here. He helped us lay it out to maximize every inch, and as you walk through, you'll see that we have every inch used. We get with our turnaround and everything, we have to get product in and out because we can't hold product for 2 weeks. We just don't have the room. We got to get it in and get it out.
And he mentioned Lon Winters. Anybody who doesn't know Lon's a great guy. He is the screen printing expert. He offers a lot of screen printing consulting services. I mean, I highly suggest. I've never had him in my shop. Met him several times. Really nice guy. He's made some really great instructional videos, and I mean, you kind of need to set up something like this. So let's go check out the rest of the operation.
Great.
All right, Pete, it all starts with making a screen. I mean, before we get on press, there's a lot of pre-production. So what exactly are we seeing here?
This is our Ecotex. It's an M&R product. We use it for reclaiming screens. You put it through one end with scraped out screens. It gets washed out. The emulsion comes through. We take it off here, we give it a quick rinse, and then we go into our drying room after that.
So dirty screen starts here, comes in, gets hit with the chemicals, washes it out, finishes, new clean screen.
Correct.
And I mean, I know these things aren't cheap, but how good of a job does it do, and has it really eliminated a lot of labor to have to do it?
Oh yeah, so when we had got this, we were probably about 40% our size, and we had 4 people in the department. And the worst job in the whole shop is actually doing reclaiming by hand with dip tape.
Absolutely the worst job in the shop.
Yeah, you had to get like recovering crackheads or something that would maybe do that. But But now we're running twice as much volume, and it's pretty much just a two-person department. I still tell people this is the pre-press with the EcoRinse and the EcoTaxin and the other tools that M&R has is your quickest ROI. It's incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean, and anybody's reclaimed a screen knows it's by far the worst part of it. And then we have your typical washout booth for after you've exposed the screen, just to wash it out, right?
Just to rinse it real quick before it goes into the drying room.
Cool. Well, let's go ahead into the drying room. The drying room. So these are all screens that have been cleaned and now are drying before they are actually coated.
Correct.
A second time. Okay. And you organize them by the different mesh counts.
Correct.
And I see everything in here is essentially stretch and glued. Do you use any roller frames?
We did use roller frames a few years ago, especially when we were doing a lot of sim process in-house. But we keep an eye on the Newtons on the screens, and we just use these. They're a lot easier to use, and we have a good partner that we buy screens from all the time.
And then you just send, once the screen's done, you send them the frame, do they re-stretch it? And,
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one thing I did when I was first starting, and I'm not putting it down completely, but wood screens can be a nightmare to work with. I mean, you've been in this industry for 40 years.
Yeah.
Would you suggest always spending the money on an aluminum versus a wood, even if you're a small startup?
Yeah, I mean, years ago, wood was a lot cheaper, but I don't know, wood might be even more now. I mean, it's metal frames there's not much cost savings going to wood, and they're a lot more stable.
And like Pete said right there, the Newtons, you have to have great tension. If you want to have good registration and just a really nice print, you got to take care of your screens and having the technology to properly wash them out. Because I know, I mean, you may have hired somebody at one point and they just go at that mesh too much, or they throw a chemical and they leave it in there, it locks it up. I mean, it could be a nightmare, and having the operation just makes everything easier.
Easier. And we used to stretch our own metal frames too, but it was a lot easier, and we got a consistent frame by jobbing that out. That was one of the things we decided to send out.
Anybody who's ever tried to stretch a screen before, it is not fun. That glue isn't fun. It's not fun getting all the residue off of it. Try to find yourself a good partner to send your screens to, let them re-stretch it, and go from there. All right, Pete, so we dry the screens and then we
coat them.
Coat them. So, you have an automatic screen coater.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm used to doing the classic two hands,
yeah.
flip it around, and so this automatic coater, how does this exactly work? I mean,
you basically put the emulsion in the front and back, and then you plop the screen in, and it coats it, and while it's coating, you're getting the next one ready, and they can coat a bunch of them fairly quickly. So that's how, like, this pre-press area with two people, you know, he's doing reclaim, and then he's doing coating, and then he gets them in the hot room. The other guy is grabbing them out of the hot room, exposing them, and then washing them out. So that they're doing more than one job.
Are you typically doing a 1-in-1 on both sides?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're doing a 1-in-1, and like, how long have you had this piece of equipment versus how many years did you guys manually coat?
We've had this since before we moved in this facility, so probably about 7 years. So before we got the EcoTax and the EcoRinse, we actually had this.
Awesome.
And consistent screens, because it gives the same
exact
coat compared to doing it by hand. You know, the beginning of the morning, you're all gung-ho. The end of the day, you're going a little bit slower, and you're probably putting on a lot more emulsion. This is the same way every time.
Yeah, I never thought about actually coating all day, and that's not, again, most shops aren't having to coat that many screens, and that's definitely the consistency. And then when you get to exposure, I bet it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
And what type of emulsion are you using? Are you using a diazo mix? Is it?
We're using diazo, and we've bounced around between different ones, because most of the shop will run in Plastisol on, but when we get into the hybrid digital squeegee, it's water-based screens that we need.
So yeah, definitely a different emulsion, because it'll break down with the water.
Yeah.
Really cool. I'm kind of jealous I don't have an automatic screen coater.
Yeah.
So we coat the screens, then they got to dry. So These look like they were recently coated. How long does it take roughly to have them dry in here?
So each of these rooms have different atmospheres. So like the first couple rooms are, got heat. This has got a lot of heat. And so if they're leaving them out right here, these will probably, because the room's a lot warmer, will probably dry in a half hour or so, but we still got a hot box that if we need something done faster, we could go into there. So when we're doing a lot of screens a day, we'll use a combination of in there and out here to get them done faster.
It's kind of cool. I mean, it's like a whole closet, so you can just roll that rack right in there.
Yeah.
Really cool. Well, after we coat the screens, we then take them into what? A storage room?
Storage, yeah. So all the other rooms were taking humidity out of the atmosphere. This room we put in humidity in, because if you get it too dry, you're going to have problems with your screen. But this is pretty much all our screens that we have ready to go to get burned and out to the press.
So I see we start at what? Oh wow, you have 40 and 60 and 80. So what? Glitter, metallic, those specialty types. Then you get into your classic 110, 156. This is where I live when I print. These mesh counts. And for those who don't understand, the mesh is really what? How many holes are in a square inch? The more holes there are, the more detail you're able to hold. And I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but we're in a light-sensitive room like we were the last one. I mean, we're in yellow lighting. We don't want to pre-expose these screens. You have any UV coming in, it's not going to burn very well, if it will. So you have a lot of different mesh counts for different situations. Again, that 40, 60, 80, your specialty inks, they're a thicker ink. You really need them to be coming through. Your white inks typically have a lot more pigment. They need a lower mesh count. But then, you go to 156, 180, 196, 200, 230, 305. If you're burning a 305, this is typically for like spot process or something like that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And what color are these screens? Are they all white?
They should be orange or yellow.
That's what I'm used to.
With the yellow light, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it is very hard to tell. And how many screens do we have coated in here?
We should have somewhere around 300 or 400. We have about 800 to 1,000 screens at any one time, depending on what's going out to get restretched. But you want to always have maybe 3 days worth of screens on hand to turn them around.
So 3 days worth of screens, meaning you're going through around 100 screens a day?
Or more than that, probably about double that, yeah. And it used to be more when we were a Zim process shop. Every job was 8 to 12 colors, and we were doing a lot of sim process with digital squeegee. We're using 3 or 4 screens, so our screen usage went down a lot since all our high detail work is digital squeegee now.
Wow, that's a lot of screens. And how quickly do you try to use the screens in this room? Because I've coated a screen, and I might coat like a 60, thinking, I'm going to get a glitter job in the next week or so. Then I don't get that job, and like 2 weeks later, and then it's like, this is getting harder to wash out once I expose it. So how quickly, what's your maximum length of time sitting in this room?
Most of the screens, except for the 40s and the 60s and the 80s that we're using for the glitter jobs, are getting turned all the time. And these guys keep a good eye on what they're using more of, so we'll adjust what we're ordering when we have them restretched. But it's the same thing. We don't do a lot of glitter or shimmers and stuff like that, so sometimes we actually, when we do get the job, we have to look at the screen and the date it was made and just reclaim it and burn and recoat it again.
And I see we got a
humidifier
stat, 62% humidity. One thing that a lot of people, when they're getting started, I'll tell you, especially me, and even with like DTG, you have to respect Mother Nature.
Oh yeah.
I mean, humidity is huge. So having the right environment is key to success.
Yep.
Do you agree?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, with the DTG and the DTF, we had to build its own room to control the humidity and the temperature in. And then when we brought in our new Polaris DTG, we already had the full shop air conditioned, but we didn't have the correct humidity. So we M&R built humidifiers on there, but we still have to get extra humidity in that environment.
Well, once you start throwing AC in the room or heat, I mean, you're sucking out that humidity. And I've been in shops where they have misters to a degree. I mean, and that gets dangerous, having misting and so forth. So.
Yeah, we looked at the misters and stuff, and when I seen them at places that had them, there was condensation on the floor.
Exactly.
So, we'll be running the DTG when we get out there, but you'll see that the humidifiers come up, and you don't get a lot of the water all over the place.
Cool.
So.
All right, so really cool screen room. All these screens are coated. Next step, we gotta burn them. We have to expose them. And Pete, you've got two different ways to expose a screen. You've got the old school exposure unit. This is how I expose my screens. Versus this is a computer to screen machine. And explain to us why this has kind of changed your business, especially when you're doing all that process printing and so forth.
Well, you get really fine detail with the eye image, and also you save a lot of money because we're not printing film here. So the guy that's working in the screen room or washing out screens, he's able to put a screen in, press a button, and come back, and it's done. But the detail's really good. Pretty much everything with our plastisol screens will go through here. Image will get printed on the screen. It'll get exposed when it goes into the back. It'll come out, get washed out. But when we do our water-based screens, we're still using that exposure unit to post-expose to make the screen a little bit harder, because the water-based inks will break down the screen a little bit faster. So even though I thought I was going to sell that at first, we ended up holding on to it as a backup in case this ever went down. But now we find out that we need it to post-expose our water-based screens.
Never bad to have a backup.
Yeah.
And again, like you said, the computer to screen, put the screen on, goes in, prints directly onto the screen, and then instead of using a film positive, because a film positive, I mean, they're not hard to make, but especially when it comes to alignment. I mean, that's the key here as well, right? I mean, the detail and the alignment to be able to go from here to that press.
With the Tri-Lock, with the M&R's Tri-Lock, we have that. And the cost, I mean, the film is at least a couple bucks per thing, plus you have somebody, artist waiting for that film to always come out, and so there's just a lot of time with it, where here you get a better product, and it just goes right to screen, and you're not saving all those positives.
How long ago did this technology come out? Because I've seen these machines go way down in price compared to once they...
I want to say it's been around for at least 10 years. We've had this for probably 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I would make my life easier when I've got a 5-color job to line up.
And I know there's other eye images and different ways of doing it that are coming on board that people are using that are pretty cool.
Cool. All right, so we make our stencil, essentially our screen, and then we wash it out, which, is this an auto washout, or is the, oh wow.
Yeah, this is Echo Rinse. So we could put up to 4 screens in here, and there's different formulas for different mesh counts that'll we'll spray a fine mist, basically expose the screen, and then let it sit for a couple seconds, and then it'll come and wash it out and rinse it, and then we actually just throw it in the hot box to dry faster. And then from here they go out and get ready for the next day's production.
Well, and actually something you just mentioned from there, anybody who's ever had to expose a screen knows that all the variables that go into it, I mean, the screen mesh, how much emulsion was put on it, how long that emulsion has been on the screen. The computer screen makes that even easier, and then this, just with the automatic, I have to imagine, just makes it pretty turnkey to expose the screen.
And consistent. It's consistent every screen, and then when you're doing fine detail, either with a lot of halftones, you're using the same formula, so the screen's going to turn out the same way. You're not relying on the amount of emulsion or how it was exposed, and then how they're spraying it with a power washer.
You get too close with the power washer, you start losing that detail. Yeah. Very cool. I mean, again, it's all about consistency. When you're doing same-day turnaround, mistakes are not your friend at all. I mean, you have to be precise with everything. All All right, Pete, when we talk about screen printing, they always say it's all about the setup of the job. And that started with, mixing the ink, burning the screen, all of that. And then we actually are ready to start getting on to the press. So behind us, we see a lot of really cool M&R equipment. Are you a fan of M&R?
Yeah, we're an M&R shop. They're 30 miles away, and we've always had a great partnership with them. So all our presses, our digital squeegees, our Polaris DTG, all our pre-presses M&R.
Yeah, and anybody who hasn't looked at M&R is the benchmark. One, and secondly, it's the prettiest equipment, and I'm kind of stupid. I have to like the look of the equipment if I'm going to be near it. And I see we have some autos, we have some digital squeegees. What makes you kind of make that decision as far as what press to purchase and then when to print with it?
So our primary business is ASI, and in that market, the customer comes to us and either asks for recommendation or say, I want to do this as a screen print, I want to do this as a DTG because of the amount of colors and the size of the run, or do it as a digital squeegee because of the material and it being a larger run. For our online business, we pretty much dictate where it's going to go. We'll choose a DTF or a digital squeegee or a DTG. Most of the stuff we get online, we're not doing screen printing because they need something shipped the same day, so we got to do it digitally.
And like you kind of alluded there, every decoration process is a time and place.
Yeah.
And sometimes to make it easier on the customer, they don't really care about how it's printed. They just want it on time at a good price, and sometimes just taking that guesswork out of it from the customer makes it easier, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and on our online products, we sell a full color print. We don't say it's DTG or digital squeegee. It'd be too confusing for the customer. They just want to make sure that full color graphic turns out right, or their photograph turns out right.
And it's a lot easier to use one of those digital processes versus burning, 20 screens for that process job that you used to do.
On the same day, yeah.
On the same day.
Yeah,
That's not fun.
Yeah.
A lot of setup, breaking down the machine and so forth versus, we're going to see the digital squeegee. What, one screen, right? You're doing them underbase.
Well, actually it's 3 or 4.
Oh, wow.
So there's underbases and top coats and stuff like that. But when you're comparing apples to apples, if you're doing a digital squeegee job and compare it to a sim process, most of your sim processes are on the low end 8 colors, but realistically 10 to 14 colors. So
10 to 14 colors, 10, 14 screens, print 10, 14 screens to register and break down, put ink in.
And hope it all works, because there's a lot of times, it's because simulated process is still an art, and there's always going to be some tweaking with a color of ink or a screen. And so with the digital process, you're going to set it up on the Polaris, or you're going to set it up on the digital squeegee, and for the most part that job's going to go up and get printed and come down. There's no tweaking or artistic interpretation with it where you would see with the simulated process job.
Yeah, screen print is a trade, it's an art, but when you get into process printing, a whole nother ball game.
Correct.
And that's why the digital world and the digital hybrid has really changed the way I think shirts are printed.
Definitely.
All right, Pete, you got a lot of different autos in here, but then you have this thing, the digital squeegee machine. This is newer technology. How long have you had this piece of equipment?
We were one of the first ones to get it. I think our press is, I heard it's either serial number 23 or number 11. And 23 is a big number in Chicago.
11's my favorite number. Barry Larkin was my favorite player growing up.
Yeah, and so we were one of the first ones to adapt it. And the reason we were looking at it right away is we were doing a lot of relatively short run sim process, meaning short run 150, 300 pieces, where all those screens and all the art and that involved was making it hard to do. So when the digital squeegee came out, it just fit right in our wheelhouse. And we got this one 4 years ago, and we got the other one probably 2 years ago.
And so the digital squeegee, you have your screens. Now typically, you said what, around 3 screens?
3 screens, yeah.
Now, why do we have so many heads?
Well, the press needs that to flash cool, but and it needs the room for this to go on there. And we still use this when we don't have a digital squeegee job. It looks like they were running a multicolor job today. But you need the space for the press to fit these on there. So like on the DTG Polaris, it's on either a 16 or 18 color press, but you look at it and say, why do you need all that heads? You need the room for the digital
actual carousel.
The digital squeegee actually takes up 3 heads. So then you add a couple underbases and top coats, and then you got a flash in between them, and this takes up 3 spaces. You know, you're up to that many.
How many heads do we have? Like
this is 18. Our other one's 14. 14's the minimum.
14's minimum?
Yeah.
And you just said something there that I've never thought of. Just because it's a digital squeegee machine doesn't mean you can't treat it like a normal auto screen print press.
Exactly, yeah.
Wow, I don't know why I never thought of that, but it's like, it is a multi-use press, whether you need, again, that CMYK to come out of this, or heck, you could still do spot process. Every process has a time and place. You know, if you've got a 1,000-piece order, want to throw it on an auto, if it's a 6 color, that might be quicker than some of the other methods of processes.
And the other thing is why you need some extra print heads is on the digital squeegee you could add spot color. So if somebody wants a metallic, or you have that red that's hard to, or those colors that are hard to hit with CMYK, you could do a spot color with it. So with the digital squeegee, we do a lot of corporate work for our ASI people, and they got to make sure those logos are perfect. And if you're if you can't get that brown or that purple or that red, you could add a spot color. Or if you need to add a glitter or something like that, you have that option. Or Crystallina.
The fluorescence and so forth.
Yeah, fluorescence too.
Yep. All right, Pete, so we just came from the digital squeegee. We've got another digital squeegee here, and then this is the M&R Polaris. So what exactly is the M&R Polaris machine?
The M&R Polaris is a DTG press. What makes it unique is the speed it prints at. It prints at 200 prints per hour, and that's like real numbers that we're getting. So like if you're used to talking to some other DTG places, they give you numbers that are inflated. We could run this press 200 pieces an hour, no problem. The other thing that I like about it is I love the feel of the print, the ink. When you look at another system, they're printing a pre-treat, and then they print a lot of ink on top of it, and so it becomes on top of a wet pre-treat, so it becomes a super heavy print. If you look at the different stages that this press goes through, it pre-treats, it dries. After it dries, it gets a heat press, and the reason it gets a slight heat press is to lay down the fibers. Then it goes through, cools down, it gets the white ink, dried again, pressed again, and then gets the CMYK. So you're getting a thinner coat of ink. You're able to get much higher resolution than if you're on the other competition press where you got a lot of pre-treat with a lot of ink going on top. The DPI is a lot higher, resolution is a lot higher on this print, so you get a much nicer product.
And a nice hand. So again, like you said, it first pre-treats, then it comes over, flashes it, then it heat presses it, and it keeps coming through, and then goes into underneath the Polaris, where essentially this is like a white normal, or this is just your white.
This is just white.
White.
Yeah.
And then we got another flash.
Another flash. Another heat press. Yep. Sorry, Suzanne.
And then what? CMYK.
This is CMYK. Yeah, and you can see, you know, it's got each of these presses got their own humidifier and their own separate AC. Even though the whole shop's AC, these are the prima donnas of the shop. The digital equipment, they have their own separate AC units to make sure that, because you got to keep the ink at a separate, a consistent temperature, and the units themselves can't get over 90 degrees, over 85 degrees.
So again, yeah, we have, you know, your typical auto, your digital squeegee, your M&R Polaris. Every one of them has a time and a place.
Yeah, and then our ASI customer, they want the high resolution, and they do larger quantities. For our online people, it allows us the quick turn time.
Really cool, Pete. Well, thank you so much for letting us come here. I mean, this is a heck of an operation. A couple things that I caught from this. One, M&R makes great products, whether it be the presses, the pre-press equipment, and so forth. But you need somebody also often to train your staff, set up your shop. Again, you haven't heard of Lawn Winters, check out Lawn Services, and then have some passion. I mean, and that passion is contagious. Everyone here seems real happy, and I've been to some shops where it's like, and the humidity and environment here is just great. So you're doing a lot of great things, Pete. Thank you so much. If you have any questions about how to, send an order to Pete at Same Day Tees, check out samedaytees.com. And thanks for watching. Thanks so much,
Zach.
Pete.
Thanks for coming out, guys. Hey DecoNetwork members, Business Development Manager Zach Dewhurst here with my good friend Craig at BCF Sports. We're in Miami, Florida. How's it going today, Craig?
Going great.
It's not that hot. I mean, your shop's nice, air conditioned. We've been in some hot shops. This is a pretty cool one.
Man, hey, I'm a big guy. I gotta have it cool.
So yeah, let's go check out what you got going on back here.
Okay. This is our embroidery apartment.
You have 2 6 heads?
Yeah, we run buried in a single head, Then we have our little mini that does our sleeves for us.
So they're screen printing the sleeve right now. And then I see that they're printing the front as well, but that's not just screen printing.
That's hybrid.
So that's hybrid.
Yeah, we're doing the I'll walk you over and show you. We're doing the top bulb hybrid, which you see here. And then we're doing the text in screen print. So it's the best of both worlds. In this process here, we're able to do like almost up to 400 shirts per hour.
400 shirts per hour on the digital squeegee M&R machine.
Correct. It's amazing.
And I think one of the things that at least I completely overlooked when I first started seeing the digital squeegee machines, it's still an auto press.
Correct.
If you don't want to use the digital portion, you don't have to.
No, it's a 14 color press, and we have the best of both worlds. We can do everything screen printing, or we can do it digital with both. So it's the best of both worlds. I mean, it's a game changer. We don't know how we can survive without it at this point. What we're able to create with this is it's out of this world.
So for those who don't know, a digital printer is typically using CMYK inks, like an inkjet laser printer, cyan, yellow, magenta, black. But the colors are limited between CMYK compared to a spot color print.
Correct.
With screen printing, we can mix a specific color.
Correct.
And when this is printing this red, that is a spot color print. One color of ink is being used to print that one color.
Correct.
This is using CMYK. It is going to struggle to get an exact red sometimes that you need, and that's why this is dropping that spot on there.
Correct. Or if you want to do highlight colors, glow in the dark, or metallic ink, we can add that.
Yeah.
Correct. But we can't do with the screen with the digital squeegee. We can do spot on. We can put either glow in the dark, metallic inks, or any special ink we can do to it. Like I say, it's truly the best of both worlds.
It's kind of like in vinyl. vinyl is a little bit of the same way in the fact that vinyl was a simple one color at a time for the most part.
Correct.
And now because the digital processes, cutting vinyl is gone away unless it's that specialty ink,
especially a special
application
stuff like that.
Every process is a time and place.
There you go.
And
There you go.
but when something has that hybrid technology, it allows you to do multiple things.
Correct.
It's just not cheap to get into, and it's not something you just have set up in an hour and you're working. I mean, how long did it take you to get this thing to where you?
Right now, it's been like a 6-7 month.
6-7 months
to really get it, dialed in and really get and we're still learning. Our staff, we got printers been printing almost, our German printing 30 years, and this has been a new learning curve, but it's exciting. We're growing. This is the future. The future is now. Because the quality we printed before, when we did it with we did it through CYK 4-color process, it couldn't touch. No.
The detail that this is able to hold.
The 3D effect, it couldn't touch it. When our vendors, when our customers seen the difference, they were like blown away.
And pretty much all your equipment in the room is M&R.
M&R, yeah, we're blue.
and anybody who doesn't know, M&R, the best. When it comes to screen printing equipment, they really are. They've come out with a new DTF printer that we're really impressed with. You have a DTG printer over here we're going to take a look at that's really impressive. So, I mean, you cannot go wrong with M&R. I've never heard a negative comment about M&R from anybody. All I've ever heard is, well, that's kind of expensive. You get what you pay for.
You get what you pay for. And that's how we run our business like M&R. We're not the cheapest printer, but we give good quality and service. And that costs a premium.
Yep. Well, and in my opinion, quality, service, price.
That's it.
The customer who's primarily worried about the price is the most difficult one to work with, and I don't want to. I don't want to race to the bottom.
And you can do a great job for him, and he get a cheaper price next week. He's going over there.
Yeah.
So a lot of times I build my business on service and quality. That's it. And then hey, I haven't. That's a secret of our success. There's quality and service. That's one thing. They stand by the equipment. They've been with us. Anything we have, they answer the phone. They fly somebody down. If anything go wrong, we can't. We've been in business. We've been in business 10 years, and we've been with M&R 8 of those years. Wow. And we haven't had no problem, none at all.
All right, so the M&R Maverick. When I think M&R, I primarily think screen printing. Now I've seen multiple digital squeegees. I've seen a few Polarises. Now I'm seeing the DTF. But this is their real DTG machine next to the Polaris.
Correct.
It's just the Polaris is a much bigger machine.
Correct.
Now, what you were telling me about this piece of equipment that blew me away is it's got a wired color gamut. It's not just CMYK. It's CMYK with light cyan, light magenta, and that allows us to get a much wider, again, color range. Look at how bright the greens and pinks are. And this is really hard to do with just CMYK ink. It's not really possible.
Not really possible.
I mean, there's 6-color spot process in addition to 4-color spot process, so you can do this. And that's really what we're talking about.
And that's why when I never seen a machine print better than this. I mean, I looked at every one of them, and no one, when I seen this with this kind of print, I was a no-brainer.
And this thing actually has a heat press inside of the machine, which I've never seen in one of these. So, we have the pre-treat here, comes off, cured. You throw it on here, it goes in, gets heat pressed,
then
flattens the fiber, and then you're able to print directly onto it.
And then while it's printing, it's flashing each color.
I mean, that's...
So it's flashing it, so it's doing the same process as silk screen.
If you showed me this, I would have been convinced when I'm feeling it that it is a spot process screen print because, plastisol ink, not the softest ink.
process CMYK ink, it's translucent. It's a lot thinner of ink. It's a lot softer. Most DTG inks, again, are a lot softer.
Correct.
The biggest problem with DTF is the hand. The powder. Other than that, everybody loves it.
Correct.
It's just, you're never going to beat this feel.
You're not going to beat that feel.
Never.
With the powder,
And,
you're not going to beat it.
and this is on, a medium quality gilded shirt.
Yeah.
And if you can make the colors pop like that.
It's not like an AS color or a next level or Bell & Canvas where you got more fibers and less whole, lay on. It feels great, yeah.
The better the cotton, the better it's going to print. And for as good as that is, it's not even on the best shirt.
Why I say when I seen the quality, I had to have it, And like I say with M&R, it's like it's the horse I gamble on, and it's like it's not a gamble. It's it's my sure thing.
Yep,
it's my sure thing.
Now, how many square feet are we in this place?
We're in 3,000 square feet.
So 3,000 square feet.
3 square feet.
How many heads are on that auto?
14.
14 head auto.
14.
How long's this dryer?
We got a 12 feet chamber, and we got 6 feet intake on the front, and you got 4 feet on the back.
And it's got 2 individual belts.
Correct. So we can do plaster saw and water base at the same time.
At the exact
We can adjust the speeds, correct.
And wow, I mean, one dryer doing it all.
Correct, split belt. And it can run bi-direction. We can go the other way or whatever direction you want to go in. It's amazing. Cool. That's the Sprint dryers they're the best. They're the best. You see rock shops, you see other shops, and they still got an M&R dryer.
They're still using M&R dryer. And hey, like you said, this blue never gets old. It's pretty, isn't it? I gotta like what I'm standing next to as I'm using it.
Exactly. I say we blue. We all blue.
And I like everybody in the room is wearing the branded shirts and so forth.
Yeah.
I mean, you have very much so a team atmosphere going on here.
We like a football team here.
Now, what I don't see in this space is a dark room.
Oh.
Like, you got to be able to make your screens. Where are you doing that?
Come on with us.
All right, so we went from the shop to being outside to what? Your makeshift dark room in a way?
This is our trailers that this is our idea. We came in from our one of our salesperson. He had a client who had a 48-footer out at one of his warehouses where he could transform a trailer to a dark room. So this is where we got the idea from Ed Press Doctor, who sells the equipment. And I said, that's a great idea. So this is a reefer trailer, and literally we put a door in and we put a regular AC unit, so it's all insulated, it holds air, and we put down the wood floor, and it's great.
It feels great in here. I mean, this thing's never gonna fail. I know that.
No, it holds the temperature better than it's fully insulated. And then we have our Unicoat, which we coat our screens with.
So you have an automatic screen reclaimer, an automatic coating machine, a computer to screen for making your screens. I mean, you are as automated as it can get.
Yeah. For our size at 3,000 square feet, there's no shop in the world this small, I haven't seen yet, that has fully automation. We have everything that any big shopper have, we have,
Those in like downtown New York City can get inspiration of how to run one of these out of a
that's
skyscraper.
My thing is about space. You give me the space, I'm gonna make it work. Functional.
Functional.
That's what it is. But it's been great.
Is power one of your biggest hurdles to get?
Yes.
I mean, at my shop, the first thing I had to do, we need to get 400 amps ran in, and that takes time to work with AAP and get everything.
And you need 3-phase. That's what's going on with the machine that we've seen. Prior with the Maverick, we're waiting on 3-phase power.
For a DTG machine.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of power for one of those machines.
Between the 3-phase and then the oven, certain items we wasn't fortunate to get single phase. Like those big spring oils, they only come 3-phase. The DTG, the big industrial, only come 3-phase. Like the Polaris, I think that takes 800 amps.
Wow.
For one machine. So you got to have serious power for that sucker.
Now, you've got your traditional exposure unit.
Correct.
And then you have your computer to screen.
Correct.
Now, I saw a few different screen sizes in there. Is like your screens that you do for sleeve printing? Is
We have
that,
a smart, we have the
oh, you have a small one?
Yeah,
Okay.
we have a different bracket that we put on for the mini, for the sleeves, and then you do sleeves and we do neck labels with that.
So when do you use this versus this?
Well, this here is we direct the screen to ink, and then we go here just to expose it.
Got it.
All we need is just to expose it. So this has a grid system. We take off the glass. So the problem with a lot of things is air holes, and you get that from the glass. Okay. So now there's no glass. So that was a big thing why we went with the, plus we was tired of transparencies and looking and finding time. Everything is time. Automation, we can go there, pull up a job, it's there. We ain't gotta go in the closet, or you go to transparency, messed up, reprint again, and then it's just the quality you get with the direct image screens, the images are more crispier. And then when you go to the burning where you're sitting on glass, if the glass ain't clean, you gotta pinhole.
Oh yeah, exactly, yep.
So right now, pinholes are gone. Before pinhole, we're taping up. So like I said, it's the little things.
Is this come without glass, or did you take it off?
No, we take it out. They have a bracket system.
Okay. Is this standard that M&R sells it like this?
Yeah, it's a bracket. It's a bracket they sell.
Oh, wow.
So you take it off and you put it here. So now the glass is off. See, the lights are right there. So it sits there. There's no more glass. Because before, if that glass is dirty, you got a pinhole.
Oh, yeah.
So this has been, like I say, this has been a game changer. We always trying to innovate. Like I say, always trying to put our people in the best position to win. And it's about doing more with less. That's it, doing more with less. And that's what automation does for you. Now Unicode before, you only had one person to quote, so everybody couldn't quote screens. Now anybody can quote.
Good. Yep.
Reclaim, we only had one guy reclaim, everybody reclaims. Now we're doing 30 or 40 screens an hour. We just dip tank, put them through, done. And we all reclaim, because it's not the messy job no more.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think the best part of the job is taking the tape off and carting ink out. That's it. Put it through, put in the tank, put it through. If it's got some more, put it through again.
Everything gets easier with M&R equipment.
Correct.
I mean,
works together.
I guess I kind of think like driving, my wife's Honda Civic, it works. It's not fun to drive, really. But when you get into something a little bit nicer, they both get you point A to point B. But there is a difference.
It's a difference
between the Lexus and the Honda Civic.
And the proof is in the pudding. It's the quality. When you start seeing the quality of shirts, when you start seeing, these guys like Fanatics and Harley Davidson, and if you don't have these machines, you can't even print for them now.
Yeah.
NFL, you can't. All this stuff is printed on this same equipment. So that's the thing I knew. If I'm going to be in this game, I had to step it up. And the time is now. The future is now. The future is right now. And if you want to grow, this is the way to go. That's what I see. Even with, it starts all with you guys, with Deco, taking the quote. That would start with, from front to image, and that's been the secret to our success. And I'm always eager to learn what's new, what's innovative, and how to grow.
And like you brought up a good point. I mean, you have all this great equipment. You can have orders coming in, but if you don't have that order management system or that front end for the customers to interact with, you're having to spend too much time with the customers, or you're having to redo jobs because we're unorganized. So
unorganized, and that's the thing. You gotta be able to give a quote quickly. People want quotes right away. Any school has to get 3 quotes. So guess what? Sometimes people call me, say I call people 3 times. First, you got to answer the phone. Okay? You got a lot of people might come and say, thank you, you answer your phone. And then you able to answer the phone. I deal with everything by email. Don't text me. I'm not your secretary. I'm not gonna write down what you want. Email it to me.
It's a history.
Thank you. So when you email me, I send you the quote. Either if you want to prove it or not, whatever. But at least if anything goes wrong, this is what you email me. You might say the A and I thought it was I. I heard you wrong, but it's gonna be my fault because like going back to my restaurant history, the customer's always right. Even if they're not right, but you don't want to lose the relationship.
Yep.
So that's why everything we do is email. We get email, then we send a quote through Deco, and they got it, and then they approve it. They pay the deposit. We move forward, and like easy a day we do 4, 5 to 6, 7 quotes a day on Deco, and less than minutes. So it's been amazing. Then for us, like when they go to our Google ads and they go to our website, the website is great. You know, and that's where it starts at. It's your, you know, it's easy. You know, it's the prices, what we sell, the pictures. If you want to see that shirt, put it up. If you want to upload your image, put on your shirt. You can see it. So that a lot of times they already got a markup before they even call me.
It's like you give your customers the tools as much as you give your team the tools. I mean, everybody's got to be on the same page, start to finish. Automation. I mean, software should always do two things: make you more efficient, and hopefully, potentially help you increase your sales. At least with DecoNetwork, I mean, the shop management is all about organization, reducing mistakes. The websites are a bonus to be able to be growing your sales, spending less time, holding the customer's hand. But yeah, you got it. I mean, hey, we all start typically in a garage or a basement. Yeah, I first started in the basement, then I went to the garage. And now I'm in a pole building, and I like my pole building. But the 2,000, 3,000 square foot shop, that's where a lot of us start, and we want to keep growing. And then we run into the conundrum of, oh crap, we don't have enough power and so forth.
No power.
So obviously you've been innovative with, you know, expanding your space as much as you can. And then, you know, what's the next step? Where do you see yourself going?
Like I said, the next step is going to be, like I say, where things are going. You know, like I said, it's going to be definitely fulfillment, and that takes space. You know, so like I said, once we get the Maverick up and running, you know, I think within a year or two we'll be out of here looking for different space. You know, we already kind of got our eye on the space already, going in partnership with people who are, you know, some of our partners, and try to, you know, because we're going to at least need 50,000 square feet once we get that going.
And you also have a retail space that you're even working out of as well.
Yes, we do sport. We're starting a small print shop in there now. So we're evolving because we got, like I say, more people need one shirt than need 20 or 30 or 40. That one shirt business that before we were digital, we didn't want to hear nobody want one shirt.
Touching it.
We weren't nobody doing that. So, you know how many times I said no a day? All day long.
Yeah,
you know? So you're talking about, at least I get more calls for one shirt than someone putting an order for 20 or 40 or 50 shirts. But I said, no, I just need 2 shirts. Or we got a food truck, just me and my husband. Or I got this here, or my kid's birthday party, we just need 7 shirts, full color. I want the whole Ninja Turtles on there. And I'm like, I'm not doing that for 7 shirts, you know? And that we turned down. And you're talking about shirts that you can get $30 per shirt from. You know, no setup fee, no nothing. All I gotta do is take it, make a transparent background, bam. Each shirt can be different. I can have Tyler, Bill, Jeffrey. Before screen print, you're not doing that. You need 24 shirts per name, you know? So that's where that we're looking with digital, is looking to grow. And we more retail, looking to grow the retail side of this business. So a lot of these companies, they're in big shops and warehouses, and if you're not doing at least 20, really some people minimums of 50 shirts, they're not going to even talk to you. But it's so, right now with digital, the business is, I feel it's the 1 shirt, the 2 shirt, the 3 shirt. That I know our new venture we started in our store, I'm looking to at least do 100 shirts a day, one-offs, you know. So I think, you know, that's you know, very. I think that's the future of the digital way. With DTF and DTG gives you that, you know, that possibility.
Well, but you're doing all the big 3. You are doing the digital, you're doing the screen, and the embroidery.
Correct.
So if I do come at you and I need 600 shirts,
no problem.
Hey, no problem. I need 1 shirt, no problem.
No problem.
You have 2 6 heads for embroidery. I need 200 hats, no problem.
Or you need 1 hat.
Single head.
You need 1 hat, no problem. And that's the thing that you got to kind of cover. I think is just covering whatever a person come at you with. And that's been, in the early days, that was hard to do.
Oh, it is hard because you don't have all the tools.
You don't have the tools. Like I tell people, when we go to these ISS shows, you go into the maker toolbox. These places are a big toolbox. Yeah. You know, everything to a sewing machine, you need all that. The sewing patches, it's another tool. It's another service you can offer. If you can, the person who has the most tools in their toolbox can offer the most services. And that's all it is. And you guys just, you know, fit in what's in your gamut. And like I tell people, we try to find like the Apple approach. We try to do less more. So our main thing we do is embroidery, silk screen, hybrid, and DTG, and that's it. I mean, we don't, you know, some people do signs and they do car wraps and they do this, but that's our 3, and we're good. I think, you know,
they are the big 3.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good.
And my favorite thing about the industry is there's so many different ways you can go about running your business. So many different types of customers. You've talked about doing sportswear, about doing retail, wholesale, contract. I mean, there's just so many different ways, and it sounds like you dabble in several.
We dabble in all that. Contract right now, like I tell people, the problem with contract, you need contract. When you got 7, 8, 10, or 100 employees, you need contract to keep those presses going. Because at the end of the day, those M&R equipment is really built to run 24 hours a day. It's not made to stop. So you gotta, the prices of equipment, they can't stop. So, with contract, it gives you every week you're getting 5,000 shirts, no matter what. But if that can cover your payroll, the cost of your equipment, you're great. Now, your door, with a lot of shops, they get these big contracts and they close the door. You only print for them,
But they lose that contract.
That's it. And that's why a lot of people call me, and I got 50 printers available because they went out of business.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, we went out of business. We had a contract with Hudson News and whatever. Or we lost it, and it's gone. And that's the problem. You put all your eggs in one basket. You gotta have, I think the big turnaround. I think if you can get 45% contract in 55 retail, you're at good margins because the retail is where you make your money. Contract you're making $1, $2, $2.50. Only thing you got 5,000 pieces. Long as it's coming every week. But with retail, the margins could be whatever.
You can print for half as much, but make twice as much money.
Oh, 3 times as much. We had a contract job. We did 5,000 pieces for $12,000. Retail, we did 850 pieces for $9,000.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah.
The only thing is, the $12,000 comes every week.
Yep.
She got her, the retail customer, that's it, to the next one. But the key to it is how can you grasp all of it? That's the key. That's the key. You got to grasp all. You got to make room for all that. Then, like I say, now we're going to the retail store with the one shirt here, the one shirt there, the funeral shirts, the RIP shirt, and that's where DTF and DTG comes alive. And then I think the biggest thing, even with the DTF, is really just DTF is so strong because it relates to the little guy. Anybody with a heat press, and that's the thing, that business, I think the really thriving of the DTF business is the wholesale. Because you got a lot of people who buy vinyl, who make their own shirts, got a little, 300 press home. Yeah. Now they can just call you, send your artwork, and you charge them by the yard, print it, they go home and make their own shirts. And then this experience of women with their kids. We're gonna make your birthday shirts. So now they can print Barbie out, heat press them. It's like I tell people, it's the experience you can give people. And that's what that DTF business is giving America. They can get a beautiful digital print.
I mean, it looks great. Doesn't always feel the best,
but it looks great.
But it looks awesome.
And it looks great, and you can do it at home yourself.
Yep.
And so that's the thing, that's the selling point for DTF, and it's why it's on fire.
Oh, and overnight.
It's on fire.
Overnight.
It didn't change the industry. Like I said, you got people running 8, 9 machines 24 hours a day.
And you got to be going to the trade shows to keep an eye.
Correct. You got to. Every show, like I say, I go to, no matter what, I make the California Long Beach show. That's the biggest show.
Long Beach. You guys never seen it? You got to go to Long Beach.
Yeah, Long Beach is everything. Everybody brings out the tools. The Rock booth, the M&R booth. They're like 2 cities, And like I say, both of them guys, even Rock, they're great. They're, like I say, I'm a football guy, so I love competition. Somebody got to keep you honest.
Well, yeah, no, exactly. And it does.
Yeah, somebody got to keep you honest. So, like I say, it's all in printing, man. I love printing. I love the industry, and I just want to, be a part of it and help grow it, And thank God. I give all glory to God.
Well, thank you very much, Craig, for letting us explore your shop. I'm really glad to have you on DecoNetwork. Craig's been using DecoNetwork for what, 8 years now?
Yeah, 8 years. 8 years.
I mean, you've seen a lot of growth. Software's never stopping. You're never stopping. The industry's always evolving.
That's it.
So check out BCF Sports. I mean, Craig's doing a lot of great things here. We all start, somewhere. We grow. Give your employees the tools. Use the software that's going to allow you to grow it.
Correct.
And
Correct. And get those quotes to people fast. That's the key.
Get them fast.
Get them fast. People want to be able to call you. Sometimes people didn't went with me because they got the quote back in 2 minutes. The other guy didn't. Whole day went by, and they need them yesterday. They need them for Friday.
But think about it. Starts with a quote, becomes an order, and then we get to play with our toys.
There you go. But it all starts with Deco. It all starts with the quote, and they get a nice formal email professional quote back, and that's what it's simple. They see the price of the shirt, they see the setup cost, they see the screens. Everything is itemized and broke down for them. And that's the key. Getting them prices back quick, because a lot of times most people. They in a rush. When we started this business, how we really got in the game was doing rush jobs, because the shop they went to couldn't do it and they needed it for tomorrow. So guess what?
That's the world we live in today.
That's it. Let's do it. And that's how I gained most of my customers, honestly, because I was taking it. I had nothing else to do. Okay, we ain't doing nothing. Let's go ahead. We made it happen. My whole thing was, as long as I get the shirts. So I had to drive the Pompano to S&S, go get them, come back and print them, and that's how we made it. But the main thing was giving them a quote. And a lot of customers say, man, you answer the phone and I got a quote right away. I called 2 other companies, they didn't even call me, they didn't answer the phone, or they haven't got back to me. So if you got back to them first and the other company ain't calling them, and
you're way ahead of the game.
You were ahead of the game. They're like, well, okay, we're gonna go with you. And then the thing about it, people look at that, well, damn, if I haven't gave you a deposit yet and you're not calling me, what's happening when I give you a deposit?
Yeah.
I know
what you mean.
So that's another thing. So if you can answer the phone and give quotes back fast, that's the key to this industry, honestly, giving quotes. People want a price. I have schools that got to get 3 estimates, and just because I got back to them quick, because mostly if they have a job over $1,000, they have to get 3 estimates. So now, they say, you know what, hey, because she needed them, call me Wednesday, need them for Friday for the soccer team. So she like, well, I'm gonna make it under $900 and cut you another invoice make it 1 invoice for $900 and 1 invoice for $100. So, but that's all because I got back to them quick, and she didn't have time to tilly-tally with somebody else, So that's the whole key. And Deco makes it easy. You go, I'm 2 minutes I can give you a quote. It's emailed. It's there, Well,
thank you for the kind words, Craig. Again,
definitely.
Check out BCF Sports down here in Miami, Florida.
Miami, Florida.
Thank you.